Junkie was unbelievably nervous. He was about to lose his mind. Noel watched from beside him and laughed, saying that even if Junkie were just sitting there breathing, he would still be so handsome that no one could complain. Junkie felt a little embarrassed by the praise. He quickly told him to stop exaggerating. Noel looked at the man in front of him and could not help sighing inwardly. This guy was still this handsome, even with messy hair. He was basically leaving no room for anyone else to live. He had already made up his mind. Today, he would just be the wingman. Later, he would find a chance and hurry away. Junkie was still uneasy. He leaned over and asked in a low voice, "Do I really look okay right now?" Noel felt Junkie was purely worrying for nothing. With that face of his, even if he just sat there in a daze, girls would come up to him on their own. Noel even thought Junkie was humble bragging, deliberately waiting for people to compliment him on being handsome. Just then, Gio suddenly appeared. She smiled and asked if he had brought a friend too. Noel finally understood completely. No wonder Junkie had fallen for her. Her looks were even better than an idol's. Junkie froze completely. It took him ages to squeeze out, "You're here." Noel watched the atmosphere and already had an idea. What came next was actually very simple. Noel decided to keep a normal attitude and treat Gio like an ordinary friend, pretending she had not noticed he looked average at all. Noel smiled and greeted her, saying he had often heard people mention her. Noel acted very polite. He felt that as long as he seemed sincere enough, she would let down her guard and think he was a man with a decent personality. But even without looking around, he could feel those piercing gazes. In the eyes of passers-by, caught between this handsome man and beautiful woman, he looked especially out of place. The feeling of being judged put him under tremendous pressure. But he knew he absolutely could not show any weakness now. Noel silently drank his beverage on the side. Try hard to make himself look a little more natural. As long as he was not embarrassed, the embarrassment would belong to someone else. Gio suddenly started a conversation, asking if Junkie liked surfing and saying she had seen it in his social media profile picture. Junkie quickly became modest and said he was actually very average at it. Noel listened from the side and thought, wasn't this the opportunity? This was exactly when he, the wingman, should step in. He immediately cut in and teased, "If you count as average, then how are the rest of us who went with you supposed to live?" Gio was indeed drawn in and curiously asked if they often went together. Junkie admitted it somewhat shyly. This divine assist came at just the right time. Noel knew very well that in this kind of situation, you absolutely could not be oversensitive. Rather than wait for others to laugh at you, it was better to make fun of yourself first. He vividly described that surfing trip, saying Junkie looked so handsome in a wetsuit that he was practically walking around as the center of attention. But when it was Noel's turn to wear one, the sight was impossible to look at, like a walrus that had just crawled out of the water. Gio burst out laughing at that comparison. The originally stiff atmosphere instantly relaxed completely. Noel felt this round was stable. As long as he acted generous and humorous enough, that contrast might actually make him more appealing. Noel reminded himself that it was time to stop. At a moment like this, it was enough to be background scenery. If he kept talking nonstop just to get attention, he would seem cheap instead. He lowered his head and stared at the ice cubes in his cup. This kind of forced socializing was really too draining. Right now, he did not want to care about anything. He just wanted to hurry home and lie down. After enduring until the gathering finally ended, the three of them walked out of the cafe and stood by the roadside, preparing to go home separately. Gio turned around and asked them, "Which way are you planning to go next?" Junkie broke the silence first, saying he was going to take the subway and telling everyone to be careful on the way home. Noel stood by the road without speaking, watching them turn and leave one by one. This social battle had finally come to an end. After returning home, Noel sprawled out on his bed, only wanting to empty his mind completely in the darkness and unload all the exhaustion from the day. Just then, the phone on his desk suddenly vibrated. The glow of the screen was especially glaring in the night. He picked it up and saw that it was actually a private message from Gio, asking if he had gotten home safely. He had thought there was no hope today, but unexpectedly, the real turning point appeared after everything had ended. Looking at Gio's private message, Noel began to feel uneasy. Was she suddenly being so proactive because she wanted to use him to get closer to Junkie, who had a better relationship with him? He reminded himself to stay steady. His tone in replying had to be just right. It had to seem polite, but he could not reveal the waves in his heart. Gio sighed that they had not gotten to talk enough today and even took the initiative to suggest meeting again next time. Noelle sent a good night sticker, planning to politely end the conversation like that. But the other party did not follow the usual script at all. She instantly replied, asking if he was going to sleep so soon. This time, Noelle could no longer sit still. Normally, sending a sticker meant the end of a chat. Why was she chasing after the conversation like this? Did she have something to say, or did she want to ask about Junkie? Gio casually replied, I just wanted to chat with you. Those few simple words completely threw Noelle into chaos. He sat in the pitch-black room, staring at the phone screen and thinking it over again and again. What exactly did she mean? Did she want to see him make a fool of himself? Or was she waiting for him to make a move? If he really fell for it, the situation would only get worse from here. He suddenly saw the truth clearly. Gio might not like him at all. She was just enjoying this game, enjoying that sense of superiority that came from being secretly liked. And he was like a pathetic clown, eagerly currying favor over the slightest response from her. The pleasure of playing someone in the palm of her hand was what she truly wanted. Noelle suddenly felt that he was like that lowly bell ringer, while Gio was the goddess high above him. This unequal relationship had been doomed from the very beginning. Good-looking people would never understand the worries of ordinary people. He even began to worry whether the little bit of affection he had shown might instead become a burden to her. If he kept being this delusional, he would only end up making himself look even more miserable. He stared at the screen for a long time. In the end, he still typed that sentence, "Good night." He personally ended the conversation. Before things completely spiraled out of control, he chose the most cowardly yet most dignified method, which was to run away completely. He turned off his phone and lay on the bed, thinking that as long as he did not look and did not think about it, he could preserve the last bit of his self-respect. But only he knew the cost of cutting his losses in time. Gio sent a message asking if he was at school. Noelle stared at the screen for a long time. In the end, he decided not to reply. He felt that even if he disappeared, the other party probably would not care. After all, someone as popular as her was never sure of friends. If he took it too seriously, he would only seem a little delusional. He walked down the corridor with his head lowered, originally thinking that as long as he kept his distance, this relationship would naturally cool down. But reality gave him a heavy blow. Gio's voice suddenly came from behind him. Before Noelle could react, she had already jogged all the way up in front of him. Now there was truly no escape. The cold treatment plan he had thought up collapsed into awkward silence the moment they ran into each other. Looking at Gio like this, only one word remained in Noelle's mind: Pomeranian. Although she looked quite cute, he always felt something was not right. After all, the last time she had been with Junkie, she had not been this bright and sunny. This contrast was way too big. Could all of it be an act? Was she deliberately showing this approachable side in front of other people? This persona was being pushed way too hard. Now he had walked right into the line of fire. Gio directly blocked Noelle and questioned him to his face about why he had not replied to her message. Noelle now had no way to explain himself. He had clearly been holding his phone just now, so even if he wanted to hide, he could not. He secretly groaned inwardly, feeling that this girl was practically a wicked woman, specializing in watching honest people like him make fools of themselves. But who could have guessed that Gio not only had no intention of letting him go, she even insisted on forcibly teaming up with him for lunch. Noelle was under tremendous pressure now. He felt that if an ordinary guy like him walked together with Gio, people would definitely point and whisper. So he casually made up an excuse to slip away. Who knew Gio would not bite at all? She directly exposed that he always ate alone on Mondays. With his lie exposed on the spot, the scene became extremely awkward for a while. Just then, a guy suddenly appeared from behind them. His tone clearly carried a bit of questioning. Gio, however, remained calm and directly introduced Noelle as her friend. Great. The three-person battlefield had officially begun. Since the Prince Charming had arrived, Noelle felt he should know his place and hurry up and retreat. But Gio's attitude was unexpectedly cold. She casually responded once and told the man to leave. Noelle stood there for a long time, unable to react. This change of expression was way too fast. Before he could recover, Gio suddenly leaned over again and asked who he was eating lunch with. She even took the initiative to say she wanted to join. Looking at her completely confident expression, Noelle had nothing to say. After all, a girl of her level had probably never been rejected in her life. Noelle's heart was in complete chaos now. A casual word of concern from Gio had actually made him develop a kind of expectation he should not have. He subconsciously gripped the strap of his bag, trying hard to suppress the turmoil inside him. He knew very well that for someone as ordinary and even inferior feeling as him, if he really fell for a shining girl like this, it would only make things worse. So he could only remind himself over and over to wake up. He simply could not afford this kind of fluttering feeling. Gio found it rather surprising. With Junkie's personality, he had actually come to join the English club. Judging from his unnatural reaction, his mind clearly was not on the books. But this was no coincidence. It was all because Noelle had secretly made moves behind the scenes. On the very first day Gio joined the club, he had leaked the news to Junkie. Seeing the two of them sitting together, Noelle finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was exactly the situation he wanted to see. Just like in chess, everyone had landed in the position where they should be. Junkie deliberately raised his voice, saying he was going to the cafe later to catch up on assignments. Those words were clearly meant for Gio, as he wanted to use the chance to ask her to spend time alone with him. Noelle was also very tactful. He quickly found an excuse, saying he was going to the internet cafe to play games, wanting to leave space for the two of them. Who knew Gio would suddenly add that she was going too? Noelle was still calculating in his mind what game he would play later at the internet cafe, but Gio's next words froze him completely. She had no intention of going to any cafe at all. Instead, she wanted to follow Noelle to the internet cafe. Now the situation was completely out of control. The chess game he had thought was in the bag had suddenly turned around and put him in check. Noelle could hardly believe his ears. Gio really wanted to go to the internet cafe with him. He had originally wanted to find an excuse to slip away, giving Junkie a chance to show off. But now he had ended up trapping himself instead. Looking at Gio's happy expression, Noelle was completely out of options. His originally planned escape route had somehow turned into a date for two. Looking at the smile on Junkie's face, Noelle knew very well that this guy was definitely exploding with anger. He was just forcing himself to keep up appearances. Then Noelle looked at Gio beside him. She seemed as if she was controlling both of them at the same time. If he really fell for this, the one who suffered in the end would definitely be him. Noelle quickly spoke up to interrupt and asked her what exactly she wanted to do at the internet cafe. Junkie was polite on the surface, but in his heart, he did not take Noelle seriously at all. He felt Noelle was just a follower being led around by Gio. Noelle saw through it too. Two grown men fighting over a girl was honestly a little embarrassing. He might as well just let them do whatever they wanted. But once they arrived at the internet cafe, Noelle kept a cold face the whole time. Gio could not help leaning over and asking, "Are you angry?" Noelle casually replied, "No," but Gio directly pouted. Now, it was Noelle's turn to start reflecting on whether he had acted too cold just now. Noelle felt speechless. Wasn't it just that he had not talked much on the way? Why was this princess throwing a tantrum again? Gio excitedly suggested that they play Kart Rider together. Noelle refused without even thinking, saying he was busy playing a promotion match. But Gio did not buy it at all. She directly brought up Junkie to pressure him, then leaned beside his ear and repeated each word one by one, insisting that he play with her. Looking at Gio's posture of not stopping until she got what she wanted, Noelle knew very well that if he did not agree, she would definitely keep pestering him. With no other choice, Noelle could only nod and agree to play one round. Seeing Gio's triumphant smile, he knew he had been controlled again. Noelle originally planned to casually get through one round and leave, but her skill was truly hard to praise. She directly came in last. Gio laughed non-stop beside him, criticizing him for playing badly while insisting on dragging him into another round. Noelle originally wanted to refuse, but looking at Gio's pitiful expression, he ultimately could not harden his heart. But as soon as the second round began, Noelle was completely dumbfounded. How was this bad skill? In the game, Gio was practically a female demon. Who could have imagined that Gio, who usually looked gentle and soft, would become a maniac when playing games? To win, she actually drove her cart straight into someone planning to take the opponent down with her. Noelle was stunned. What kind of date was this? This was practically risking their lives. But just as he wanted to complain, he turned and saw Gio smiling so brightly. The helplessness in his heart instantly disappeared. The two of them spent a full 3 hours at the internet cafe before coming out. Noelle walked home alone, still muttering inwardly. Gio was indeed pretty, but her personality was far too wild. But before he could finish that thought, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, as if he had realized something was wrong. Noelle smiled and sighed. I really had fun today. But inside, he felt somewhat complicated. He could no longer remember the last time he had been this relaxed. After all, in his world, life had never had anything to do with fun. He was always habitually tense, carefully observing other people's expressions, afraid that if he did something wrong, people would point fingers at him. Looking at the glaring graffiti on the wall, Noelle smiled self-deprecatingly. Someone like him seemed destined to never be able to fully enjoy happiness. But his mind was filled with the image of Gio laughing just now. He could not help wondering what exactly Gio had been thinking in that moment. Noelle felt Gio was surely just playing around, and that after laughing, she would forget everything. In the end, he was the only one still stuck in place, struggling over it. Just then, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. It was a message from Junkie. Junkie said Gio normally did not like playing games at all. Then he threw over another bombshell. He asked Noelle, "Does Gio like you?" Noelle froze completely. How could that be possible? Junkie clearly knew this was impossible. Was he deliberately testing him? His mind was now a mess. If he replied at a time like this, he would definitely reveal a flaw. It was better to go home and calm down first. In the past, whenever anyone treated him even slightly well, Noelle would be unable to stop himself from convincing himself of things, telling himself they were just friends while greedily clinging to that tiny sweetness of ambiguity. But every time he drank too much, the feelings he could not hide would completely ruin everything. The ending was always the expected embarrassment. Looking at the debris under his feet, Noelle secretly swore in his heart that this cheap temptation was something he would absolutely never touch a second time in his life. But the moment class ended, looking at the empty desk, Gio's name actually surfaced in his mind again. Was he really going to repeat the same mistake again this time? Noelle was staring at his phone. It was a message from Hyun-soo asking him to go drinking at 7 that night. In order to maintain his sociable image, Noelle agreed without thinking. After all, this kind of gathering was perfect for creating another easygoing persona. But before he could put down his phone, another message popped up on the screen. It was actually from Gio. Gio asked if he was going tonight too, and even sent a playful emoji saying, "See you later." Now Noelle was completely stunned. He had originally just wanted to join the fun, but Gio was actually going to be there too. Hyun-soo shouted Noelle's name loudly. The drinking party had only just begun, but the atmosphere was already at its peak. Noelle looked at this group of people, but unease stirred in his heart. It seemed everyone had not taken the incident with Gio at the internet cafe seriously at all. Just then, several girls took the initiative to come over and ask if they could share a table. Junkie looked up, and now things became interesting. It seemed the real battlefield could not be avoided. As expected, everyone was crowding toward Junkie. Noelle drank in silence, feeling this place was packed like a fish pond. Even going to the restroom would be difficult. He really could not sit still anymore, so he directly called Junkie over, wanted to switch seats with him. Junkie agreed extremely readily, but after switching seats, he directly sat beside Gio and even gave Noelle a thumbs up, although Noelle still felt a bit awkward inside. In order not to let the atmosphere go cold, he desperately told jokes to liven things up. Just as he was getting into it, Gio suddenly spoke and directly interrupted his rhythm. No one expected her to call Noelle's name in front of everyone and ask him to help block drinks for her. Now the whole room went quiet. Gio's behavior was clearly deliberate, stealing the spotlight. Being called out by Gio in public, Noelle was completely stunned. He suspected she might be deliberately taking revenge on him. He raised his glass and shouted loudly, declaring to the whole world that he would be her Black Knight. Gio looked at this attention seeker who had delivered himself to her door and almost laughed out loud inwardly. But on the surface, she still went along with it and smiled, saying she knew he was the most reliable. Great. The originally awkward situation became even more ridiculous after Noelle stirred things up. Noelle poured wine for Junkie while fiercely praising him for being a good buddy. Junkie smiled and played dumb, saying he had never agreed to block drinks for anyone. Noel did not care about that and directly shoved the glass into his hand, telling him to keep drinking. Just then, Noel noticed that Gio's expression was very wrong. She looked especially wronged, as if she had been hurt by something. The phone on the table suddenly vibrated. He looked down and saw it was actually a message from Gio, saying she wanted to eat grapes. Looking at Gio's unusual behavior, unease stirred in his heart. This girl was not usually like this. Could she really be drunk? Looking at the message from Gio, Noel was completely dazed. He even suspected he had drunk too much and was having some wonderful hallucination. Before he could come back to his senses, someone across from him poured cold water on him, laughing at him and saying no one was paying attention to him anyway. So why was he staring at his phone like that? Noel had long since gotten used to this kind of lowly treatment. He could only put away his phone and force a smile, continuing to act as the wingman. The gathering soon ended. Everyone greeted one another and went home separately. Noel walked alone by the roadside, just about to reach out and hail a taxi. Just then, a hand suddenly reached out from behind and stopped him. Gio suddenly grabbed Noel from behind, her tone carrying accusation as she asked why he was treating her like this. Noel stopped walking and pretended not to understand at all, asking her what she meant. In truth, he knew better than anyone. A beautiful person like Gio would never understand how hard an ordinary-looking person had to work to preserve that pitiful little bit of self-respect. Gio finally let go and got into a taxi alone. Watching the taxi disappear into the distance, Noel felt he had done pretty well today. At least at the final moment, he had maintained the last dignity of an ordinary guy. Noel walked alone through the late-night streets, planning to buy some beer and drink away his gloom after getting home. The gathering just now had left his chest feeling blocked, and he only wanted to hurry home. Hanriel suddenly called out to him. That sound made Noel stop in his tracks. Hanriel got straight to the point and said, "You like Gio, don't you?" Now his secret could no longer be hidden. The stupidest thing was to keep acting even after you had clearly been seen through. Facing Hanriel's questioning, Noel knew an ordinary denial would no longer work. If he said they were just friends right now, it would be like writing his guilt on his face. He would instantly give himself away. A true lie had to be convincing enough that even you believed it. He pretended to be relaxed and asked back, "Why would you think that?" Hanriel casually replied, "Intuition." Now things were troublesome. In this psychological battle, Noel had no path of retreat left. Noel's move was called retreating in order to advance. He deliberately pushed Gio toward someone else and acted especially calm. He said, "I'm not interested in her." But Hanriel did not buy that at all. She smiled and asked back, "Really not interested?" Those words were actually bait. The more natural they sounded, the easier it was for Noel to fall into the trap. Hanriel continued, "Gio is so pretty, cute, kind, and has such a good personality. Anyone would think that liking someone perfect like her is only natural, right?" Those words sounded as if she were helping Noel out, making him feel that it would be fine even if he admitted it. But Noel was very clear-headed. He knew that once he nodded, he would lose. He looked at the water and said, "Gio is indeed very pretty, but that feeling is more like a fan looking at an idol. I think she's beautiful, but it isn't the kind of romantic liking between a man and a woman." Hanriel did not speak. She just quietly watched him perform. Noel thought this explanation was flawless. He nodded along with his own words, feeling he had finally gotten through this hurdle. But Hanriel's next words made him realize he was still too naive. She said that kind of excuse could indeed fool most people. Noel was completely stunned now. Just how much had this woman seen through? Hanriel pressed closer step by step. Liking someone isn't a crime. Why do you have to deny it so desperately? Noel was still stubbornly holding on, saying, "I'm really just telling the truth." The taxi happened to arrive, and he quickly fled the scene. But he knew very well that in front of Hanriel, he no longer had any secrets. The taxi started moving. Noel sat in the back seat, his mind a mess. He could not figure out where he had slipped up and let Hanriel see his feelings for Gio. If any rumors spread, what would Gio think of him? He had no idea how to clean this up. Hanriel's words still circled in his ears. She had said, "Liking someone isn't a crime. Why deny it so desperately?" He looked out the window and realized that he and Hanriel were simply not the same kind of person. This feeling was the most troublesome, clearly liking someone in his heart while having to act as if nothing was going on. Even acting had its limits. Noel began hypnotizing himself, feeling that since it was this painful, it surely was not true love. The scene shifted. Gio found Noel while he was working. She said, Junkie wanted to ask him to have lunch together. When Noel heard this, he thought it was practically heaven helping him. He had been worrying about not having an excuse to leave. As he packed up, he pretended to complain helplessly, saying that Guy could not eat without him. But before he could feel happy, Gio pulled a clever move in return. She stared at Noel and asked, "You haven't eaten lunch either, right? Perfect. Then the two of us can go eat together." Now, it was Noel's turn to be dumbfounded. He had originally wanted to run, but ended up crashing directly into her trap. Gio laid her cards on the table. She said everything she had just said was made up. Junkie had already eaten. She leaned closer to Noel and asked, "You wouldn't refuse to eat with me because of that man, would you?" Now Noel was put on the spot. He could not understand what had gotten into Gio today. In this atmosphere, there was simply no way to refuse. Just then, Henriel suddenly pushed the door open and came in. She greeted them calmly. Looking at Noel, she said, "Didn't you agree to eat with me?" Before Noel could react, Henriel winked at him again. Now Noel was even more confused. Was she helping him out, or was this another act? Henriel said while eating, "You're paying for this meal." Noel looked unconvinced. "What?" Henriel answered without even lifting her head, "Because I saved you." Noel had nothing to say now. The more they talked, the more passive he became. The feeling of having his thoughts seen through was truly awful. Henriel then teased, "Do you want me to help you out? I can match you up with that girl." Only then did Noel realize that the other party was merely treating him as entertainment. In front of Henriel, Noel felt like a puppet on strings, ridiculous and laughable. He could not help laying it bare. "I don't want to become everyone's laughingstock," Henriel explained with a serious face. "I've never thought of making fun of you." Seeing her sincere expression, alarm bells rang in Noel's heart. This woman was too dangerous. He had almost believed her nonsense. But immediately afterward, Henriel dropped another bombshell. She said, "If I said I liked you, you would feel troubled too, right?" She had thought Noel would not be able to handle this move. But after a moment of silence, he replied softly, "I wouldn't." Noel added self-mockingly, "But you still wouldn't date me, right?" Henriel was quite honest and directly admitted that this was true. Noel looked as if he had expected it, but Henriel's next words left him completely speechless. She said, "Rejecting you isn't because you're ugly." Now the situation became even more complicated. Then what was the reason? At school, the two of them still sat together like conjoined twins. Noel could not figure out why this kind of thing always happened to him. Could it really be because his face was too conspicuous? Henriel looked at her phone and realized that she seemed to have become someone else's entertainment. Just then, Hyunsu suddenly leaned over and asked Noel if he was free today and whether he wanted to go to a mixer together. The word mixer made Noel's heart lurch. In his view, a mixer was a battlefield of looks. Everyone used charm as a weapon, while someone with looks like his did not even have a shield. Going to a place like that was practically going there as a target. He would definitely be laughed at. But after hesitating again and again, Noel still gritted his teeth and agreed. As soon as he heard the other side was girls from a prestigious university, Hyunsu became completely fired up and grabbed Noel's hand, refusing to let go. Noel actually knew very well in his heart that these guys did not see him as a rival at all. Bringing him along was purely so he could serve as a clownish foil. Since he was not going there to compete, there was nothing to be afraid of. As long as he changed his mindset, he would not become someone else's laughingstock. Hyunsu urged him to hurry up and leave. Although Noel was nervous inside, he hated even more the sight of himself avoiding things because he felt inferior about his looks. Even if he was going as background leaves, he had to force himself to go. A note suddenly appeared in his notebook, asking if he did not want to go to the mixer and saying that she would treat him to a meal today. Before Noel could react, Henriel walked over directly and announced in front of that man that Noel was going drinking with her today. This move was practically a bolt from the blue. Noel had no idea what Henriel was acting out. He could only stand there blankly. Henriel did not give him any chance to explain. She leaned closer and whispered to him, "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and follow me." Just like that, under everyone's eyes, Noel was taken away from the scene by Henriel. Walking on the street under the setting sun, Noel still could not hold back and asked how Henriel had known he did not want to go to the mixer. Was she a fortune teller, or had he really been that obvious? In any case, Henriel had indeed saved his life just now. Noel quickly apologized, saying that if it had not been for her, he really would not have known what to do. But just then, Henriel suddenly stopped walking. In an icy tone, she asked, "Are you running away?" Noel did not react for a moment and froze in place. Henriel stared into his eyes and repeated, "I'm asking you, do you want to be a deserter?" Henriel suddenly began bringing up old accounts, reminding Noel not to forget that he had promised to drink with her. Henriel approached step by step. Since he was originally going to mix her to meet girls anyway, why could it not be her? She reached out and pressed a hand against Noel's chest, her tone full of teasing. "I'm not bad-looking either, after all. You're not losing out by being with me." Noel's heart was a mess. He should have found this forcefulness unpleasant, but right now he could not think at all. Looking at the face so close to him, Noel felt his IQ plummeting in a straight line. The destructive power of a beautiful woman really could make a man turn stupid in an instant. Henriel stared into his eyes and finally gave her ultimatum. "Don't go anywhere tonight. Stay with me." Henriel brought him into an old restaurant. She said she came here often. Noel looked at the shabby decor around him and thought the food here must taste good. But Henriel said it was only because it was quiet enough here. She skillfully ordered dishes and also asked for a bottle of strong liquor. Noel was a little unable to understand. Did she like this kind of place too? As Henriel poured drinks, she spoke up. She said she was simply sick of those gazes staring at her. Henriel said she always felt someone was staring at her. Although she could not clearly explain the reason, that feeling was always there. Noel knew very well that although their situations were completely different, he understood the feeling of being watched better than anyone. Noel could not help asking if someone as pretty as her also disliked being looked at. He had thought good-looking people all enjoyed it. Henriel merely smiled and suggested they drink first. The two clinked glasses, and she downed hers in one go. Noel looked at her in front of him and felt that beautiful people even drank differently. Henriel suddenly asked him, "Am I very pretty?" Henriel sighed, saying that being pretty was the best. Noel nodded along. That kind of talent was indeed enviable. Henriel continued, "That ability doesn't require effort at all. It's a gift from heaven, something decided from the moment you're born." As Noel poured drinks, he thought that actually he understood better than anyone that he and those handsome men had never been on the same starting line from the very beginning. Good-looking children received more love from the time they were young. This was the cruelest truth of the world. The two clinked glasses again. Some things did not need to be said outright. The wine contained all the answers. Noel realized that those pretty girls usually loved saying they did not care about appearance, and that inner beauty was what mattered most. But Henriel was completely different. With the help of the alcohol, she tore apart all those hypocritical words. She said it was all nonsense. The more Henriel spoke, the more agitated she became. If a man said he loved a woman's inner self, would he still love her when she got fat and had acne? Absolutely impossible. Noel could not help laughing. He had not expected a girl as pretty as Henriel to think exactly the same way he did. He looked at Henriel in front of him and truly could not understand why she acted so cold at school. If everyone knew she was this real, she definitely would have become famous long ago. Just then, Henriel suddenly reached out her hand. She said, "Then let's." Henriel suddenly proposed that they become best friends. Noel hesitated. If only Henriel had some obvious flaw, then perhaps hearing those words would make him feel a little more at ease, instead of always feeling like he was dreaming as he did now. Henriel smiled and said she actually did not have a single friend, asking Noel to spend more time with her from now on. As she spoke, she took the initiative to extend her hand. Noel knew very well that there was a huge gulf between them. Although the two of them were not on the same level at all, he still could not refuse, because he discovered that he had always longed to get a little closer to this girl too. In the end, Noel still agreed. Their hands clasped together, and this strange relationship officially began just like that. The scene shifted. Life seemed to return to normal. Someone spoke up and asked if he had been busy with something lately. Noel was the same as always, staring blankly at his phone. Junkie sat down beside him and suddenly brought up Gio. Junkie said Gio had been feeling rather upset lately because Noel kept avoiding her and was not even willing to eat with her. Noel paused and said nothing. Junkie then added another stab, saying Gio actually often asked him to eat with her. The atmosphere instantly became somewhat subtle. Junkie's tone changed, and he suddenly asked about Henriel. He was very curious about how Noel had become close to Henriel. After all, even someone like Junkie had no chance to talk to Henriel. He looked at Noel and said, "You two are so close that Gio is going to get jealous." Noel held his phone. He could feel that Junkie's words were definitely not that simple. What exactly was he trying to do? Noel felt annoyed. Since Junkie liked Gio so much, why not just go pursue her himself? Why did he have to make these sarcastic insinuations here? Junkie kept probing, even thinking that Noel was playing hard to get, deliberately avoiding Gio so that Gio would pay attention to him instead. Noel could not keep listening. He directly laid it out and asked if Junkie thought he was deliberately playing tricks to win sympathy. Junkie smiled and did not deny it. He even said men would do anything to pursue a girl, and placed his hand on Noel's shoulder. Noel did not want to keep playing this psychological game. He found it especially boring, so he simply counterattacked and asked if Junkie was overthinking things. Do you like Gio that much? Junkie became awkward now and could only laugh it off, trying to muddle through. Noel did not continue. He lowered his head and looked at his phone. Since that was the case, then today, he might as well be straightforward. In the end, Noel still listened to the advice and sent Gio an invitation right in front of Junkie, asking if she wanted to come out for a drink tonight. Junkie was still beside him offering strategies, saying that if the two of them met and felt awkward, he could come over halfway through to smooth things over, then find a chance to leave once the atmosphere improved. Noel said nothing and simply waited quietly for movement from his phone. Unexpectedly, Gio replied very quickly. First, she asked what special day it was today. Before Noel could think of how to make something up, Gio then sent an especially happy duck sticker, saying she would be very happy to go. Gio agreeing so readily was completely beyond Noel's expectations. Gio hesitated for a moment, but still voiced the question in her heart. She had always thought the man before her hated her. Noel froze after hearing this. He smiled helplessly. How could an unattractive man possibly hate a beautiful woman? He lowered his head and said softly, "You've never done anything to make me hate you." Instead, Gio became a little embarrassed. She always felt that sometimes she was rather annoying. The atmosphere of this meal became increasingly subtle. The thin layer of paper between the two of them seemed as if it was about to be pierced. Noel finally admitted with his own mouth that he did not hate Gio at all. He even took the initiative to add food to her plate. Hearing this answer, Gio finally breathed a sigh of relief, and her whole person became much lighter. But Noel was suffering inside. He had originally wanted to act a little colder, only to discover he simply could not harden his heart. He even began to doubt whether he could push her away. Just then, a small action from Gio instantly broke the originally serious atmosphere. Seeing how hard she was trying to pick out the food she disliked, Noel could not help asking about it. The girl then confidently said that the thing she hated most in her life was carrots. Noel kept eating while persuading her, saying the sauce in this dish was strong, so she could not taste the carrot flavor she hated at all. But Gio's mind clearly was not on the dish. She suddenly had a thought. In the future, she wanted to find a boyfriend whose tastes complemented hers. The things she hated eating would happen to be things the other person especially liked. That way, when the two of them ordered one fried chicken, they could each take what they needed. Nothing would be wasted, and both could eat happily. Gio stared at Noel and asked, "Do you like eating the kind of dry meat?" Noel froze completely. He kept telling himself this was just casual small talk, and that he absolutely could not be delusional. But he still answered honestly, saying he actually did like it quite a bit. Gio laughed hard after hearing it, thinking he must be lying to tease her. Noel was completely thrown into chaos now. He had no mind to eat at all. He only felt his brain had become a complete mess, and he had no idea how to respond. Noel had now completely lost his composure. Every word Gio said became full of meaning in his ears. He desperately told himself not to overthink. But in his heart, he could not help making connections, feeling that every move the other person made seemed to be hinting at some possibility. Just then, Gio suddenly leaned closer and asked, "What is your ideal type?" This sentence was practically a bombshell. Noel froze in place for ages, unable to recover. The little expectation in his heart was instantly ignited. Just as he was about to say something, Gio suddenly picked up her phone. Who was it at this moment, interrupting this ambiguous atmosphere? Who could have imagined that Gio had taken out her phone because she wanted to introduce someone to Noel? She flipped through photo after photo, praising one for having a good personality, saying another was pretty, and asking Noel which one he liked. Noel was completely stunned. He had thought just now that this was the beginning of something ambiguous, but it turned out she simply treated him as a good buddy and even wanted to be his matchmaker. Gio smiled, and said it was precisely because she felt he was reliable that she wanted to introduce her best friends to him. She also told him to never avoid her again. Noel could only respond softly. The little flame that had just ignited in his heart was instantly drenched cold. So from beginning to end, he had been the only one indulging in wishful thinking. Noel tightly gripped his chopsticks. The desire to be loved had never been as strong as it was now. Gio sensed that the atmosphere was wrong and tentatively called his name. But right now, he simply could not respond. His mind was filled with repeatedly confirming one thing. Did Gio really have feelings for him? He was finally honest with himself for once. All that talk about hoping the other person could find happiness was complete nonsense. He had never once thought about giving Gio to someone else, not even for a second. This humble expectation made him feel ridiculous. He clearly knew the possibility was almost zero, but as soon as he saw that face of hers, the greedy desire in his heart began stirring again. Noel felt he was now as lowly as he could possibly be, like leftovers that had fallen onto a plate. He did not even have the courage to approach Gio. He could only scream wildly in his heart. Even someone like me. Could you love me too? Seeing that he had not moved for a long time, Gio asked with concern whether he was feeling unwell. Noel remained silent and said nothing, merely mechanically stirring the food in his bowl. He knew very well in his heart that he did not look bad because he was in poor condition. His face had simply never looked good in the first place. If Gio knew what he had been thinking just now, she would probably be so frightened that she would run away on the spot. Noel finally admitted it in his heart. He had indeed just been fantasizing. What if Gio liked him even a tiny bit? But this awkward atmosphere sobered him up all at once. He simply picked up his phone and called a friend right in front of Gio. He deliberately announced the address loudly and told his friend to hurry over and hang out. This selfish act was only to break the current time alone together. In truth, he was tormenting himself. He desperately hoped Gio would show an expression of disgust. Even contempt or aversion would be fine. As long as it could make him give up completely, that would be enough. But Gio merely lowered her head and said nothing. This suffocating silence instead made Noel feel even worse. Guys in their early 20s were sometimes truly boring. Just like Junkie in front of her, every sentence was about how the professor had praised him, and he even started showing off his looks. In Gio's eyes, this kind of one-sided boasting was simply boring to the extreme. No matter what the topic was, it could always circle back to himself in the end. But Noel was completely different. Being with Noel always felt especially easy. He never showed off. Instead, he often made fun of himself to make everyone laugh. But the junkie in front of her only politely asked if she was full. Gio casually came up with an excuse, saying she did not have much of an appetite. But deep down, she knew very well that if it had been Noel, he would definitely have livened up the atmosphere by now. Junkie was still forcing conversation about some movie, but this meal was really getting more and more boring. Junkie wanted to strike while the iron was hot and took the initiative to invite Gio to see a movie over the weekend. Gio agreed very readily, which instantly gave Junkie hope. But before he could be happy for long, Gio poured cold water over him. She suggested inviting Noel too, and even said they could wait until Noel was free before going. Junkie felt completely uncomfortable. He realized Gio kept mentioning Noel every time she opened her mouth, so he simply laid it out and asked, "Do you want to date Noel?" Faced with Junkie's sudden probing, Gio froze for a moment. Then she answered calmly that she had never thought about it that way. Hearing that answer, Junkie actually could not help laughing out loud. As he said, right? He kept laughing and even apologized for it. But Gio's expression changed at once. She stared coldly at Junkie, her tone full of displeasure. "What's so funny? So funny that you absolutely have to apologize?" The dining table, already awkward to begin with, now dropped completely to freezing point. Gio was getting more and more irritated. It was not because of anything else. She simply felt that being with Junkie was far too boring. All she wanted now was to hurry home. On the other side, Noel returned home with a tired face. He tossed his bag aside and collapsed straight onto the bed. He had experienced this kind of emotional exhaustion far too many times. He kept warning himself that he absolutely could not be shaken again. But just then, his phone suddenly rang. Seeing Hanriel's name on the screen, Noel still answered the call. On the other end, Hanriel was in high spirits, asking Noel if he wanted to start drinking at noon tomorrow, and teasing him about whether his social life was too busy and he had already made plans with someone else. After hearing that, Noel gave a cold laugh and went along with her act. He said he did indeed already have plans and told Hanriel to remember to make a reservation in advance next time. Hanriel refused to let it go over the phone, saying Noel was her only friend and insisting that he come out to meet her. But who could have guessed that all the aloofness Noel showed was fake? In truth, he was more afraid than anyone. Afraid he would disappear from the group. Afraid that if he did not take the initiative, no one would ever think of him again. Noel was still making excuses over the phone, telling Hanriel to try making friends with other people. But Hanriel's next words left him completely unable to respond. Hanriel said it was because she got along best with him. Hearing the words "got along," the nameless anger in Noel's heart suddenly could no longer be suppressed. He sneered and retorted that in this world that judged people by their faces, words like that were all deceptive nonsense. But as soon as he said it, Noel regretted it first. In his heart, he kept blaming himself. What was wrong with him? Why was he taking his anger out on Hanriel? Hanriel clearly had not done anything wrong. She had only wanted to ask him out for drinks tomorrow. Noel stayed silent for a long time. In the end, he could only say an incoherent "I'm sorry," then hurriedly hung up the phone. Now the atmosphere had become even more awkward than before. As soon as the call ended, Noel fell completely into self-doubt. It was obviously not what he truly felt, but the moment the words left his mouth, they changed completely. He could not help asking himself what he was doing. Why did he always have to ruin things? Noel pushed open the door, only to find Hanriel already inside. Now, he could not hide even if he wanted to. Why had he looked away just now? He should have greeted her openly. Now it made him seem guilty instead. Hanriel spoke first and asked, "Why are you here so early?" He could only force a reply. "I happen to have some free time." After a moment of silence, he still decided to face it. "I'm sorry. Yesterday was my fault." Hanriel froze for a moment before she reacted. She said she had not taken it to heart at all. If she had to apologize for every little thing, she would never have enough time in this life. But Noel did not think that way. How could something like that not bother her? Hanriel suddenly stared at him and asked if he had run into some trouble. He stammered out an explanation, saying it was actually nothing major. He just felt that his personality was a little difficult. He always ended up dragging the people around him down. That feeling was truly awful. After hearing this, Hanriel immediately asked in return, "If a personality like yours counts as difficult, are there any normal people in this world?" Noel was still joking around. He said people had to have at least one good point, right? Either they were good-looking or they were kind-hearted. But Hanriel did not pick up that topic. She was silent for a while, then suddenly asked seriously, "If I were very ugly, would you still want to be friends with me?" Now, it was Noel's turn to be troubled. This kind of question was practically a death trap. Although his mind was full of standard answers, he could not bring himself to speak for a long time. Noel stayed silent for ages, and in the end still gave a painfully honest answer. He said maybe not. Facing Hanriel, he did not want to brush her off with those hypocritical polite words. He even said bluntly that even he himself would not want to be friends with that version of himself. After hearing this, Hanriel asked back, "In that case, why did you come to me first back then?" This question also made him sink into thought. After a long time, he looked out the window and said softly, "Maybe I just wanted to prove that exceptions still exist in this world." Hanriel said she was actually the same. Noel did not understand what those words meant, but looking at her, his heart inexplicably tightened. Why did it have to be him? Why did she have to prove that so-called exception to him? Before he could find answers to these questions, the atmosphere was suddenly interrupted. Gio pushed the door open and walked in. Looking at the empty classroom, where only the two of them were sitting together, she asked with some surprise, "Did you two come together?" Hanriel casually explained that the two of them had only happened to run into each other in the classroom. After hearing this, Gio did not say much and only responded lightly. She walked straight over and sat beside Noel. Although they were very close between the two of them, it was as if there was an invisible wall. Gio actually felt quite wronged. When they drank together last time, Noel had personally said he did not dislike her. So why had he become so cold now? This sense of distance made her feel terrible. She took the initiative to break the silence, and asked Noel if he wanted to go to the cinema together over the weekend. Noel had just been about to speak when Hamriel beat him to it and said with a smile that he had already made plans with someone else. Noel instinctively asked who. Unexpectedly, Hamriel suddenly answered that the person going to see the movie with him was actually Noel. Now Gio was completely left with nothing to say. Looking at the two people in front of her, she felt that Hamriel was deliberately helping Noel out, so he would have an excuse. The more Gio thought about it, the worse she felt. She even wondered if Noel had said something behind her back about disliking her. Clearly, she had known Noel first, so how had she now become the unnecessary outsider? Gio had always been very confident in her own charm. Although there were always people who did not like her at first, in the end, no one could escape from her grasp. She felt Noel would not be an exception either. So she followed Hamriel's words and said, "That's great then." Gio calmly suggested, "In that case, let's all go together." At the cinema, Gio had long guessed that the first person to arrive would definitely be Noel. She smiled and handed him a cup of cola. "I knew you'd come first. Want a zero-calorie cola?" Noel had not had time to explain before a voice suddenly came from behind him. Junkie and Hamriel had actually arrived too. Looking at the scene in front of her, Gio could not help asking, "Did you two come together?" Hamriel casually explained that everyone had just happened to run into each other at the entrance. This place was as big as a maze. Hamriel had wandered around until she was dizzy and could not tell east from west at all. Gio came over holding popcorn and leaned close to Noel, saying in a low voice this way, "Just take the elevator up one floor." She had moved far too close, and Noel froze on the spot, unable to say anything for a long time. It was not until Gio smiled and called his name that he suddenly came back to his senses and quickly followed. After the movie, everyone gathered excitedly to eat fried chicken. Junkie could not help sighing. If Gio hadn't booked seats in advance, we wouldn't even have gotten through the door today. As Gio skillfully arranged the tableware for everyone, she smiled and said that everyone online said this restaurant was especially popular and that without a reservation in advance, there was no way to eat here. Looking at the radiant girl before him, Noel's hands suddenly stopped moving. That feeling came again. Whenever he saw how outstanding and considerate Gio was, his heart filled with waves of uncertainty. He even felt he was a little ridiculous. How could someone like him dare knock on the door of someone he could never reach? Gio smiled and handed him an empty plate, still so gentle and considerate. Noel stared at that plate for ages without moving. Fine, she was pretty, but why did she have to be so kind too? This kind of perfection instead made him feel immense pressure. He remembered when they first met at the cinema. Gio had smiled just like this and handed him his favorite zero-calorie cola. At that time, he should have been a little more clear-headed. How could someone as radiant as her possibly fall for him? This feeling was truly painful. The closer he got, the more he felt his own inadequacy had nowhere to hide. Why could Gio be so perfect? Not only was she beautiful, but her personality was so good too. This flawless excellence instead made Noel feel an inexplicable suffocation. He felt himself sinking bit by bit, as if no matter how hard he tried, he could never reach that radiant girl. Only after Gio called him several times did Noel suddenly break free from those emotions. Returning to the table and looking at Gio's eyes full of concern, Noel knew he had lost his composure. If this continued, everyone would definitely think he was a weirdo. He had to do something, even if it was only telling a joke to liven up the atmosphere. But the moment he looked up and saw Gio, all the mental preparation he had built would collapse completely in an instant. Noel only felt his whole body go weak. He did not even have the strength to lift his head. For him, this kind of lively occasion was practically torture. He rubbed his eyes and laughed it off, saying he was just too sleepy. But deep down, he knew better than anyone that he should never have appeared here in the first place. Looking at the radiant Gio across from him, then at the cheerful atmosphere around him, Noel felt like a stain on a sheet of white paper, out of place no matter how one looked at him. Just as he was about to be drowned by this feeling of inferiority, Junkie suddenly slapped his shoulder hard and teased him with a smile. "Pull yourself together, Noel. Hurry up and use your specialty. Save this cold atmosphere." Now things were bad. The current Noel could barely even force a smile. Hamriel suddenly said, "Do you think just because you're handsome, you can sit here doing nothing forever?" Those words exploded beside Noel like a thunderclap. What exactly was this feeling? Was it betrayal? In his previous impression, Hanriel was definitely not the kind of person who would flatter others by complimenting their appearance. But the person she was now felt unfamiliar to him. Hanriel turned and asked Junkie whether he had ever tried to curry favor with anyone before. Junkie looked completely calm. He said he never watched other people's expressions. People should live with more confidence. Hanriel smiled, her gaze returning to Noel. True. After all, you still haven't noticed anything even now. Noel sat there without saying a word. He discovered that the Hanriel in his heart seemed to have never existed from the very beginning. In fact, Hanriel had never said what kind of person she was. All of this was merely Noel's one-sided fantasy. He had forcibly projected the perfect image he longed for onto Hanriel. Now that the filter had shattered, all that remained was awkwardness and self-mockery. Gio happily raised her glass and said that today had truly been wonderful and that everyone had to gather often in the future. Amid the cheerful sounds of clinking glasses, Noel only mechanically lifted his cup. The livelier his surroundings became, the more desolate his heart felt. So from beginning to end, it had only been his own misunderstanding. The gathering finally ended. Noel had originally planned to go home alone and properly enjoy some peace and quiet. Who could have expected that he and Hanriel would just happen to be going in the same direction? Now he had to keep acting. Hanriel suddenly spoke, saying today had been more interesting than expected. Noel did not react for a moment, seeing how calm she looked. Could it be that those words earlier had only been polite small talk too? Just then, Hanriel stopped walking. Her next words completely changed the atmosphere. The moment Hanriel opened her mouth, she laid everything bare. She said Noel had been staring at Gio the whole time, just now. Noel froze completely. He did not want to discuss this topic with Hanriel at all, not even a word of it. But Hanriel acted as if nothing was wrong and kept praising Gio for being pretty, even laughing at Noel for having been completely mesmerized earlier. Noel's heart grew more and more chaotic. He simply could not understand why Hanriel kept saying these things. Had she really forgotten everything the two of them had gone through before? Or was she only pretending to be clueless now? Noel had originally thought Hanriel was the person who understood him best, but now it seemed that all of this was just his own wishful thinking. Hanriel smiled and asked him whether he really liked Gio that much. Those words completely angered Noel. So those so-called consideration and gentleness, once they changed flavor, became the most hurtful mockery. Noel did not want to keep listening. He turned and walked away. Hanriel kept chasing after him from behind, asking if he was angry. The instant Hanriel reached out and grabbed him, Noel directly shook her hand off. The relationship between the two of them now dropped completely to freezing point. Noel finally exploded. He stared at Hanriel and loudly questioned her. You clearly know I like Gio. You also know that to maintain the current situation, I can only force this feeling down deep in my heart. So why are you doing this? Why do you keep tearing open my scars over and over? Do you have to drag out the most miserable side of me? In other people's eyes, he was always that carefree person. As long as he pretended not to care, no one could hurt him. Hanriel's constant pressure made him unable to keep acting anymore. This so-called dignity was actually just a hypocritical mask. At this moment, the mask shattered completely. He no longer wanted to pretend. Noel laid everything out clearly. Since you know everything, yet still pretend nothing is wrong and come test me. That's really too cruel. Hanriel opened her mouth, but could not explain a single word. She could only watch Noel leave without looking back. This so-called concern was actually wearing away Noel's self-respect bit by bit. After returning home, Noel completely collapsed. He felt that all of this was actually his own fault. It was clearly he himself who had been suppressing his feelings for Gio, yet he had naively expected Hanriel to understand his pain. That expectation itself was a mistake. He had overestimated his place in the other person's heart and underestimated the cruelty of reality. Noel felt he was quite ridiculous. He had clearly been pretending all along that nothing was wrong. But in the end, the one hurt the deepest was still himself. All the shameful things hidden deep in his heart had now been exposed. Since he knew it was his own problem, then why had he lost his temper only at Hanriel so badly? To put it plainly, it was still because he saw Hanriel as too special. He had always felt this woman was different from everyone else. Just because Hanriel had once given him a little understanding, he naively thought that someone in this world had finally appeared who could completely see through him and truly understand the pain in his heart. But that kind of expectation was often the most fatal. But now he saw it clearly. Noel had always been restraining that unrealistic hope, afraid he would be disappointed in the end. So why had he been careless this time of all times? The shell that originally protected him had already begun to crack. He had to find a way to mend that gap. He absolutely could not have any more expectations. Even toward Hanriel, there could be no more exceptions, because in his eyes, everyone was the same. There was nothing worth expecting. The next day, they ran right into each other at school, and the atmosphere was unbearably awkward. Hanriel had just been about to bring up what happened yesterday, when Noel beat her to it. Who could have expected that the moment they met, he would directly lower his head and admit his mistake? As Noel apologized, he scolded himself as a complete and utter idiot. This left Hanriel totally stunned. He said he had only been throwing a tantrum yesterday, and even said that ugly people like him sometimes got angry for no reason. In the end, he actually begged Hanriel to just kill him. Hanriel asked helplessly, "Why would I kill you?" As a result, the guy actually took it seriously and thought he had really gotten his life back. Hanriel did not hold it against him and casually responded. Now Noel finally felt like he had grabbed a lifeline. He quickly took advantage of the moment and insisted on treating Hanriel to the most expensive coffee. This fawning behavior finally eased the atmosphere. Hanriel smiled and teased him, asking what he was doing now. On the surface, the two of them were chatting and laughing, but Noel's little calculations had long been clacking away in his heart. He felt that doing this much was enough. As long as Hanriel was not angry, he just had to keep a proper distance in the future. As long as he did not cross the line, everyone could still play happily together like before. Noel kept brainwashing himself in his heart, feeling that as long as things stayed like this, and he did not hold any unnecessary expectations, everyone could actually have more fun than before. As long as he did not take the other person too seriously, he would not have those messy worries again. He felt this was the safest way to get along. But Hanriel suddenly spoke. She called out to Noel, wanting to explain what had happened yesterday. Seeing that Hanriel was about to say the truth, Noel backed down at that moment. He directly reached out to stop Hanriel, not giving her any chance to explain. To him, once some words were spoken, this balance they had finally managed to maintain would probably collapse completely. Noel directly blocked the conversation. He said there was no need to bring up the past anymore. They had to look forward together. This set of grand principles left Hanriel dazed and completely unsure how to respond. Just then, Hyunsu suddenly popped up and threw an arm around Noel. The moment he opened his mouth, he wanted to mooch a drink. Noel cursed inwardly. This guy had actually assumed Noel would pay. Hyunsu even joked that if it were not for the sake of brotherhood, he would really want to date Noel. Jokes aside, Hyunsu turned and asked Hanriel what plans she had that night. Hearing she had nothing to do, he smoothly invited her to drink with them. Judging by this situation, something was probably going to happen at tonight's gathering again. No one expected Hanriel to actually nod and agree this time. Hyunsu kept making a huge fuss beside them, saying this was simply the sun rising in the west. As long as she was willing to show up, tonight's gathering would definitely be wildly popular. But Noel noticed that Hanriel's smile was not actually happy. Her expression clearly showed she had something on her mind. However, Noel quickly came back to his senses. He told himself that no matter what Hanriel's reason was, it no longer had anything to do with him. He also had no intention of digging deeper. At the drinking party that night, everyone was drinking enthusiastically, but Hanriel took the initiative to sit beside Noel and asked if he had drunk quite a bit. Noel behaved very politely and casually replied that he had drunk just the right amount. The distance hidden behind this politeness instead made the atmosphere more subtle. With the help of the alcohol, Noel felt the current state was pretty good. As long as he held no expectations, he could act naturally even when facing Hanriel. He even one-sidedly believed that this distance of not disturbing each other was also a kind of relief for Hanriel. But Hanriel suddenly brought up old accounts. She stared at Noel and asked, who apologizes and then just leaves. Noel had not reacted yet when Hanriel's voice already carried grievance. She said that from beginning to end, Noel had never intended to hear her out. Looking at Hanriel seeming like she wanted to speak but stopped herself, Noel's heart skipped a beat. Only then did he realize that what she had desperately wanted to say earlier was probably her true feelings. Looking at Hanriel, Noel almost softened. Her eyes and tone, always made people unable to resist, wanting to pour out everything in their hearts. But he immediately reminded himself that the more it was a moment like this, the more he could not listen and the more he could not get trapped in it. Since he had already used jokes to cover up yesterday's true feelings, then let it stay that way. He felt Hanriel would soon forget all of this too. The guys beside them suddenly started jeering, saying they were practically a Beauty and the Beast pairing. Noelle could only awkwardly play along, while feeling indescribably uncomfortable inside. Seeing Hanriel still force herself to entertain this group of alcohol-reeking men, Noelle felt quite upset. He knew she must be suffering right now. Noelle held a spoon and, with nothing else to say, asked, "Is being this pretty also pretty hard?" Hanriel kept her head lowered for a long time before replying, "I don't know." Noelle continued mocking himself, saying it must be because she had run into a rotten person like him that she felt so miserable. He had wanted to use this method to smooth over the awkward atmosphere, but the moment the words left his mouth, he realized he had said the wrong thing. Sure enough, Hanriel directly lowered her head and cried. As soon as the friends beside them saw this situation, they immediately began accusing Noelle of bullying her. Now things were bad. Noelle sat there, not daring to move at all. He never imagined the situation would spiral out of control like this. In the end, Hanriel could not hold on anymore. She casually made up an excuse, saying she did not feel well, and left the table without looking back. Watching her departing figure, the people around them whispered among themselves, saying she had clearly been fine just now. So why had her expression suddenly changed? Noelle sat where he was, listening to these comments, his heart aching as if pricked by needles. He knew all of this was because of him. At a time like this, if anyone should chase after her and apologize, that person could only be him. Noelle abruptly stood up, threw down the words that he was going out, and hurriedly chased after her. How could they say things like that? Did being pretty mean she deserved to be wronged? Noelle chased after her all the way and finally found Hanriel in a corner. Looking at her lonely back, Noelle knew very well that there was no such thing as a person made of iron in this world. The closer someone was, the more a cold sentence could hurt. He wanted to apologize, but did not know how to begin. This feeling was almost suffocating. Watching his friend about to walk farther away, that feeling was the most unbearable. Noelle finally lowered his head and admitted his mistake. He had always had a prejudice before, believing that someone as beautiful as Hanriel would not get hurt at all. But he had forgotten that words were sometimes harsher than knives. He had only cared about feeling sorry for himself, and had not noticed that he was personally driving nails into the other person's heart. One sentence from Hanriel left him completely speechless. She said, "That day, you only had eyes for Gio." This lowliness of being ignored was what made a person break down the most. Noelle never imagined that he had become the most selfish villain. Hanriel finally poured out everything in her heart. She thought Noelle had kept staring at Gio because she was not as pretty as Gio. This sudden inferiority made the strength in Noelle's heart scatter all at once. He never imagined that someone like Hanriel would actually be troubled over something like this. He hurriedly explained that he had never thought Gio was prettier. But Hanriel's next question directly left him completely unable to keep his temper down. If it was not because of looks, then why did he only have eyes for Gio? In the end, Noelle still told the truth, because he did indeed have feelings for Gio. But this very honest truth, instead, made Hanriel fall deeper into her obsession. In her eyes, if she really were outstanding enough, Noelle's gaze would never have left her from the very beginning. Noelle felt this matter was quite absurd. He himself clearly was not handsome, yet Hanriel was actually getting jealous of Gio because of him. This feeling was both funny and satisfying. Hanriel lowered her head and apologized softly, saying she had been too willful just now. In truth, she had always had one little thought in her heart. She wanted to hear Noelle personally say that she was prettier than Gio. She had been too embarrassed to say something so childish, but the desire to beat someone else could not be hidden no matter what. She regretted saying those harsh words earlier and was afraid she had really angered Noelle. Looking at her cautious appearance, the anger in Noelle's heart vanished completely. He felt as if his whole body was about to melt. All those unpleasant things from before seemed as if they had never happened. Noelle finally realized how hurtful his words just now had been. Especially when he heard Hanriel say he was cruel. He suddenly came to his senses and realized he had really gone too far. But right now, Noel's mind was completely filled with struggling against himself. He hated himself for being so sensitive, for being wounded by such a small thing, and even for being unable to control his emotions. He quickly opened his mouth to smooth things over, saying Hanriel had not gone that far. But the more he did this, the more wronged he felt inside, even developing the urge to hide somewhere. Noel knew very well that he was a coward, sensitive, and fragile. He even came up with a painfully sharp thought. If he had an ugly face on top of this kind of personality, he probably would not be able to survive in this world at all. Noel finally said what was in his heart. Hanriel always deliberately put on a cold appearance. But in truth, it was only because she was afraid of getting hurt, while completely failing to consider Noel's feelings. She had even thought that someone as outstanding as Hanriel would never be hurt by someone like him. But that idea was completely wrong. Noel was truly anxious now. He loudly retorted that he had really been angry just now, and he had really felt defeated. Hanriel regretted it terribly now. She felt she had ruined everything and might even lose this only friend. She apologized again and again, admitting it was all her fault. At this moment, all pretenses were completely stripped away. Leaning in Noel's arms, she only wanted them to be able to share their true feelings with each other from now on. Their relationship had to become completely different starting now. Hanriel leaned in Noel's arms and sighed that this time had really not been easy. All her grievances finally found an outlet at this moment. But before they could be warm for even a few seconds, her expression suddenly changed. While pushing Noel away, she lost her temper, feeling that her behavior just now was too embarrassing and insisting Noel had made her disgrace herself. Noel was now completely at a loss. She had been apologizing nonstop just now. So how'd she turn around and denied everything? A woman's thoughts really were harder to predict than the weather forecast. When they got to school, Noel still felt strange inside. After all, after experiencing last night's big scene, seeing Hanriel again now made the atmosphere feel completely different. Noel was feeling the atmosphere was awkward and did not know how to speak, but Hanriel came over as if nothing had happened and suggested they go to the classroom together. Before he could react, Hanriel naturally linked her arm through his. This sudden closeness made Noel feel happier inside than at any time before. But immediately afterward, he began wildly overthinking. Would ordinary friends of the opposite sex link arms like this? Was he thinking too much again, or did Hanriel really have feelings for him? The more he thought, the more confused he became. He even began to suspect whether he was the only one agonizing over it. Just as these thoughts were about to drive him crazy, heavy rain suddenly began falling outside. Noel smoothly opened an umbrella. Under the narrow umbrella, the distance between the two of them instantly drew closer. This subtle atmosphere made the road ahead feel even longer. Hanriel squeezed under the umbrella and confidently demanded to share it with Noel. But with one glance, Noel saw that there was clearly an umbrella stuffed in her bag. After being exposed on the spot, Hanriel was not embarrassed at all. Instead, she smiled and said she was too lazy to open it, urging Noel to hurry up and go. Her ability to lie with her eyes wide open left Noel completely helpless. She clearly had an umbrella, but insisted on squeezing together with him. This hint could not be more obvious. Noel's mind was now a complete mess. He truly could not figure out whether Hanriel was joking or seriously interested. Gio pushed open the classroom door and found that Noel and Hanriel had already arrived. She smiled and came over, saying, "You two always come so early. From now on, I'll come earlier to find you too." Noel casually responded. The atmosphere looked fairly normal, but Gio suddenly changed the subject and stared at the two of them, asking, "What were you talking about just now?" "I heard laughter from outside the door." Hanriel froze for a moment, clearly not expecting to be asked this. Gio continued talking to herself. "If you don't remember, then it must have been some useless nonsense, right?" Now, the atmosphere in the classroom instantly became a little subtle. Noel stared at the computer and asked Hanriel if she had forgotten about it. Hanriel slapped her forehead. "Oh no, I really forgot." The two of them immediately entered mutual blame mode. One complained that the other had not reminded her earlier, while the other mocked her for simply being lazy. Gio sat to the side, watching them banter, but her heart felt a little uncomfortable. She always felt that there was a layer between herself and them, and no matter what she did, she could not blend in. In truth, she quite envied these two. She felt they had good personalities and lived maturely and stylishly. Gio tried to break the deadlock and took the initiative to suggest, "Do you want to go have a drink together tonight?" As a result, Hanriel rejected her without even lifting her head. "No, I have to go work out tonight." Now the scene became even more awkward. Hanriel had to work out, and Noel also stammered that he had a pile of assignments saved up and urgent matters to deal with. Although Gio felt regretful, she could only force a smile. Inside, she sighed that today was the same old routine again. Who could have expected the face slap to come so quickly? That evening, Gio and Junkie were walking down the street. Everyone was still talking about how Noel was definitely buried in his assignments right now. But when she looked up, Gio froze completely. Not far away on the street, Noel, who had said he had to do assignments, was walking side by side with Hanriel, who had said she had to work out. Looking at their intimate backs, the friends beside her began muttering. Could those two be secretly dating? The people beside her kept wildly guessing, saying Noel and Hanriel must have discovered some hidden gem restaurant and had secretly gone to eat behind everyone's backs. Listening to these words, Gio only felt a burst of irritation. If she had known, she would not have come out drinking tonight. It was simply a waste of time. She stared at her phone screen and could not understand it no matter what. They had clearly all happily watched a movie together over the weekend. So why did they have to exclude her this time? Could they really be dating, which was why they wanted to spend time alone together? The more Gio thought about it, the more wronged she felt. If they really were dating, they could just say so. Why make up such a rotten excuse to deceive her? The more Gio thought, the more she felt something was wrong. Were they really meeting secretly behind her back? Rather than sitting here overthinking, it would be better to ask directly. She hardened her heart and directly sent over what she had just seen. She said, "I just saw you and Hanriel going to the market. I caught you red-handed this time, right?" Before long, Noel's message came back. He explained that they were actually afraid that if Gio came, the other friends would want to join the fun too, so they had decided to eat alone this time first. Noel kept apologizing as well, saying Hanriel also felt very sorry and hoped everyone could gather together next time. Gio looked at her phone, remembering that there had indeed been times before when her appearance had caused gatherings to spiral out of control in size. Although this reason sounded very reasonable, Gio still had a knot in her heart. Was this really the whole truth? Gio was staring blankly at her phone when Junkie suddenly leaned over and asked what she was doing. She was so startled that she hurriedly placed her phone face down on the table. She casually brushed him off, saying she was only asking Noel about something. After hearing this, Junkie showed a meaningful expression. Gio could not help probing, "Isn't Noel with Hanriel right now?" Junkie smiled and said the two of them did indeed have some private things to talk about alone. Hearing this made Gio's heart even more chaotic. What exactly could there be between a man and a woman that had to be discussed alone? Junkie was still muttering beside her, saying Noel was actually quite popular among girls. But Gio could not listen at all. She only wanted to know what those two were doing right now. They must be having a lot of fun now, right? Her mind was full of images of those two together. They must be chatting happily now, right? The more Gio thought about it, the more she felt she should not be here at all. Just then, the man beside her suddenly snapped his fingers and asked if she was about to fall asleep. Seeing she had no energy, the man wanted to take her outside for some fresh air and buy a pack of cigarettes for the convenience store while they were at it. He even offered to treat her to ice cream. But Gio's mind was a complete mess right now. How could she have the mood to deal with this? She coldly replied, "No need." The atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. Gio knew very well what this man was planning. She had already said things to this extent, so the other person should be able to hear her refusal, right? The man laughed awkwardly and said he had thought she was sleepy, then did not continue bothering her. Looking at the lively drinking party, Gio suddenly realized something. Although there was never a shortage of men around her, she surprisingly did not even have one true friend. She had attended so many gatherings and met so many people, but in the end, she could not even find someone she could talk to. She began to wonder whether she had truly done something wrong somewhere. Gio silently picked up her phone again. At this moment, loneliness completely drowned her. Gio always felt that unlucky things would find her, even when she had no ill intentions at all. Sometimes trouble came to her simply because she existed. She accompanied a friend to buy clothes, only for the clothes to look better on her, and the friend turned on her on the spot. Or she was introduced to a friend's boyfriend, only for him to keep staring at her nonstop. To be honest, she felt she clearly had not done anything wrong. It was the same this time with Noel and Hanriel. Everyone had clearly been having fun. She felt that as long as she offered sincerity, the other person would definitely be able to feel it. But would reality truly go as she wished? Gio still wanted to try hard. She took the initiative to move closer and wanted to invite everyone to go shopping together. As a result, Hanriel did not even raise her head and directly found an excuse to refuse. She said she had to go make up some copyrighting class. Now even Noelle beside her was stunned. Wasn't that an upper-year course? How could a first-year student possibly make it up? Clearly, Hanriel was lying. What exactly was she hiding? Since shopping would not work, Gio simply changed tactics and directly invited Noelle to drink. As a result, this guy still played dumb, stammering as he tried to find an excuse. Now Gio completely bristled. She pressed Noelle down and exposed his lie on the spot. When other people asked him to drink, he agreed faster than anyone. Why was he suddenly acting all lofty when it came to her? Gio made herself clear. Today, he definitely should not even think of escaping. Why was he so happy to drink with Hanriel, yet played this game with her? To be honest, Noelle had long been overjoyed inside about being able to come out and drink alone with Gio. But that happiness did not last long before he began feeling uncomfortable all over, because the topics Gio brought up were far too intense. From fear of death to family of origin, she even directly asked what he thought about marriage. How was this like ordinary drinking conversation? Gio also joked that wanting to date was like gathering the 7 Dragon Balls, and she had only just obtained the first one. Taking advantage of the alcohol, Noelle finally asked the question he most wanted to know. When was the last time you dated someone? Who could have expected that when these two sat together drinking, they would actually talk about this kind of topic? Noelle confessed that he had never dated before. He thought Gio would treat him as a joke, but Gio said that she was actually also single since birth. Now it was Noelle's turn to be stunned. A girl as outstanding as Gio had actually never dated even once? Gio mocked herself, saying it was usually fine, but whenever she turned off the lights. That loneliness was truly hard to endure. Noelle looked at her, but his heart suddenly felt a little pierced. He had never dated because he had no chance, while Gio had never dated only because she had not yet decided who to choose. To Gio, loneliness was more like experiencing life. As long as she wanted to, she could return to the center of the crowd at any time. But now she was bringing up old grievances with Noelle. Why was he so close to Hanriel, to the point that they could even chat nonsense for ages? Her tone was full of jealousy. Before Noelle could react, Gio quietly said what was in her heart. Actually, I want to fit in with you all too. Noelle hurriedly smoothed things over, saying everyone was already very close now. But Gio did not give him any face at all. She stared at Noelle and refuted him word by word. No, we're not close at all. As Gio ate pizza, she complained that everyone had been too hard to make plans with lately, even harder than meeting a huge celebrity. Noelle casually replied, "Isn't that because you're too free?" Gio was so angry she nearly jumped up on the spot. In truth, this meal had been specially organized by Noelle. He had deliberately invited Hanriel over as well. Seeing Hanriel's cautious appearance, Noelle knew very well that after seeing Gio's disappointed look yesterday, he really could not just ignore it. Although he had acted first and reported later, in order to ease the atmosphere, he could only force himself to go through with it. Actually, Noelle understood everything clearly. Hanriel did not dislike Gio. It was just that when the two of them were together, the atmosphere was indeed a little awkward. To soothe Gio's emotions, he could only pretend not to know while knowing full well, and forcibly make this meal happen. Hanriel handed over the remaining pizza. The two of them chatted now and then, and they seemed rather harmonious. But the more Noelle watched, the more he felt something was wrong. On the surface, Hanriel was no different from usual, but this deliberate politeness instead made him feel even less certain. Noelle kept feeling the atmosphere was not quite right. Gio was still carelessly looking for topics, asking Hanriel what she usually did when she rested. Hanriel calmly replied that she basically spent most of her time working out. Gio thought she truly loved it, but as a result, the straw in Hanriel's hand was squeezed flat. It seemed the strange feeling just now really had not been Noelle's imagination. Hanriel's current state was extremely bad. She said she did not like exercise at all and was even pushing herself as if her life depended on it. She was afraid that if she stopped even slightly, her weight would go out of control. This nearly self-abusive sense of crisis made Hanriel seem gloomy all over. What exactly was she afraid of? Gio said with admiration that Hanriel was so cool and that such desperate determination was admirable. She had no idea that, for Hanriel, this was not cool at all, but a shackle that was almost suffocating her. Gio was still casually advising her, saying she should eat if she was hungry and that it did not matter if she occasionally skipped working out. After all, she was so pretty. Hanriel only forced a smile and agreed with her, admitting she was too obsessive. But in that gaze, there was clearly an indescribable repression hidden. Noel sat beside them and saw everything, but his heart grew increasingly uneasy. The conversation between these two was completely like talking past each other. They were not on the same wavelength at all. This surface harmony instead made the atmosphere even stranger. Gio was still desperately trying to get closer, praising her and giving suggestions, wanting Hanriel to have a better impression of her. But Hanriel did not respond to that at all. The atmosphere was so awkward it made one's toes curl. Noel really could not keep watching. He quickly jumped in to smooth things over, complaining that these two girls were only focused on chatting and had completely treated him, a living person, as air. He turned and started provoking Gio, asking if she had ever risked her life for anything. Gio replied unconvinced, "Have you?" As a result, Noel directly unleashed a big move. He said he had once stayed in an internet cafe for 3 days and 2 nights straight, and in order not to disconnect, he even held back from going to the bathroom. That reason made anyone listening want to throw up. Gio and Hanriel were both dumbfounded. The topic was admittedly pretty disgusting, but the originally icy atmosphere was finally stirred back to life by this silly guy. Noel really could not listen anymore. In front of everyone, he started imitating Gio, copying how she usually praised Hanriel for being pretty. Hearing it made everyone freeze in embarrassment. And he was not done. Noel turned around and took aim at Hanriel too, saying she had praised Gio's personality plenty as well. "Since you two admire each other so much, why not just go on dates alone from now on? Stop torturing me," the bystander. Gio was quite open about it and directly told Hanriel to praise her to her face from now on. Hanriel felt a little embarrassed, but still silently accepted that. Seeing the two girls smiling so sweetly, Noel finally realized that his round of complaints seemed to have completely turned him into an outsider. Hanriel half-jokingly spoke up, telling Noel he might as well leave the group chat. After all, she and Gio were getting along great now, so for now the two of them could just chat privately. Gio was still defending Noel, so Noel could only hurry up and give in, saying, fine, it is all my fault, as long as you two are happy." But as he watched the two girls laugh together, Noel suddenly felt a little uneasy. The scene was as beautiful as a youth drama, but he felt like an outsider. If those two really became best friends, then would there soon be no place for him in this original trio? By then, even if he really left, probably no one would think it was strange. That feeling of being left behind really did not sit well with him. Noel walked down the street alone, thinking he might as well go back to his old life. Every day, aside from studying, he would look for work, occasionally act as the clown who livened up the mood at gatherings, and then continue enduring loneliness alone. Clearly, just a few months ago, that kind of life had not seemed like a big deal. But now, just thinking about going back to the past made his chest feel blocked. He really could never return to those days again. Just then, Gio's call pulled him back from those messy thoughts. She asked Noel with concern if he was all right. Looking at Gio and Hanriel's worried eyes, Noel suddenly realized that perhaps now was the perfect time to say certain things. He could not hide from it anyway. He might as well make a clean break right here and now. Although life had been pretty difficult before, being able to hang out with pretty girls still made Noel secretly delighted. That inexplicable sense of superiority made him feel like life was not bad at all. So he really could become friends with them too. Even if people looked down on him again in the future, as long as he remembered this scene, he felt that would be enough. To him, this moment was practically perfect after spending so much time with them. Noel had even developed the illusion that he looked all right too. But that confidence was only a temporary illusion. Once Gio and Hanriel left, he would only fall even harder. Rather than being unable to end things when that time came, it was better to stay clear-headed now and end it all early. To spare himself pain later, Noel decided to draw a line now. He had to get used to loneliness again. Faced with Gio's enthusiastic invitation, he acted unusually cold and even threw out an absurd decision. He actually said he was going to farm. Such a ridiculous excuse clearly meant he no longer wanted anything to do with them. Hamriel could not listen anymore. That excuse was way too half-hearted. In order to refuse the weekend invitation, Noel randomly used a game as a shield, saying he was going to stay home all day. Hamriel immediately saw something was wrong. She stared at Noel and asked, now that it was only the few of them, was he not trying to run away precisely because things felt too comfortable? Noel could only keep playing dumb and stubbornly insist that he just wanted to play games. The atmosphere instantly became a little awkward. In his heart, he repeatedly brainwashed himself. It was perfectly normal for guys to stay home. In any case, they were not dating, so there was no need to feel sorry. This was best for everyone. When he said he was going to farm, he really was not joking. Noel was staring at the farm on his screen, carefully calculating the harvest cycles of his crops. By the time he came back to himself and checked his phone, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Those 6 hours had passed faster than anything. Although being with pretty girls was fun, that constant state of tension really made him feel under enormous pressure. It was still more reassuring to hole up in his room alone. He did not have to guess what other people were thinking, nor worry whether he was performing well. Only at that moment did he realize that games were his last refuge after all. Everyone had a way of living that suited them. Acting cool in front of beautiful girls was something only handsome guys could do. For Noel, the comfort of staying home beat everything else. But just when he was at his most relaxed, his phone suddenly vibrated. Gio had sent him a photo. Looking at the 2 girls in the photo, smiling brightly, along with the invitation to drink together, he completely froze. Just now he had said he wanted to enjoy loneliness, but now his resolve was already starting to waver. This slap in the face had come way too quickly. Maybe having a drink together at night would not be bad. In the end, Noel still hardened his heart and typed out a refusal on his phone. He told himself he had to spend this weekend alone. Only that way could he recover the feeling of living by himself. But when he was truly alone in front of the computer, his heart began to feel uneasy. He could not help thinking that those 2 girls must be having a great time right now. If he were there too, would the atmosphere be completely different? Just as he was about to turn off the computer and sleep, escaping that sour feeling, his phone suddenly vibrated again. It seemed they had not completely forgotten him. Now the situation was about to reverse again. As soon as Noel answered the phone, Gio's voice came through. Her first words were actually asking how to buy seeds. He had originally thought the 2 girls must be out partying. After all that fuss, it turned out they were also at home playing the farming game. Listening to the other end of the call, where Hamriel was shouting because her crops had been carried off, the situation suddenly became comical. He had originally wanted to hide away and get some peace, but now look at this. He had directly become remote tech support. It seemed that this weekend, he was destined to struggle to the end with this virtual farm. Listening to Gio fumbling around on the phone, Noel could only patiently become an off-site instructor, teaching her step-by-step how to set up a scarecrow in the game. He had stayed home to avoid the noise, but now he was actually chatting more energetically than usual. Looking at the game screen, he smiled helplessly. The direction things had taken had completely exceeded his expectations. Gio leaned over and asked, "Just how many traps did you set here?" Hamriel also chimed in from the side. "Just testing all these icons must have made your hands sore from clicking." The 2 of them complained that the house decorations were tacky while still crowding in and refusing to leave. Noel was squeezed in the middle, out loud. He told them to move over a little, but in his heart he thought this was practically paradise. 2 pretty girls were gathered around him, and all they were talking about was his favorite game. At first, he had only wanted to be alone, but now it seemed he no longer wanted to be lonely again. Games really were magical sometimes. Gio stared at the screen and complained that the way Noel played games was exactly like Noel himself. Noel thought he was being scolded, but Gio hurriedly explained that she meant the style suited him especially well. Hamriel suddenly discovered big news. Gio had actually married an NPC in the game. Gio was even rather proud, saying that was the prettiest girl in the whole game. But when she turned to look at Noel, this guy was still a bachelor. He had clearly maxed out every NPC's affection level, yet had not chosen a single one. Gio found it unbelievable and asked why he did not get married. Noel himself froze too. In his view, marrying a fictional character did not seem to have much meaning. Although there was no harm in doing it, he had simply never thought of taking that step. Even he himself could not explain this inexplicable stubbornness. But in the end, he still never took that step. Some people might laugh at him, since he had no chance in reality. What was wrong with finding one in a game? But Noel did not think that way. Even if no one saw it, he did not want to look like an idiot seeking comfort in a virtual world. That feeling of yearning for something unattainable was far too humiliating to him. So he could only desperately pretend. Pretend he did not have those desires at all. He even deceived himself. But in truth, who did not want to become handsome? Who did not want to be firmly chosen by someone? Who did not want to become the popular one? He had never dared mention those thoughts hidden deep in his heart to anyone. Although those thoughts were normal, he did not dare show them at all. Gio was still pulling him in front of the screen, wanting to battle for another 3 hours, and she had even planned dinner. But Noel knew very clearly that the reason everyone was willing to play with him was only because he always acted like he had no intentions. He felt that only by doing this could he protect this fragile friendship. As a result, in the next second, he suddenly quit. Out of nowhere, he said, "I'm not playing this game anymore." Hanriel and Gio were both stunned. They had just been playing perfectly fine. So how could he say he was quitting just like that? Noel acted completely indifferent, saying he had already reached the top, so it was no longer interesting, and it was time to descend the mountain. Gio was so angry she practically jumped. "You were the one who got us hooked, and now you are running away?" Noel's move was practically the ultimate version of burning the bridge after crossing it. He put on the attitude of a master and said, "Since you have both graduated, I can retire after accomplishing my task." Gio and Hanriel sat there, completely numb from listening. How was this getting people into a game? This was clearly tricking people in and then becoming a hands-off boss. As a result, the game became ridiculously popular. Even in class, people were secretly playing it. Kang Byung-jun was working hard with his head down when the teacher suddenly called his name loudly. The teacher was furious at the podium and asked what on earth he was doing. Kang Byung-jun was an honest person too, and blankly replied, "I'm planting blueberries." The whole class was dumbfounded. The teacher sneered and said, "Would you like me to plant a few more blueberries on your report card too?" Hyun-soo was still showing off his blueberries over there, only to be scolded harshly by Kang Byung-jun, who told him to shut up already. He still refused to give up and turned back to ask whether Gio and the others played. Without even turning her head, Hanriel coldly said, "We stopped playing ages ago." Hyun-soo was puzzled. Such a popular game, and they just stopped playing? Gio directly borrowed Noel's line, saying something about having already reached the top and it being time to descend the mountain. Noel, listening from the side, felt extremely embarrassed. Why did those words sound so awkward coming from someone else's mouth? Gio did not care about any of that. Since you have no class, no homework, and you're not even playing games anymore, that is perfect. Let's go. Come eat mala soup with me. Gio's "let's go" gave Noel no chance to refuse at all. This was not a discussion. It was clearly a direct order. Before Noel could react, Hanriel suddenly said from the side in a flat voice, "You're not thinking of standing us up, are you?" Noel hurriedly played dumb and said he did not know what she was talking about. In truth, his conscience was guilty. Hanriel was far too good at reading people. Gio looked carefree, but she was actually more perceptive than anyone. Hanriel started walking out and left behind the words that she would wait for him at the door. Noel now had a massive headache. It was one thing for Hanriel to see through him, but the key question was how much Gio had noticed. That feeling of being seen through left him completely unsure what to do. Noel was truly in trouble now. He wanted to avoid Gio and Hanriel, but they were like they had piercing eyes, seeing through his thoughts at a glance. If he found another excuse not to go, this little group of 3 might fall apart on the spot. Was he supposed to keep forcing this trio to continue from now on? What troubled him most was that he felt there was already no possibility between him and Gio. But it seemed the matter was not completely hopeless either. Looking at his phone screen, a thought suddenly popped into his head. If only Gio could find an especially outstanding boyfriend, then he could completely give up too. After the gathering ended, Junkie left first with Gio. He did not forget to remind Noel and Hanriel to be careful on their way home. Watching their backs as they left, Noel was polite on the surface, but in his heart he had already made his calculations. Hanriel suddenly spoke up and questioned him. "Why did you insist on calling Junkie over?" Her tone was clearly angry. Noel had actually done it on purpose. He wanted Hanriel to show her dislike for Junkie, so Junkie would recognize the difficulty and retreat. Instead, it backfired. A perfectly good gathering had become unbearably awkward. If it had only been the 3 of them, perhaps things would not have turned out like this. Hanriel walked thoughtfully, then suddenly turned her head and asked Noelle, "Did you really not notice anything?" Noelle froze for a moment, not yet understanding what she meant. Hanriel lowered her voice and said Gio seemed to have been uncomfortable in front of Junkie the whole time. Actually, Noelle knew very clearly. He had noticed long ago. No matter what Junkie said, Gio rarely showed a genuine smile. Looking at the two figures moving farther away, that subtle awkwardness was almost impossible to hide. Gio was a very polite person. Whenever the conversation reached an awkward point, she would smile and steer the topic away. Noelle had actually noticed it long ago. If it had been anyone else, it would clearly mean she wanted to keep her distance. But the other person was Junkie. Just based on that face, he could score more than 80 points. Being pursued by a handsome guy at that level, any normal girl probably would not refuse. So Noelle had always thought Gio's reactions were just an exception. It was not until Hanriel pointed out the truth just now that Noelle finally dared admit that he had occasionally thought the same thing too. He just had not dared be certain before. Now, there was trouble. Things seemed more complicated than he had imagined. It seemed Hanriel was right. Gio's coldness toward Junkie was not an exception at all. Noelle could finally be sure now. Gio really did feel uncomfortable. Before, he had thought he had misread things. Hearing this news, Noelle's heart was inexplicably a little secretly pleased. He almost could not hide that feeling. Hanriel saw it clearly. Gio had no interest in him at all. It was all Junkie forcing himself to socialize alone. On the surface, Noelle was still smoothing things over, saying Junkie was actually all right. But what he was truly thinking was probably known only to him. Hanriel specifically warned Noelle that next time, if he wanted to call Junkie along, he had better ask Gio's opinion first. Noelle fell silent. He knew this matter was not that simple. Then came the study session. Gio was scratching her head over the quiz questions. Hanriel was generous and directly pushed Noelle out to be the teacher. Noelle even joked that he would charge tuition. The atmosphere looked quite relaxed, but Hanriel still had a knot in her heart. She kept feeling that calling Junkie along was a little inappropriate. Gio was still smoothing things over, saying he had not done anything wrong. That look of wanting to refuse, but being too embarrassed to say, it was truly worrying to see. Noelle felt it was fine to be misunderstood. As long as Gio thought he was matchmaking, it could just cover up his secret crush. On one hand, he comforted himself in his heart, thinking it would be fine if Gio and Junkie really worked out. But on the other hand, he did not dare imagine Gio falling for someone else at all. Hearing Gio personally say that she had absolutely no interest in Junkie, the stone in Noelle's heart finally fell. This was the answer he had truly wanted. But Gio's next words made him freeze on the spot. She stared at Noelle and asked, "Did you promise Junkie something? Is that why you keep trying to push us together?" Noelle stammered and could not speak. He had overacted this performance so much that it instead made Gio suspicious. Now he was really about to be exposed. Noelle kept hypnotizing himself, thinking that Gio and Junkie had no chance anyway. He casually found an excuse, wanting to turn the page on the matter. Although he said out loud that it had nothing to do with him, the guilty feeling in his heart would not go away no matter what. As expected, what he feared came true. Junkie was actually waiting here alone. Noelle froze completely. They had originally agreed on a group of people. In the end, only Junkie was left. Looking at Junkie's calm, as if nothing had happened appearance, Noelle's heart grew even more chaotic. Junkie saw something was wrong with him at a glance, and even asked if his throat was uncomfortable. Now there was trouble. If the secret in his heart could not be hidden, this scene would become completely awkward. Junkie finally said what was in his heart. He lay on the sofa, his tone full of unconcealable dejection. He said Gio seemed to really dislike him. Noelle stood to the side and listened to these words, but he did not feel happy at all. He could feel that Junkie was serious this time. What made Noelle feel even worse was that Junkie actually apologized to him in return, saying Noelle had worked hard helping match them up, but in the end he had still messed it up. That sentence pierced Noelle's heart like a needle. Noelle truly did not know how to respond, so he could only find an excuse and quickly leave. This guilt of being trusted made him completely unable to face Junkie. In the past, Noelle had never believed that a good-looking guy like Junkie could give any sincerity to Gio. He had even selfishly thought that only ordinary-looking people would truly get hurt. But now, seeing Junkie's face full of gratitude as he kept asking when they would meet again, the defense line in Noelle's heart completely collapsed. The more Junkie trusted him, the more despicable he felt. This act of exploiting someone else's sincerity made Noel realize he had handled this matter terribly. He simply could not look Junkie in the eye. Faced with Junkie's enthusiasm, Noel could only reply quietly, "Let's talk tomorrow." Right now, he only wanted to flee the scene as quickly as possible because he no longer knew how to end this. Junkie really broke down this time. While drinking, he asked Noel, "Why does Gio hate me?" Actually, his heart was clear as a mirror. He simply did not dare admit it. After all, anyone who saw that look would feel their heart turn cold. Noel saw everything clearly from the side. So Junkie had been pretending to be oblivious all along. Because as long as nothing was said clearly, he could continue staying by Gio's side. Every time Junkie humbly asked whether he could join them, no one knew what he was thinking. But Noel understood it better than anyone. Even when Gio and Hanriel were both deliberately avoiding Junkie, Noel comforted him on the surface, but secretly watched the joke in his heart. He clearly could have explained things properly for Junkie, yet he deliberately held back when he spoke, making others misunderstand Junkie on purpose in order to maintain this awkward situation. That dark pleasure made Noel himself feel disgusted. So he was not a good person at all. He was just a bastard good at pretending. Watching Noel drink with his head lowered, Junkie felt increasingly uncertain. He could not help asking, "If I were as interesting as you, would Gio like me?" After Noel heard that, he only said lightly, "You don't need to change for anyone." Those words sounded considerate, but in his heart, he wished Junkie would stay this timid forever. But who could have imagined that Junkie would actually figure things out this time? He lowered his head and muttered to himself that he planned to formally try one last time, to ask Gio to meet alone. Hearing this decision, Noel froze at once. The development of events seemed to be starting to slip out of his control. Staring at Junkie as he muttered that he wanted to ask Gio out one last time, Noel kept his face calm, but he had only one thought in his heart: do not let him go. He was even more nervous than Junkie, because what he worried about most was, what if Gio really softened? Then all the effort he had made before would be wasted. Just as Junkie began to retreat and curse himself for being too pathetic, Noel knew his chance had come. As long as he followed along and gave him one push now, he could make Junkie completely leave the field. If he said this one sentence, Junkie might never come back. As long as Noel chose to stay silent now, Junkie would soon give up completely. This should have been the outcome Noel wanted to see most. But suddenly he began asking himself whether he really wanted to keep being this despicable, to give himself a chance to make amends, and also to become a halfway decent person. He finally stopped staying silent. He reached out and pointed at his friend in front of him. Noel said loudly to Junkie, "Ask her out formally one last time. Just this once. Say everything you truly feel." In that moment, he finally personally shattered that dark and selfish version of himself. The phone on the table suddenly vibrated. In the end, Junkie had still sent a message, asking to meet Gio alone on the weekend. It seemed he was serious this time. Hanriel tentatively asked from the side whether she was going. Without even raising her head, Gio directly replied with 2 words, "I'm not." Hearing that answer, Noel, who was sitting nearby, lowered his head. He gripped the hem of his clothes tightly. Before speaking, he had to calm his emotions first. But before everyone could recover, Hanriel suddenly stared at Gio and asked, "Our relationship should be pretty good, right?" Those words clearly carried an implication. The atmosphere instantly became even more subtle. Noel had always been worried that those sincere words, which could ruin everything, might one day accidentally slip out. Then the current balance would completely collapse. He clenched his hand, trying to suppress the dark impulse in his heart. In truth, he had desperately tried to match Junkie and Gio, not to help anyone else, but to redeem himself. He wanted to use this method to prove that he was not a despicable person controlled by selfish desire. He looked at Gio and finally still said what was in his heart. He said he was deeply attached to the current state of the 3 of them. If Gio really got together with Junkie, this balance would never return. So he admitted it. Deep down, he actually did not want them to be together at all. He only wanted to be an upright person, not a coward swayed by selfish desires. Hanriel kept defending herself. She said that although she had never praised Junkie, she had absolutely never spoken ill of him behind his back either. The situation turning out like this had nothing to do with her. Noel interrupted her directly. He felt that matters of the heart should be resolved by the people involved. Outsiders had no need to meddle blindly. But as soon as he finished speaking, he himself fell silent too. Actually, He knew very clearly in his heart that he was the most selfish person. The reason he had always obstructed Junkie was because he wanted to keep these two girls by his side. That possessiveness made him feel too ashamed to face anyone. To cover up that dark thought, he could only desperately change the subject and even began speaking well of Junkie against his true feelings. Noelle finally said to Gio that if she really gave Junkie a chance, he was actually a pretty decent person. Even he himself found this assist ironic. Hanriel also supported him from the side, saying that although Junkie was a little slow to react, he was indeed a person with no schemes. Noelle struck while the iron was hot and urged Gio to trust him and go meet Junkie once. No one expected Gio to actually relent. She calmly said, "All right, I'll go see him." Hearing those words, Noelle's whole body stiffened. He clearly liked Gio so much, yet he had personally pushed her towards someone else. This feeling of going against his heart was more painful than anything. Junkie arrived at the meeting place early, but he had no confidence at all, so he could only call Noelle for help. He said he was here to meet Gio. On the other end of the phone, Noelle teased him, saying that he clearly understood Gio better than anyone. So why did he need to ask him? Junkie was silent for a while, then replied quietly, "I'm just her ordinary friend." Actually, he knew very well that only by hearing his good friend's voice could his wildly beating heart calm down a little. Junkie had made up his mind this time. He absolutely could not mess things up again. The moment he hung up the phone, he felt he had finally figured things out. In the past, he always got jealous for no reason, thinking that Gio kept mentioning Noelle's name to deliberately get his attention. Thinking about it now, that was truly childish. But who could have imagined that as soon as the two of them sat down, the first thing Gio said would once again be about Noelle? Now the situation was a little awkward. Junkie could only sit stiffly there, listening as the name he least wanted to hear appeared once more in their conversation. Gio suddenly suggested calling Noelle over too. That sentence made Junkie's heart thump. This was clearly a date between two people, so why did they always have to bring along that third wheel? Could it be that in Gio's heart, Noelle was more important than he was? He began thinking it over again and finally came to a ridiculous conclusion. Maybe Gio did not want a boyfriend at all. She only wanted pure friendship. If she was looking for a friend, then the cheerful and unprejudiced Noelle was indeed more suitable than him. Thinking of this, Junkie not only did not get angry, he actually found Gio even more charming. After all, a girl as pretty as her actually did not care about looks at all and was willing to be friends with an ordinary-looking guy. That kind of personality was simply too rare. He realized he had already fallen completely. The weather was really too hot, so Junkie suggested going to sit in a cafe. Actually, his heart had been uneasy all along, and he was trying every possible way to perform better. In his eyes, Gio was a special girl. She never cared about those superficial things, only a person's character. This instead gave Junkie more fighting spirit. He wanted to prove that aside from this face, he had something more valuable too. So he tried bringing up that game. Sure enough, just as Noelle had said, once they talked about this, Gio's whole expression lit up. Watching her talk non-stop, Junkie finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the information Noelle gave him really was quite reliable. Junkie could not help sighing that Noelle really was a genius. He could play games and still be a top student at the same time. Gio also nodded along, feeling that Noelle was not only smart, he was also especially good at talking. She suddenly became a little curious about how two people with completely different personalities had ended up becoming close. Junkie smiled, and his thoughts returned to the gathering from his freshman year. At that time, he had just come from Busan and was unfamiliar with everything and everyone. He sat alone in the corner, lonely and isolated. Just when he felt most awkward, Noelle was the one who took the initiative to walk over to him. Noelle was that kind of person. He could always appear when someone needed him most. It was from that moment that the connection between the two of them officially began. Junkie continued praising him, saying Noelle usually looked quite shy, but at crucial moments he could really let loose and always make the atmosphere lively. Gio smiled and nodded. She liked listening to Noelle tell jokes the most. He was not only funny, but also never made people feel embarrassed. Junkie said out loud that he liked Noelle too, but his heart felt a little uncomfortable. He suddenly realized that without the topic of Noelle, the two of them might have run out of things to say long ago. Although relying on a friend's assist to close the distance made him feel a little ashamed, as long as he could spend more time with Gio, those things did not seem so important. Just as he was lost in thought, Gio suddenly asked curiously, I heard you came from Busan. How come you don't have an accent at all? Seeing Gio's happy expression, Junkie already had a plan in his heart. Next, there would be more common topics between them, and even little secrets that belonged only to the two of them. Junkie smiled and said, Luckily, before meeting you, I had already changed my accent. Otherwise, it would definitely be awkward now. As for liking her, he decided to put that aside for now. If confessing now backfired, their relationship might return to square one. Right now, he only wanted to slowly, little by little, close the distance between them like this. Meanwhile, on the other side, Noel was looking at his phone and feeling secretly pleased. It seemed the information this time had been very useful. Things were moving in the direction he had expected. As the behind-the-scenes contributor to this operation, he was already looking forward to the steak dinner Junkie had promised him. Noel stared at his phone, but his heart was in chaos. Actually, he had been waiting for bad news all along. News that would make him stop feeling guilty and even allow him to get what he wanted. He had even darkly fantasized that if Gio and Junkie did not work out, maybe the situation would become more favorable for him. But this selfish thought made him feel utterly pathetic. Just then, Gio ran over excitedly. She smiled at Noel and said, You were right. Junkie really is a very good person. Those words were like a basin of cold water, completely waking Noel up. His whole body froze in place, and for a long time he could not say anything. He had never thought that these two people would really work out, or rather, he had simply been unwilling to believe things would develop in this direction. He had originally thought Gio would say something different, but reality gave him the heaviest blow. Noel fell silent. He even pathetically hoped that all the ambiguity Junkie had sensed before was nothing but an illusion. But looking at Gio in front of him, he still forced out a smile and said softly, See? Listening to me was definitely right. His hand unconsciously gripped his pant leg. This feeling was the most ironic. Only when hope was completely shattered did he discover how strong it had once been. Gio sincerely remarked that she had indeed learned a lesson this time. In the future, she would never casually judge others again, and she should properly reflect on herself too. Looking at Gio's brilliant smile, Noel could only nod along. Gio happily apologized, saying this was all thanks to his help. Everything seemed to have returned to the right track. But only Noel knew just how great the price of this so-called normalcy was. Gio smiled and said, Thanks for what you said. This helped me save a huge amount of money. Junkie waved his hand and said there was no need to be so polite. Gio waved her hand. Then I'll see you in class. Actually, this meeting had all been arranged behind the scenes by Noel. Junkie had only wanted to repay Gio a favor. But when he thought that she had come here for a blind date, he could not feel happy at all. Gio knew very clearly in her heart that since Noel had insisted on doing this, even though he knew it would be awkward, he must have had a reason he absolutely had to do it. After all, Noel had once personally admitted that he wanted to keep everyone by his side. It was his selfishness causing trouble. Gio repeated those words over and over. She had never imagined before that Noel would have such thoughts. In the past, whether it was her or Hanriel suggesting a gathering, Noel had always quietly followed along. Gio had thought he was simply accommodating everyone. But who could have imagined that Noel had actually thought about monopolizing this friendship? Gio still could not forget the look in his eyes that day. The more Gio thought about it, the more something felt wrong. Noel had not looked like he was lying back then. But why had he suddenly changed his mind? The three of them being together had clearly been fine all along. Why did he insist on matching her with Junkie? Gio suddenly froze in place. If she really got together with Junkie, then Noel would be able to spend time alone with Hanriel. Thinking back on every little thing from before, Noel seemed to have always been looking for chances to be alone with Hanriel. So this was his true goal. Gio had never been able to understand why Noel wanted to avoid her. Now she finally understood. Noel was not avoiding her at all. He only wanted to spend time alone with Hanriel. No wonder Noel had lied before. He clearly had no assignments to rush, yet still insisted on finding an excuse to stay behind. In truth, it was to stay by Hanriel's side. Gio stopped walking. An astonishing truth surfaced. So the one Noel liked was actually Hanriel. If that was true, then everything that had happened before could be explained. Gio felt she was simply too slow. Such an obvious thing, yet she had only figured it out now. She was so slow, it was ridiculous. Since she already knew the truth, it was still not too late to quietly step back. There was no need to force herself into it anymore. From now on, she should try being alone. After all, that was how she had lived before. Being alone was fine too. Just then, Noel pushed open the door and walked into the classroom. Looking at the busy junkie, he asked, "Did your elective class just end?" Campus life seemed peaceful on the surface. In truth, everyone had unknown secrets hidden in their hearts. Noel pushed open the door and walked into the classroom. Looking at Junkie and Gio inside, he could not help muttering in his heart. How exactly had things gone between these two? Seeing Junkie's calm appearance, had they ultimately decided to just be friends? If so, Junkie did not look sad at all. Although Noel was full of curiosity, in the end he held back and did not ask. Anyway, no matter what had happened, it had nothing to do with him from now on. Although seeing Gio now still made his heart feel a little blocked, he believed that as long as enough time passed, these feelings would eventually become the past. As long as the next person who made his heart move appeared, everything would get better. Just then, a voice suddenly came from the side. "Hey, Noel." Noel had just been thinking that he should completely let go of Gio when Hanriel pushed open the door and walked in, smiling as she greeted him. At that moment, Junkie also stood up and prepared to leave. He took the initiative to call Gio along, and the two of them planned to go to their elective class together. Looking at their backs as they left, Noel did not feel as hurt as he used to. His attention was instead drawn to Hanriel, who had stayed behind. Before leaving, Gio did not forget to agree with Hanriel to see her in class. The classroom suddenly became quiet. Noel stared at Hanriel in front of him and unconsciously murmured her name. Perhaps the person who could let him move on had already appeared. Noel was walking together with Hanriel. Hanriel casually suggested going to the convenience store. As a result, when he looked up, he happened to run into Gio. The atmosphere instantly became a little subtle. Noel kept reminding himself in his heart to act natural. Just like usual would be fine. But what happened? Even though their eyes clearly met, Noel acted as if he had not seen her and walked straight past Gio. Gio stood in place, completely stunned. Their eyes had clearly met just now. Why had he not even greeted her and simply brushed past like that? This deliberate coldness instead made the situation even more awkward. No one knew what he was really thinking. Gio watched that retreating figure, and a thought suddenly appeared. Could Noel now be deliberately avoiding her? The person who had always revolved around her in the past was actually planning to completely draw a line now. He was not even willing to give her one more glance. This sudden disregard left Gio unable to accept it for a moment. It seemed the relationship between them was truly about to change. In the past, girls would take a detour when they saw him. Only Gio had been an exception, but now, even she had started deliberately avoiding him. This entire change seemed to have begun after Gio met Junkie. Had he forced things too much back then? Or had Junkie said something privately? Being with a handsome guy like that was indeed much more interesting than being with someone like him. Perhaps in Gio's eyes, Noel had already become dispensable. Could it be that from the very beginning, Gio had wanted to use him to get close to Junkie? Now that her goal had been achieved, the tool was no longer useful. Hanriel suddenly appeared and scared him so badly that the cola in his hand sprayed all over the floor. Yet he even forgot to wipe it up. Hanriel asked strangely, "What are you doing?" Noel stammered in reply, and nothing. If Gio really had another purpose, then were all those beautiful memories from before acted out? This feeling of being toyed with completely plunged him into doubt. Hanriel pointed at his hand and reminded him the cola sprayed everywhere. It seemed that in Hanriel's eyes, he was just an easy pushover who would come whenever called. This feeling of being seen through made his heart feel especially unpleasant. Hanriel generously asked, "Do you want mine?" Noel's mind was now full of questions. Was she sincere toward him, or was she only playing at ambiguity? This uncertain relationship made him even begin doubting his own judgment. He politely refused. "No need. Right now, I just want to be alone for a while." The scene changed. In a late-night tavern, Hanriel was sitting alone in a daze. Noel sent a message saying he was not coming. Hanriel sat alone in the tavern, looking at the table full of food, and suddenly felt that perhaps she should not have come today either. She planned to eat a little casually and then go home and call Noel on the way. After all, ever since that meeting, everyone's state had been off. Back then, Noel introduced Gio and Junkie to each other. thinking it would be a good thing. But Gio's behavior had been extremely abnormal. She was clearly forcing herself to do something she was not willing to do at all. Recently, Gio had even started avoiding everyone. Every time he saw Gio act this way, Noel would freeze in place. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Henriel had also tried asking the reason, but Gio always smiled and said it was nothing. This deliberate concealment, instead, made the truth feel even more uncertain. Sometimes, even when everyone was clearly together, it felt as if a wall separated them. Although she kept telling herself there was no need to share everything with each other, her heart still felt a little uncomfortable. Watching Gio smile so happily over there, Henriel still could not blend in no matter what. That liveliness belonged to others. In her hand, there was only a cold drink. Gio stood up and said, "I'm going out for a bit." Watching her back as she left, Henriel could not say a word. When exactly would this sense of distance disappear? Gio sat alone on a bench. The bustle around her seemed to have nothing to do with her, until Henriel slowly walked over. Gio smiled and greeted her. "Are you having fun?" Gio went straight to the point. "Why didn't Noel come?" Henriel explained that he was not feeling too well, so he had gone back first today. Henriel sat down beside her, her tone carrying a probe. "Did something happen between you two?" Gio froze for a moment and asked back, "Me and Noel?" Henriel stared into her eyes and said, "Nothing happened." "Then why does it feel so strange?" Gio hurriedly denied it. "No, nothing happened at all. Why are you suddenly asking that?" This deliberate cover-up instead made the atmosphere even more awkward. Henriel knew very clearly that there was definitely something wrong between those two. Henriel decided to stop beating around the bush. She looked at Gio and said directly, "Maybe it is my imagination, but recently you seem to have been avoiding us." Gio was silent for a while before replying quietly, "That is not true." Before Henriel could ask again, Gio suddenly lowered her head. Her voice was full of helplessness and grievance. "Henriel, why are you so slow?" Henriel froze at once. Before she could react, Gio had already leaned in front of her, staring straight into her eyes. "Do you really not feel anything at all?" This one sentence instantly made the originally awkward atmosphere become full of tension. Those words came out of nowhere, and Henriel was completely confused. She had no idea what Gio was trying to express. Looking at Gio like that, Henriel actually felt rather helpless. The bystander clearly saw everything. So why was the person involved instead like a fool? Gio suddenly reached out, grabbed her shoulder, and said quietly, "I'm sorry." She asked if she had been too clueless, always appearing when she should not. Henriel could not respond at all and could only silently look at her. Gio suddenly smiled. She said, "Actually, you understand in your heart, right? But there are some things you have to tell me personally first." Now, it was Henriel's turn to have nothing to say. This kind of tacit probing was the hardest to withstand. In the middle of the night, Henriel suddenly called Noel. The gathering had not even ended, yet she had already left alone ahead of time. She said drinking without him there was really meaningless. Noel, however, pretended not to understand and immediately asked whether Gio had gone. Henriel saw through him clearly and knew he was trying to gather information. So she simply told him directly that Gio had also found the gathering rather boring. Noel, whose thoughts had been exposed, was still being stubborn. Henriel suddenly laughed. She said, "You do not have to keep doing this anymore." Before Noel could react, Henriel directly laid things out. She said he always liked shouldering everything alone, yet insisted on pretending nothing was wrong in front of others. Noel was still desperately denying it, but Henriel had already seen through everything. She simply used her trump card and mentioned what Gio had said in private. "Since you still refuse to admit it, then there is no need to tell you these things." Now Noel could no longer sit still. He kept asking what exactly had been said. If he wanted to hear the truth, fine, but he had to honestly confess first. Noel was truly conflicted now. It seemed this hurdle would not be easy to get through. Henriel pressed him step by step over the phone. She felt Noel must have sensed it too, but he still had not responded. This suddenly made her feel a little uncertain. Had she pushed him too hard? Although there was no need to explain everything clearly, this feeling of being pushed away still made her heart feel especially uncomfortable. He did not understand why he cared so much. Henriel finally spoke honestly. He was afraid Noel would disappear from his world without warning, just like Gio had. He was afraid that, in the end, everyone would leave him. Hearing this, Noel froze completely. He quickly tried to explain that things were not what Hanriel thought at all. All right. Hanriel finally decided to reveal that absurd truth. He said Gio really had been avoiding them lately, and she had not only been avoiding Noel, she had been avoiding him too. But it was not because she hated them. It was because Gio had developed a huge misunderstanding. She actually thought the person Noel liked was Hanriel. In order not to be a third wheel, Gio deliberately gave them space. After hearing this, Noel was completely speechless. What on earth had made her get that idea? Hanriel teased him with a smile, saying who knew. Maybe Noel really had done something that made people misunderstand. This logic was simply absurd to the extreme. In the end, Hanriel reminded Noel that the next time something like this happened, he should first find out the truth and stop overthinking alone. After hanging up the phone, Noel had mixed feelings. So in Gio's heart, he had always been that important good friend. There was no new favorite, and no one had replaced anyone. Although this indirectly confirmed that what the other person felt for him really was only friendship, Noel felt even more ashamed. He had actually thought so badly of his friends. Whether it was Gio or Hanriel, they had both been treating him sincerely, especially the things Hanriel had just said. Even now, he could not calm down. His whole mind was a mess. This feeling made it impossible for him to settle himself. Maybe the other person only saw him as a friend, but this concern was real. Whether it was Gio or Hanriel, they had actually always been gentle with him. Yet he was always used to assuming the worst of people. He always thought that this would protect him from getting hurt. Looking at it now, this self-righteous defense was truly awful. If the misunderstanding continued, Hanriel would definitely feel uncomfortable too. It seemed it was time to go find Gio first and clear things up. As soon as the cafeteria lady saw Junkie, it was like seeing an old acquaintance. She even teased him, asking if he had been busy dating lately. Junkie quickly smiled and explained that the two of them were only ordinary friends. Gio listened from the side, and her heart inevitably sank a little. Back when she suggested they only be friends, Junkie had agreed so cleanly and decisively. It seemed he really might not have those kinds of feelings for her. But thinking about it another way, this was fine too. At least she did not have to eat alone in a cold, lonely way. Having him by her side was better than being all alone. Just as the two of them were about to find seats, Gio suddenly stopped. Sitting at a table not far away was actually Noel. Why was he sitting there alone in a daze? As soon as Gio looked up, she froze on the spot. She hurriedly grabbed Junkie, wanting to sit somewhere farther away. But Junkie, this blockhead, did not notice the strange atmosphere at all and kept asking why. This made Gio panic. At that moment, Noel unexpectedly spoke first and invited them to sit together. This was completely beyond Gio's expectations. Her first instinct was to run away. She even called Junkie by the wrong name. But before she could take a step, her wrist was firmly caught by a hand. Just as Gio was about to leave, Noel suddenly reached out and stopped her. He said in a low voice, "I have something I want to say to you. Just this once, stay and eat with us." The atmosphere was now awkward to the extreme. The people around them were all whispering, curious about what relationship these three had. Noel felt terrible inside. He felt as if he were some clingy pervert, insisting on inserting himself between Gio and Junkie. No matter how embarrassing it was, Noel had to stop Gio here, because in his heart, protecting his relationship with Hanriel was the most important thing. He apologized in a low voice, but still insisted on talking with Gio. Even if the entire cafeteria laughed at him, he would accept it. In order not to grow distant from Hanriel, he no longer cared about saving face. In the end, Noel still mustered his courage and suggested leaving together with Gio. Walking along the tree-lined path, he tried hard to make the atmosphere lighter. He smiled and said it was actually nothing serious. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he could not help correcting himself inwardly. Perhaps what came next really was important. Noel finally decided to get straight to the point. He told Gio directly that he did not have those kinds of feelings for Hanriel at all. He admitted that his previous behavior really could easily cause misunderstandings, and he even thought he might have looked like a bastard with ulterior motives. But what he said next was meaningful. Only when people see hope do their hearts begin to waver. Noelle tentatively asked Gio whether she understood what he meant. Although Gio agreed readily on the surface, inwardly, she felt underestimated. Noelle hurriedly explained that what he felt for Hanriel was just simple admiration. He only wanted to keep being good friends with her. But what he was really worried about was that other people would say someone like him actually liked Hanriel. He was afraid Hanriel would feel embarrassed or troubled because of such rumors. Noelle finally made everything clear. He felt that someone as outstanding as Hanriel definitely would not want to be connected to someone like him. That was what worried him the most. That was why he had specifically come to talk privately with Gio, wanting to completely resolve the misunderstanding. In the end, he even made a stern threat. If he had already explained things to this extent and Gio still insisted on misunderstanding, then he really would get angry. Seeing Gio badly frightened, Noelle quickly smiled and smoothed things over, saying he was not actually angry. After Gio nodded to show she understood, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He even took the initiative to start finding another topic. Thinking about how awkward lunch had been, he suggested they find another chance later. It seemed this page had finally been turned. Gio sat in the classroom, and the more she thought about it, the more something felt wrong. She really could not understand Noelle. Why would he think of himself that way? In the past, when everyone drank together, Noelle often joked about his own looks. Gio had always thought he was only joking, but now it seemed Noelle had actually taken it seriously. The barrier in his heart seemed deeper than she had imagined. The more Gio thought about it, the more unbelievable it felt. Noelle really saw himself that way. Although his looks were indeed not especially outstanding, he usually seemed so bright and confident. Who could have imagined that he actually cared so much inside? Thinking of this, Gio felt especially bad. She felt that she had been far too rash before. She had not understood anything clearly, yet she had run to Hanriel and acted clever. Now things had really become troublesome. Gio's heart was in chaos. She began to worry that she might truly have touched Noelle's sore spot. What if Noelle really liked Hanriel, but because of her thoughtless words, he swallowed all his true feelings back down? Then this misunderstanding would have grown huge. Just as she was worrying over her notebook, Hanriel suddenly leaned over, reached out, and poked her forehead, asking what was going on in that little head of hers now. Gio stammered and tried to cover it up, but Hanriel could tell at a glance that this girl definitely had something on her mind. After hesitating for a long time, Gio still could not help asking what kind of person counted as attractive. It seemed she really wanted to figure out what kind of person Noelle was in other people's eyes. Gio could not help asking, "Are looks really that important?" Hanriel's answer was extremely piercing. She said that at their age, looks were basically everything. As soon as those words came out, Gio's heart instantly went cold. If Noelle knew Hanriel thought this way, he would probably feel that he had no chance in this life. Gio understood everything now. The reason Noelle chose to only be friends was probably because he felt too inferior. And what she had said before was practically sprinkling salt on his wound. The more she thought about it, the more she felt sorry to Noelle. But she was still a little unwilling to accept it. Noelle clearly had so many good points. Could it be that just because his looks were ordinary, Hanriel really would not consider him at all? Hanriel was baffled by the way she was staring and could not help asking what she was looking at. Gio felt a wave of disappointment. She could not accept that Hanriel, whom she had always admired, was actually someone who only cared about faces. She gently shook her head and said nothing more. But the filter she had over Hanriel had already begun to shatter. While eating snacks, Gio casually brought up that senior, saying he had graduated from law school and was now already a prosecutor. Noelle was completely confused listening to her. This topic shift was way too stiff. What on earth was she trying to do? Gio kept praising him, saying how desperately he had studied. He was practically a legend. The more Gio talked, the more enthusiastic she became, describing that senior as an extreme overachiever. He got up at 4 in the morning every day to exercise, and with just a cup of coffee, he could keep going for 5 straight hours. To avoid getting sleepy, he only ate salad for lunch. Even his naps were precisely controlled to 1 hour. Just hearing that schedule was stressful. But Gio secretly glanced over and saw that Hanriel did not even raise her head. Her reaction was even colder than expected. Now Gio's heart sank. She had worked so hard, but Hanriel was not buying it at all. This act was probably going to flop. Gio suddenly changed direction and started criticizing that senior's appearance, saying he was only 1 meter 65 tall and rather chubby. Back when he was at school, no one paid attention to him at all. Noel listened from the side and felt uneasy. He kept feeling there was something hidden in Gio's words. Was she comforting someone or deliberately stabbing at them? Gio then sighed, saying that after hearing about that person's achievements, she instantly felt his whole being was glowing. It seemed looks really were not that important. After saying that, she deliberately turned her head and directly asked Hanriel whether she thought so too. Now, all the pressure fell on Hanriel. Everyone was waiting to see how she would respond. The moment Hanriel opened her mouth, she completely shattered Gio. Her tone was calm, but extremely firm. Of course, looks are important. Gio was so shocked, she nearly jumped up. This was completely different from the script she had imagined. Hanriel then added another blow, saying that if that senior had been handsome, he would already be a top internet celebrity by now. Would he still need to work so hard? Gio was still struggling desperately, thinking there had to be something more important than looks when judging a person's worth. But Hanriel did not even raise her head. She said that good-looking people received more love from childhood. Society was just that realistic. Hanriel's twisted logic came one point after another. She felt that since good-looking people grew up surrounded by love, their inner selves must be more outstanding too. As soon as these words came out, Gio exploded on the spot. This logic was way too absurd. Were there not plenty of handsome scumbags? Junkie's face instantly flashed through her mind. That guy was a living example, someone with nothing but a pretty shell and not the slightest human decency. The more Gio thought about it, the angrier she became. She turned her head and threw the pressure on Noel, insisting that he come out and judge who was right. Noel sat beside them, completely stunned. How had the fire suddenly spread to him? This was textbook innocent collateral damage. Noel really could not listen anymore. With a helpless expression, he asked back, "You're discussing this topic right in front of me and still want my opinion?" Was this not obviously sprinkling salt on his wound? Only then did Gio react and quickly explain that she had not meant to joke around, and she definitely had not meant to mock him. Seeing the atmosphere become so awkward, Gio no longer wanted to argue and quickly told him to shut up and just obediently eat his potato chips. This debate about appearances finally ended awkwardly. Gio walked alone on the stairs, and the more she thought about it, the more speechless she felt. These people really thought they were clever. Her mind was full of Hanriel's twisted logic. Saying that good-looking people must have good hearts was absurd to the extreme. In fact, she had deliberately brought up that topic entirely for Noel's sake. But these people did not appreciate it at all. They even turned around and blamed her for speaking too harshly. Gio was so angry, she could only fume. She felt the two of them were birds of a feather, and neither was any better than the other. Even so, she still could not let it go. Hanriel's obsession with looks was even deeper than she had imagined. She really could not understand why Hanriel had become like this. Noel was clearly right there by her side. Logically, she should have understood long ago that looks were not that important. After all, in Gio's eyes, Noel was practically the definition of perfection. He was considerate, thorough, and extremely talented. Just then, a new message popped up on her phone. Noel was actually going to give a lecture to freshmen, teaching them how to write proposals. It seemed outstanding people really became the focus wherever they went. Could being handsome really outweigh everything? As Gio walked, she sent Hanriel a message, bringing up how Senior Noel was going to give a lecture to the freshmen. Everyone else thought it was troublesome and turned it down. Only Noel agreed without a second word. In Gio's eyes, this kind of consideration etched into his bones was a major plus. She could not help asking Hanriel whether she did not think Noel like this was especially cool. In the end, Hanriel directly poured cold water on her and only replied with 2 words, Gio stared at the screen, stunned. That was it. It seemed being handsome really was only useful at the beginning. Once that freshness passed, it was just SOSO. Gio felt that looks were something people got tired of after seeing them twice. What truly attracted people was personality. She could not help sending Hanriel another message, bringing up what had happened during dinner yesterday. At the time, Hanriel was paying the bill and discovered that her card would not go through. She was so embarrassed that she had no way out. Noel quietly walked over and calmly handed over his own card, helping Hanriel out of the situation. In In Gio's eyes, this smart and considerate act was incredibly cool. But Hanriel's reaction was terrifyingly cold. She only replied with one word, right. Gio now had nothing to say at all. Could it be that in Hanriel's eyes, Noelle had no merits other than that face? Then Hanriel sent another message back, asking, "Why are you suddenly telling me all this?" Gio still refused to give up and insisted on proving Noelle's charm. She replied directly, saying she just thought Noelle was pretty cool. But what Hanriel said next nearly drove Gio mad. She slowly replied, "Oh, I thought." The sentence was only half finished, but its destructive power was maxed out. Gio looked at the screen and was about to explode. Was this not obviously a sarcastic jab? Now the conversation between the two of them was completely dead. Hanriel's unfinished sentence left Gio completely speechless. She was usually such a smart person, so why was she so confused only about this matter? Gio felt Hanriel had completely gone in the wrong direction. She had not discovered yet that Noelle's true value absolutely included things more important than his looks. To put it plainly, it was because they were too familiar with each other. Hanriel had already grown used to this friendship, so instead she could not see just how outstanding Noelle was. The more Gio thought about it, the more pointless it felt. She had been worked up for so long, but Hanriel had not taken it seriously at all. It was truly frustrating. She felt Hanriel was completely a blockhead. Usually she seemed quite quick-witted, but at critical moments, she only knew how to run her mouth and simply could not get it. The more Gio thought about it, the angrier she became. She simply stopped and shouted at the distant sunset, "Hanriel, you big idiot." At that moment, Hanriel, who was reading, inexplicably scratched her head. She kept feeling as if someone was cursing her behind her back. Hyun-soo was worrying about credits. If he could not get an excellent grade in this course, he would be completely doomed. Another classmate directly poured cold water on him, saying this course was entirely based on group projects, and first place was already obvious. After all, with Noelle there, everyone else was basically just running along as extras. After hearing this, Hyun-soo became even more depressed. He begged the god of learning to leave ordinary people away to survive and not hog all the good grades. The classmate was rather open-minded and advised him to just accept his fate. Some people's brain structures were different from theirs from the very beginning. Hyun-soo looked worshipful and said he had not expected there to be a genius like Noelle in university. Gio directly refuted him after hearing this, saying Noelle was no genius. He had simply worked hard to an almost abnormal degree. Even if it was only making one slide, he would fight every detail to the end. Hyun-soo was still unconvinced after hearing this, feeling that he usually put in plenty of thought too. But Gio shook her head and said the dimensions of their thinking were not on the same level at all. Noelle had even calculated where the audience would look at first and where their gaze would move next. This extreme obsession with detail was what was truly terrifying about him. Noelle was genuinely stunned now. They had clearly only worked together a few times, so how could Gio understand him so deeply? Even all those details from when he made slides had actually been seen by this girl. To ease the awkwardness, he quickly shifted the attack, teasing Hyun-soo for wasting his days and saying his neck was practically ruined from gaming. Gio watched silently from the side, but she knew very clearly that the most frightening thing about someone like Noelle was that no matter what he did, he could do it to the extreme. Even when it came to gaming, he was an outright expert. Gio had practically become Noelle's proud mother fan now. She even had to show off the fact that he was good at games. Everyone really could not listen anymore and teased her, telling her to stop going around recommending someone else's child. But Gio looked serious. She felt there were even more impressive secrets about Noelle, and she even wanted to drag Hanriel in to testify. In fact, Noelle was secretly delighted inside, and even wanted to hear her praise him a few more times. But seeing that everyone else had little interest, he could only force himself to appear calm. He had originally wanted to keep maintaining his aloof genius persona, but after Hyun-soo interrupted, he could not act cool for even 1 second longer. Everything had originally been fine, but it had all been ruined by Gio. While drinking gloomy wine, Hanriel complained that Noelle was the ultimate lone wolf. She really could not understand where he got so many messy plans from. Gio sat beside her, terribly worried. What exactly should she say to make Hanriel develop some fondness for Noelle? Earlier, praising his good personality had gotten no reaction from Hanriel at all. Praising his abilities had not moved Hanriel either. Gio could not help suspecting whether this girl was purely obsessed with looks and only cared about faces. Since that was the case, she could only change strategies. She tentatively asked Hanriel whether she did not think the clothes Noelle had been wearing lately were quite cute. Hanriel looked disgusted, feeling that Noelle wore that white t-shirt every day and had simply no sense of style. Gio hurriedly smoothed things over for him, saying basic pieces were what truly tested a person. She liked that clean and neat style. As Hanriel listened, she realized this girl was praising Noelle between every line. She suddenly leaned closer and asked, "Tell me the truth. Why have you been speaking up for Noelle so much lately?" This question directly stunned Gio. Hanriel's move was practically a killing blow. She stared at Gio and asked, "Since Noelle is so great, why don't you just date him?" Gio froze completely. The dining table instantly fell into an awkward silence. No one spoke anymore. Seeing that the atmosphere was wrong, Hanriel quickly smiled and said she was joking, telling Gio not to take it seriously. Although the matter was brushed over, Gio's heart became a tangled mess. What exactly was this strange feeling? Hanriel's question about whether she wanted to date him kept spinning in Gio's mind like a spell. Dating Noelle was something she had never even considered before. But thinking about it carefully, Noelle really was a very good person. Being with him always felt especially relaxing. Whenever she encountered something fun, her first reaction was to want to tell him. If he was too busy to meet, her heart would even feel empty. But if this was liking someone, then what was the next step? Gio was completely unwell now. She tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep, her mind full of all kinds of messy thoughts. She kept reminding herself inwardly that Noelle had not said he liked her. He might not have those intentions at all. This was all just her one-sided wishful thinking. Once I got to school tomorrow, everyone would still go their own way and continue being ordinary friends. But although she said that, she hugged the pillow in her arms tighter and tighter. This long night was probably destined to be sleepless. It was said that if you asked someone who walked smoothly how they move their legs, they might not even know how to walk anymore afterward. Noelle handed over the coffee and softly said, "Your coffee?" Gio was now in exactly that state. An action that had originally been perfectly natural now looked awkward no matter how she saw it. In the past, when he handed her a cup, had he also deliberately avoided touching her fingers like this? This deliberate sense of distance instead made the atmosphere even stranger. Did he actually keep staring into my eyes when he talked now? Noelle pushed the coffee over and casually asked, "It's an iced Americano, right?" Gio's mind was already in chaos. Did he always talk like this before? Or was this treatment only for me? The more she wanted to figure it out, the more she could not remember the details from before. Noelle finally sensed something was off and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you?" Only then did Gio suddenly come back to herself. Before she had time to cover it up, Noelle directly exposed her. "You were staring at me just now. What are you looking at?" Gio stared at the straw in the cup and asked a little strangely, "What is this?" Noelle instead found her baffling. Why did she look as if she had never seen it before? "You never noticed before?" Gio froze for a moment. "Did you always specially leave this straw wrapper on when you gave it to me?" While busy with what he was doing, Noelle answered as if it were only natural, "Yeah. After all, that's the part your mouth touches." Gio looked at the little plastic wrapper in her hand. Why was he so particular about such a tiny detail? Could it be that I really never noticed this care he had always shown me? Was this really something ordinary friends would do? In her impression, when he got along with those guy friends, he was never this attentive. If Noelle really dated someone, what would he be like? They all said that people in love were completely different from how they were usually in front of friends. At that time, he would probably be even gentler than he was to me now. Thinking carefully, Noelle seemed to have never mentioned dating. Gio tentatively asked, "Is there really no one around you that you like?" Without raising his head, Noelle asked back, "Why? Are you going to introduce someone to me?" Gio hurriedly explained, "That's not what I mean. I just wanted to know whether you have any girls you're interested in." How strange. Other boys shouted every day about being lonely and wanting to get a girlfriend. Why had Noelle never shown any signs like that? Could it be that when he saw other people in pairs, he was not envious at all? Noelle was silent for a while, then suddenly called her name. "Gio." Just as Gio thought he was about to confess something, Noelle used his killer move. "Is this the time to talk about this? How much of your assignment have you written? Have you even started?" With this bucket of cold water poured down, the ambiguous atmosphere instantly vanished. Noelle now fully activated his nagging mode and launched a wild lecture at Gio. "Have you done the assignment? This counts toward your final grade." Gio listened until her ears were nearly calloused. She had originally wanted to talk about something romantic, but everything was ruined by the assignment. It was unbelievably disappointing. What was wrong with this guy? Did he really have no thoughts in his head besides studying? Just then, a classmate pushed the door open and came in. The moment Noel opened his mouth, he was a master of sarcasm. Yo, isn't this the newlywed couple? Gio quickly changed the subject and asked where he had run off to just now. The classmate's mind was now full of his girlfriend, and whenever he mentioned her, he looked intoxicated. Noel really could not watch anymore and asked whether he was not sick of sticking together every day. In the end, the classmate directly used a big move, saying he did not feel sick of it at all. This sour stench of love made Noel regret asking the question. Gio also found it unbelievable. Those two had clearly each done their own thing before. How had they suddenly started dating? And thinking back, when everyone gathered in the past, the two of them had never even sat next to each other. Just then, the person lying on the sofa suddenly cut in, saying this was definitely not a coincidence. Someone must have set up a plan behind the scenes. Gio was completely confused listening to this. Who exactly was scheming what kind of plan? The classmate was a little embarrassed. Did liking someone mean you had to sit beside them? In fact, sometimes it really was not intentional. It was just that if you were too close, the little secret in your heart would be seen through all at once. After hearing this, Gio sank into thought. So this kind of thing really could happen. She suddenly realized that her previous thoughts had been too naive. She had always thought that if someone liked another person, they would definitely think of every possible way to get closer. But if the other person was shy, they might instead hide far away and not dare to approach even half a step. They might even be able to laugh and chat in front of others, yet only in front of the person they liked, they would not even have the courage to get close. Some people were just like that. As long as the person they liked came close, their whole body would completely stiffen, just like Noel back then. Everyone had clearly been sitting together just fine, yet he suddenly proposed changing seats and deliberately hid far away. He even acted colder than a stranger, making it impossible for anyone to guess what he was thinking. Gio sat alone, her mind full of these old memories. There were clearly more important things now. So why did she happen to think of Noel at this moment? This sense of familiarity suddenly made everything line up for Gio. Thinking back, whenever the two of them were alone together, Noel always seemed especially awkward. Looking back now, that embarrassment and unnaturalness seemed not to be because he disliked her, but because of another reason. If this logic held, then the truth back then might have been completely opposite. Could it be that Noel liked her too much, and that was why he did not dare to get close at all? Gio still could not believe it. How could that be possible? It could be anyone, but Noel was absolutely impossible. Just then, Noel unexpectedly took the initiative to walk over and say hello. Before Gio could react, Hyunsu beside her suddenly cut in and asked Noel whether he had finished the report. Now there was trouble. If this report was not submitted, the grade for this semester would be completely finished. Only then did Gio suddenly remember. Compared to agonizing over those old memories, the report before her eyes was the real crisis. Gio was now so regretful her intestines were nearly green. How had she forgotten this? If she had known earlier, she should have listened to Noel and finished the report in advance. Now her mind was a mess, and she had no idea what she was writing. Just then, Noel sent a message asking how her progress was. Gio could only tell the truth. She had not even finished half. Unexpectedly, what Noel said next was practically a lifeline. He actually asked Gio whether she wanted to look at what he had written. Gio suddenly remembered something. Earlier, Hyunsu had practically been ready to kneel before Noel just to take one look at the report. But Noel had been completely impartial at the time, saying that if they were caught, they would get a big 0. No matter what, he refused to loosen up. Why was he suddenly so generous when it came to her? The more she thought about it, the more wrong it felt. Could it be that in order to help her, Noel did not even care about the risk of failing? This had already gone beyond the range of ordinary friends, right? Why would he go this far? Could it be that in his heart, she really was different from everyone else? Noel had actually taken the initiative to message her. Now, Gio completely could not sit still. Whether it was out of affection or friendship, this kind of secret that belonged only to the two of them really made it hard not to overthink. But now the biggest problem was how exactly she should reply. She deleted and revised for ages, still not knowing what to say. If it turned out she was only flattering herself, it would be truly awkward. Noel was usually such a strict person, yet this time he had taken the initiative to make an exception. Was this not obvious? This privilege belonged to her alone. But after calming down and thinking about it, if the professor caught them, Noel's future could be completely ruined. She absolutely could not drag such a good friend down because of her own greed. She could never do something like that. Rather than taking a shortcut, it was better to rely on herself and hurry to finish the report. That was the safest choice. Refusing his kindness might let him see a different side of her. This independent and hardworking appearance might even be a plus in his heart. Gio typed out a refusal in the chat box, and in the end, she did not forget to send a cute sticker to thank him for his concern. After the message was sent, Noel stared at the screen in silence for a long time. For ages, there was no movement. No one knew what exactly he was thinking right now. As soon as they met in the study room, Noel took the initiative to greet her. Gio could only respond with some meaningless words. In fact, her heart had been pounding the whole time. Should she bring up what happened last night? Should she first thank him for wanting to show her the report, or explain that she had refused because she was scared? What she could not understand most was that Noel had clearly told Hyunsu he absolutely would not let him see it. Why did he treat only her differently? Before she could figure it out, an unexpected troublemaker suddenly appeared halfway through. Hyunsu had actually come looking for him too. The originally subtle atmosphere was instantly broken. Hyunsu directly started worshipping Noel, saying he was practically a savior for actually being willing to share his report. Now Gio was completely dumbfounded. So that so-called privilege had not been given only to her at all. She had spent so long agonizing last night, thinking about how special she was in his heart. She could not help speaking up and questioning what would happen if Noel got dragged down and failed because of this. But Hyunsu did not take it seriously at all, thinking that with a top student like Noel, he must have prepared a backup long ago. Now the embarrassed one was instead Gio, who had been flattering herself. Junkie was still showing off non-stop, saying Gio just lacked a reliable friend like him. Hearing this made Gio feel awful, seeing that she was about to be unable to save face. Gio simply went all in and shouted that even if Noel took the initiative to let her see the report, she would absolutely not accept, because she did not want to see Noel get a failing grade in order to help her. As soon as these words came out, the air around them fell silent. In fact, Noel knew best in his heart. At the time, he had also struggled for a long time before deciding to send that message to Gio. And it was not that he was only being special to Gio. He had originally planned to let Hyunsu use the report as a reference too. Noel was actually trying to cover his tracks. He did not want others to think he was specifically giving Gio special treatment. So he planned to treat everyone equally and share the report with all of them. He had even prepared an excuse, saying this was an old discarded draft. That way, even if the teacher discovered it, he could separate himself cleanly and would not have to worry about being punished with a 0 at all. This plan sounded quite perfect. The problem was that so-called discarded draft was still not finished. Now he had truly lifted a stone only to drop it on his own foot. In order to cover up this lie, he could only stay up all night here, making up the assignment. In the middle of the night, Noel sat alone in front of his computer, making up that report that had not existed at all, while sinking into deep self-doubt. What broke him even more came afterward. He had originally wanted to take the opportunity to show Gio some attention by asking whether she wanted to look at his report. In the end, she refused without even thinking. That polite thank you for caring was practically more painful than being directly cursed at. Noel now wished he could crawl into a crack in the ground. He felt that his behavior just now had been childish to the extreme. This intention was as obvious as Sima Zhao's ambition. Gio had probably seen through it at a glance long ago. Great. The report had not been sent out, and instead he had made himself too embarrassed to face anyone. Noel was now terribly worried. How exactly should he face Gio tomorrow? In order not to expose last night's embarrassment, he could only bite the bullet and keep acting. He pretended nothing had happened and insisted that the report was just an old draft, as if all of this really had only been something he casually dug out. Noel deliberately smiled and asked Gio, "You didn't really think I would risk getting a failing grade just to help you, did you?" In order to completely clear himself, he even added another stab, saying that at the time he had planned to let both Gio and Hyunsu see it, but only Hyunsu had agreed. He told this lie so smoothly, he nearly believed it himself. Noel now only wanted to lose his memory on the spot. Everything that had just happened was simply a massive social death scene for him. This dark history was so embarrassing that his toes could dig into the floor. He wished he could immediately delete it completely from his mind and never remember it again in this life. Gio nodded and said, "Ah, so that's how it is." Although it was only for an instant, Hyunsu saw it very clearly. Her reaction was obviously not right, but it was better not to guess blindly. A popular girl like her had probably long since gotten used to other people's attempts to please her. That tiny bit of awkwardness just now might really not mean anything. Thinking carefully, what he said was indeed right. Even if they were friends who would ignore their own grades just to help someone else. This kind of blunt truth hurt the most. Gio now felt so embarrassed that she wanted to crawl into a crack in the ground. She felt as if all her little thoughts had been seen through. She had originally thought that in Noelle's heart, she more or less counted as a special existence. But now look at this. It was simply humiliating to the extreme. If only she had explained firmly just now. Unfortunately, whatever she said now was too late. What should she do now? Noelle took the initiative to greet her. Although Gio responded verbally, her heart had already exploded. Her mind was full of only one thought. She was so mad. Yet Noelle just had to bring up the worst possible subject, saying that in order to spare Gio's pride, he had specially not looked at her report. This sentence was practically adding fuel to the fire. Gio was about to crush the folder in her hand. How could he even say something like that? Did she look that pathetic in his eyes? After finally making it to the end of class, Junkie came over and suggested going to eat ice cream, saying Hanriel would come too. Noelle agreed readily, completely unaware that Gio behind him was already about to turn dark. The point was not what he had said, but the tone he had used. The more Gio thought about it, the angrier she became. If he was going to say something so embarrassingly piercing, could he not have said it a little more tactfully? Noelle, however, acted as if nothing had happened and cheerfully suggested that everyone choose one flavor they liked. In fact, he also felt rather wronged inside. He felt that he had clearly been considerate of the other person. So how had he become the bad guy in the end? Being a good person was way too difficult. When they reached the counter, Noelle had just been about to order the flavor he wanted when Gio coldly threw out one sentence. "You don't have the right to choose." Now Noelle was completely stunned. He had no idea what trigger he had set off this time. Junkie could only quietly advise from the side, telling her to calm down first. Once Gio's temper rose, no one could talk her down. She directly announced that she would choose 2 flavors alone, clearly still throwing a tantrum at Noelle. Noelle listened from the side in utter confusion, feeling that such a small matter should not be blown up this much. He could only helplessly agree, but inwardly he could not help grumbling. Noelle was usually so good to her, so why was it all gunpowder when it came to him? Was she really holding a grudge until now, just because of that one sentence earlier? Just as Noelle was preparing to accept his fate, Gio suddenly reached out and stopped him. Her tone softened too, telling him to choose one flavor he liked himself. Now, it was Noelle's turn to be unable to figure things out. He quickly ordered the safest Oreo flavor and kept comforting himself inwardly. They were all friends. Maybe she had only been joking just now. But no matter how he thought about it, this joke felt a little wrong. She said it was a joke, but the barrier in Gio's heart simply would not pass. Noelle was still there, thoughtlessly sighing that it had been a long time since everyone had gathered together to eat like this. But the more Gio listened, the more wrong she felt. How could such hurtful words be lightly brushed over as a joke? She gripped the spoon in her hand tighter and tighter. Since she felt unhappy inside, she could only vent her anger on this tub of ice cream. This was not eating at all. It was practically waging war inside the ice cream tub. Every spoonful carried anger. Hanriel and Junkie beside her were both stunned watching. How had the originally warm gathering suddenly become so murderous? Noelle tentatively asked whether he had done something wrong. Gio completely exploded now. She loudly retorted that he absolutely had not, telling him not to make wild guesses. In fact, she also felt conflicted inside and wondered whether she was being too petty. Noelle sat beside her, eating while thinking, could she not be just a little more generous? But that thought only flashed by for a second before Gio completely gave up. Petty or not, so what? Right now, she simply found him unpleasant to look at. The fire in her heart could not be suppressed at all. Facing the ice cream, she shouted while digging into it, telling him not to eat anymore. Now no one would have an easy time. Gio's way of eating was practically desperate. Junkie quietly asked Hanriel from the side what exactly was going on. Hanriel could only shake her head helplessly. No one dared to touch the fuse at a time like this. In the past, Gio clearly had not been this quick to anger. If Noelle had really done something wrong, she could have argued it out face to face. But now, even she herself could not make sense of this feeling. Noelle sat opposite her, so embarrassed that he did not even dare raise his head. No matter what the reason was, he was angry now anyway. This ice cream meal was eaten with everyone harboring their own thoughts. The original gathering atmosphere was completely gone. In the end, they could only hurriedly say goodbye and disperse under the low pressure. Walking along the night street, Gio was still obsessing over it. Was she really angry at Noelle? Noelle followed behind her, also conflicted. He kept feeling that if he got unhappy over such a small thing, would that make him seem too petty? This inexplicable emotion made Gio feel completely unlike herself. What exactly was going on? She stopped and asked herself why she had become like this. This feeling of losing control left her completely unable to find an answer. Looking at the bed full of clothes, Gio fell into hesitation. For this meeting, she had put in great effort. After carefully dressing herself up, she was finally done. In her current state, even that wooden Noelle definitely would not be able to pretend not to see her. But just then, she suddenly noticed something was wrong. Gio was still hypnotizing herself, insisting over and over that dressing up like this was absolutely not for Noelle. It was purely to please herself. But the moment she went out, the return rate was off the charts. All the boys on the road were stunned. Everyone could not help gathering around to ask where she was going today. Gio calmly answered that she was only going to the lab. She had clearly mastered this wave of playing hard to get. Gio finally arrived at the lab. Sitting to the side, Hanriel saw through the truth at a glance. This girl was definitely fully armed today. She was just short of writing, "I dressed up" on her face. But who could have imagined that Noelle, this blockhead, did not even raise his head and only focused on typing at his keyboard? Gio took the initiative to move closer and start a conversation, but ended up getting snubbed. The other person's mind was full of TOEFL, and he did not even look properly at her. Now Gio completely doubted life. Could it be because she was sitting so he cannot see? She simply stood up directly, determined to make this guy see clearly. Gio's move was indeed ruthless. She directly stood up to show off her figure. Hanriel, sitting beside her, had long since seen through this act and deliberately asked what she was looking for. Gio quickly made up a random excuse, saying she was looking for some psychology book. Hanriel said she did not know, but she understood perfectly well inside. This girl clearly had another aim. Seeing that Hanriel was not playing along, Gio turned her target to Noelle again. She moved closer, full of expectation to start a conversation, and even specially mentioned the course. In the end, Noelle, this blockhead, actually asked back, "Is there that book?" Now Gio had completely lost. The other person simply could not pick up her act. Now this was truly awkward to the extreme. Noelle had originally wanted to act out a scene of searching for something. In the end, he overdid it so badly that even he lost the plot. He stood there explaining incoherently, and in the end, even forgot what he was supposed to be looking for. All he could do was slink back to the sofa. Seeing Noelle look like he had suddenly gained enlightenment from his stomach, Gio was completely convinced. This guy probably had nothing in his head except studying. What made her break down the most was that everyone else was wearing pajama pants and slippers. She was the only one dressed to the nines. All that careful preparation had basically been a performance for blind people. Right now, she just wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. She was the only one in the whole room dressed up. That feeling of being completely out of place made her want to go home immediately. Just then, Noelle suddenly called out to her. He was even holding a book, saying that if she wanted a psychology book, he happened to have one here. Noelle also reminded her very seriously that this book might be a little different from what she had just mentioned, and asked if she wanted to borrow it and take it back to read. Now Gio truly had nothing to say. It had only been an excuse she made up casually, but he had actually taken it seriously. There was no way to patch up this lie anymore. Gio suddenly bristled on the spot, threw down a harsh line, and left, leaving Noel alone and completely confused. As he walked down the road, he could not figure it out no matter what. In the past, if someone was angry, he could at least guess the reason. But Gio's recent behavior had completely exceeded his understanding. This girl changed moods faster than turning pages in a book. One second she could be smiling like an angel, and the next she could turn straight into a demon. It was impossible to guard against. What frustrated Noel the most was that she acted perfectly normal with everyone else. This inexplicable temper seemed to be aimed specifically at him. Noel knew perfectly well in his heart that Gio was definitely angry at him. And according to her usual routine, she was surely waiting for him to reflect on himself and then take the initiative to go coax her. Just then, Henriel caught up from behind and wanted to walk with him. But right now, Noel's head was full of one thought. He did not even know what he had done wrong, so how was he supposed to apologize? The two of them walked under the sunset. Henriel suddenly lowered her voice and asked, "Don't you think Gio has been really strange lately?" Noel finally found someone who understood. So it was not just him. He was not the only one who felt the atmosphere was off. Henriel smiled and leaned closer, asking, "Do you know why she became like this?" Noel was practically going crazy now. This complete sense of failure from not being able to understand anything made him feel like he was about to explode. Henriel suddenly spoke from the side and asked if he also thought Gio looked especially pretty today. To be honest, there was no denying that. In that moment earlier, Gio had indeed been so beautiful that it was impossible to look away. But Henriel's next words instantly made Noel lose confidence. She said that in other people's eyes, this matter was probably something else entirely. Henriel suddenly stopped walking and laid it out directly to Noel. She said, "The Gio in your eyes actually doesn't exist at all." Noel was completely stunned. For a long time, he could not say a word, and he had no idea what those words meant. Could it be that everything he had seen all this time was only his own illusion? Henriel's shocking statement made the situation even more confusing. In order to cheer Gio up, Henriel gave Noel an idea, saying that when he met her tomorrow, he absolutely had to find a chance to compliment her and say she was pretty. Noel did not say anything, but in his heart, he was 100% unwilling. It was just complimenting her for being pretty. Did it really need to be such a big deal? After returning home and lying in bed, the more he thought about it, the more ridiculous it felt. It was not like he was coaxing a kindergarten child. How was he supposed to say something like that out loud? But then he thought again, wasn't it just one sentence saying she was pretty? What was he being so awkward about? Was it really that impossible to say? This matter was actually not hard at all, but Noel still had a hurdle in his heart. He just felt that he did not want to satisfy Gio's wishes so easily. Was it because seeing her so eager to be praised gave him some strange sense of achievement instead? If that was really the case, then his character was truly terrible. He sighed helplessly and decided not to dwell on it anymore. Forget it. When he saw her tomorrow, he would just directly tell her she was pretty. Gio was lying in bed, replaying everything, when suddenly the question Noel had asked popped in her mind. Wasn't there originally a book here? In that instant, Gio completely broke down. She clutched the blanket tightly, wishing she could disappear on the spot. She rolled around desperately on the bed, constantly cursing herself as an idiot. "Gio, you really are a huge idiot." Her most embarrassing secret had actually been discovered by him, just like that. Now she had truly humiliated herself completely. Gio hugged a rabbit plushie, her mind in complete chaos. Was Noel's reaction really that important? Could she really feel better just because he complimented her once and said she was pretty? No, that was absolutely impossible. She shook her head desperately, trying to throw away these strange thoughts. It had to be because everyone had praised her except Noel, and that was why she had gotten stuck on it. Or was it because Noel never said polite, empty words, so his approval seemed to carry more weight? Gio sat alone at the desk, and a thought suddenly appeared in her mind. Who had Noel ever called pretty before? Henriel's name flashed through her mind instantly. Could it be that in Noel's heart, Henriel was the irreplaceable number one? Looking at her reflection in the mirror, Gio's mood sank completely to the bottom. So in his eyes, she would always only be the second choice. The scene changed. In the cafe, someone asked, "Are things going smoothly with Gio?" Facing Henriel's question, Noel sat opposite her and only managed to squeeze out 2 words after a long while. Not really. Hanriel looked incredulous. You complimented her and said she was pretty, and she still hasn't cheered up? Noel lowered his head and explained quietly. Actually, I didn't say it all. He thought that kind of thing was too embarrassing. Complimenting someone for being pretty for no reason would only make the atmosphere even stranger. After listening, Hanriel nodded, thinking that did make sense. But immediately afterward, Hanriel suddenly leaned in front of him, her tone full of probing. Then what if it were me? If you absolutely had to compliment me and say I was pretty right now, when I walked into this cafe, what would you say to me? Now, it was Noel's turn to freeze. Facing Hanriel's pressure, Noel held it in for a long time before finally squeezing out a textbook answer. Your clothes look nice today. They really suit you. That kind of polite remark made Hanriel laugh out loud. She casually replied, you can say that to Gio too. In fact, everyone understood that the word pretty was never only praise for appearance. It was more like an unconcealable flutter of the heart. While Noel was still struggling with it, someone nearby said that line. You look really pretty today. Seeing someone else attack so directly, Noel fell into self-doubt. If those words came out of his mouth, would anyone really feel happy? He always felt that he looked ordinary. If he opened his mouth to call someone pretty, and it had no effect, he might be treated like a creep instead. The word pretty was simply too unfamiliar to him, especially when he had to say it to Gio. Just thinking about it was unbearably awkward. Forget it. Stop dwelling on all those pointless things. He silently swore in his heart that next time, he would tell her personally. Noel thought the method from earlier should be fairly useful. He began trying to practice those cheesy lines, from saying her earrings were pretty to saying her clothes fit well. And in the end, he even forced out a sentence. You look pretty today. But how could that be what he really felt? He looked at Hanriel helplessly. This is the standard answer you wanted to hear, right? Hanriel was very calm and directly replied, yes. Noel was now completely out of options. Whenever he thought of Gio, he felt that this matter was truly difficult. What exactly should he do to make her understand his feelings? Seeing Noel work so hard for Gio, Hanriel suddenly felt a little upset. They were clearly both girls, so why was the treatment so different? She could not help but test Noel. When you talk to me, do you feel especially relaxed? Noel looked completely confused and did not understand the meaning behind her words at all. He directly asked back, what's wrong? That straight man reaction made Hanriel swallow back the words already on the tip of her tongue. Forget it. Nothing. She turned her head aside and stopped talking. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. Noel held his cup and froze in place, completely unable to understand this woman. How could she change her expression so suddenly? What exactly was wrong this time? Looking at Hanriel in front of her, Gio was full of envy. That hair quality and that figure were simply the definition of perfection. She even began wondering whether she would look that elegant too if she used the same kind of makeup. Hanriel stretched and sighed that vacation days were truly comfortable. Gio finally could not help asking, do you secretly work out even during vacation? Hanriel answered that she had more time during vacation, so she exercised even more diligently. Now Gio was completely impressed. So there really were no shortcuts to becoming beautiful. A thought suddenly appeared in Gio's mind. Should she start working out? Hanriel was stunned when she heard that. After all, this girl was usually the most afraid of hardship. But Gio only stammered and could not speak. In truth, she regretted it so much now. Back then, she had insisted on pretending to be carefree and said things like appearance did not matter at all. In the end, the person who cared about it most now was herself. While she was struggling with it, Hanriel suddenly pointed into the distance and said, look, Noel is showing off again. That guy was running with all his might. He was really putting effort into this performance. Noel sprinted all the way over, so tired that he could not even straighten his back, saying it was so he could arrive earlier. Before he had even caught his breath, he suddenly stared at Gio and said, I haven't seen you wear that outfit before. It's pretty. That one sentence directly left Gio at a loss. She had just been worrying about her appearance, and now the person himself was actually complimenting her. Noel added, pink really suits you. Gio subconsciously tugged at the hem of her clothes and asked quietly, do you really think it looks good? That guy did not even think before giving her an affirmative answer with a smile. Gio happily straightened her clothes, probably still savoring the compliment in her heart. Even the air seemed sweet. But as soon as Junkie appeared, the atmosphere instantly changed. He suddenly asked, "Do you not have any other clothes? Why do you wear the same set every day?" That straight man comment directly left Gio speechless. The romantic filter from earlier shattered all over the floor. The girl beside them hurriedly came out to correct him, saying that the colors of these outfits were completely different. This one was clearly coral pink, a totally different color from the one before. But in the eyes of someone like Noel, all these shades of pink were probably the same color. Noel stared at the computer screen, looking like he was busy with something serious. But in reality, his mind was not on it at all. His ears had already drifted to the back row. Gio was happily chatting with her friends and had not noticed a movement on his side at all. But Noel could not calm down now. His mind was full of messy thoughts. Wasn't this obviously enough to make people misunderstand? Ever since he had complimented her and said that outfit looked good on her, this girl had been wearing a similar style every day lately. It was almost as if she was wearing it specifically for him to see. Looking at Gio's bright smile, Noel completely lost the ability to focus. This kind of vague hint was the most maddening. Right now, he only wanted to know one answer. Was all of this a coincidence or not? Noel was distracted and could not help beginning to expect all kinds of things. Just then, Henriel suddenly leaned close to his ear and dropped a bombshell. She said that ever since Noel had complimented that outfit, Gio had not changed to any other style again and had been dressing like this every day. Noel still wanted to force himself to stay calm and found an excuse, saying surely someone else had complimented her too. In the end, Henriel finished him off with one sentence. She said, "Other than you, no one else has said anything like that." Now Noel completely lost his composure. This hint could not be any more obvious. He lowered his head and did not speak for a long time. The little defenses in his heart had already been pierced through by that one sentence. Henriel stared at Noel for a long time, her eyes full of disdain. In the end, she simply turned her head aside and threw out, "So annoying." Noel was completely dumbfounded. He sat there for a long time without coming back to his senses, his mind full of questions. She could not possibly be talking about him, could she? The slightly ambiguous atmosphere from earlier instantly turned awkward. Fortunately, Hyunsu stepped out in time and forcefully dragged the topic back. He said now was not the time to discuss clothes. They should not forget the important matter. Everyone still had to discuss where to go on their trip. His shout finally eased the atmosphere a little. Some wanted to go to the beach, and some wanted to go to the valley. Judging by this situation, the real argument had only just begun. Hyunsu's face was full of rejection. He thought go to valley was an activity for old people. The girl next to him immediately retorted that at least there was shade from trees in the valley, which was better than getting sunburned until their skin peeled under the sun. Everyone argued endlessly, so they simply threw the decision to Gio and asked where she wanted to go. Gio still had that nice person attitude and said anywhere was fine with her, not wanting to offend anyone. While everyone was arguing nonstop, Henriel quietly moved beside Noel, took out her phone, and showed him a photo, saying the scenery there was absolutely amazing. Noel leaned over and took a careful look. At first, he had not taken it seriously, but after one look, he froze completely in place. There was clearly something else hidden in this photo. Gio could not sit still anymore either and directly pushed the phone in front of Noel, telling him to hurry and look at this photo. Her tone was full of recommendation. Noel stared at the screen in silence for a long time. In his heart, he had already seen through everything. How was this sharing scenery? This was clearly setting a trap for him. He asked helplessly whether these two had already discussed it beforehand and were determined to force him to agree to go to the beach. Gio was still pretending to be clueless, while Henriel could no longer wait for an answer. Being attacked jointly by these two women, Noel was probably completely unable to escape today. Gio was still loudly insisting that they had to go to the valley. In the end, Noel only smiled, casually closed his laptop, and looked like victory was already in his hands. He said they should stop wasting their energy. He had already booked the wooden cabin in the valley in advance. This move of acting first and reporting later directly cut off everyone's retreat. As soon as he said that, Hyunsu completely collapsed and wailed wildly. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. The overall situation was decided. Looking at the beautiful scenery on the screen, Gio was finally satisfied. No one had expected that this battle over the travel destination would end in this way. When you stay in an unfamiliar place, things you normally do not notice suddenly become clear. Gio shouted Noelle's name loudly. Looking at her in front of him, Noelle only now realized she was actually this good-looking. Just then, Hyunsu suddenly hooked an arm around him from behind and teased with a smile. "Look at you. You look just like a local." Noelle had not been awake for long when Hyunsu hurried over. He asked worriedly, "I'm not late, am I? Is dressing like this too casual?" Hyunsu pointed at Noelle beside him and said, "He's dressed even more casually than you. All right, hurry up and get in the car." Changing places really did make certain things clearer. For example, how ordinary she herself was. Noelle sat in the car, listening to his companions call his name. This trip would probably not be that simple. Hanriel had dressed up especially today. She moved close to Noelle to show off. "How is it? I put a lot of effort into this outfit, right?" Noelle did not even lift his head and casually, perfunctorily said, "It's nice. I could tell you really tried." Hanriel sat down beside him and complained with dissatisfaction. That compliment has no sincerity at all. Noelle still wanted to defend himself, tugging at his collar as he said, "You didn't compliment my new t-shirt either. This is a designer brand, and an expensive one at that." But Hanriel swept him with one glance and exposed him on the spot. "What new shirt? Don't you always wear this one?" Noelle now had nothing to say and could only mutter quietly, "How do you even know that?" Hanriel crossed her arms, her tone carrying a trace of resentment. "I pay this much attention to you. Can you pay a little attention to me too?" Hanriel threw that direct line at him, and Noelle's whole body stiffened. She stared at Noelle and asked, "In your eyes, is Gio the only one who's pretty?" Noelle quickly tried to smooth things over and smiled awkwardly. "Isn't this joke a little too much?" Unexpectedly, Hanriel did not follow along at all. With a serious face, she replied, "Who's joking with you?" The atmosphere in the car instantly dropped to freezing point. Noelle sat beside her, unable to leave or stay, and began to worry in his heart. Should he coax her now? He had originally thought Hanriel was only messing around and even thought she was kind of cute like that, so he had not taken it seriously before. But looking at it now, whether it was Gio or Hanriel, something big was going to happen on this trip. Who would have thought that in order to save his life, Noelle could become this cheesy? Looking at Hanriel's cold face, he muttered in his heart that she was obviously treating him like an easy target. Since he could not hide, he simply turned on crazy compliment mode. I must have been blind just now. I actually didn't notice a great beauty sitting beside me." Hanriel did not bite at all, her eyes full of disdain. But Noelle only got more and more into the act. "Come on, don't frown. It would be such a pity if such a pretty face got wrinkles." Hanriel finally exploded. Gritting her teeth, she squeezed out 2 words, "Shut up." Noelle felt rather wrong too. "It's not like I owe you anything." But he still fearlessly added, "How are you so pretty even when you're angry?" Before he could finish speaking, Hanriel directly reached out and pinched his mouth shut. Now the world was finally quiet. Hanriel had truly exploded now. In the car, she directly grabbed Noelle and shouted while pinching him, "I told you to shut up. Did you hear me?" Junkie watched the show from the side and did not mind making things worse. He laughed and teased, "Noelle, you're purely asking to get beaten." Watching the two of them mess around, Gio had a different interpretation in her heart. It seemed the kind of girl Noelle liked was Hanriel's type. Although everyone's tastes were different, Gio had actually sensed it long ago. Noelle's little thoughts toward Hanriel probably could not be hidden anymore. Gio began feeling uneasy. Logically, there was nothing wrong with Noelle liking Hanriel. But why did she feel so blocked up inside? Looking at her own reflection in the car window, she even began to wonder whether she would be more charming than she was now if she changed to Hanriel's style. Forget it. After all, everyone had their own preferences. There was no need to change for anyone. But from this moment on, the decision in Gio's heart would probably completely change the rest of the trip. Gio decided that no matter what others thought, she absolutely had to act like she did not care at all. Her main focus would be being carefree. Since she was going to be a cool girl, she had to start now. Looking at her confident expression, it seemed like she really had already let go. But in the end, just as she wanted to show off a little, the can in her hand started working against her. This was not so much struggling with the can as it was that the stubborn feeling in her heart had not completely passed. Noelle saw her struggling and kindly asked whether she needed help. In order to maintain her cool girl persona, Gio rejected him without even thinking. She thought this refusal was pretty handsome, but who knew Noelle was also an honest person? After hearing that, he actually turned around and left. Now the defense line in Gio's heart collapsed all at once. You clearly saw that I couldn't open it. Couldn't you forcefully help me a little? She had agreed to be carefree and calm, but in less than 3 seconds, she could no longer suppress her anger. It seemed that this kind of man who did not understand romance really could make someone break down instantly. Gio still could not get over that hurdle in her heart. She kept feeling that if it were Hanriel, the treatment would definitely be completely different. At this moment, Hyunsu just had to come over, wanting to show off his warm-heartedness. But Gio's anger had not subsided yet, and she shouted back at him directly. Now Hyunsu was left speechless and could only shrink to the side, not daring to make sound. It seemed Gio was determined today to fight this can to the end. It was not easy to come out and have fun for once, but now Gio's head was full of stress. Not only had she failed to enjoy herself, she had made herself this upset. She sat on the floor and began doubting herself. She had clearly wanted to act a little more carefree. How had she ended up becoming such a mood killer? On the other side, Hyunsu was shouting that he absolutely had to drag Noelle over play a drinking game. Noelle agreed verbally, but his hand still had not stopped working. Watching everyone get excited, while only Gio sat there out of place, all those childish acts of stubbornness from earlier now felt like slaps in the face when she thought back on them. The girl over there shouted loudly, telling Gio to stop dawdling by herself. Gio was still retreating in her heart, struggling over whether to keep maintaining that cool girl persona. In the end, she still figured it out. Who cared about image anymore? Right now, she just wanted to hurry and drink a couple glasses to relieve her frustration. Junkie then suggested they play an impression game. The rules were simple. Everyone would point at one person together, and whoever got pointed at the most would have to drink. Hanriel immediately became energetic and urged everyone to start quickly. It seemed the next scene would definitely be very interesting. Everyone gathered around the drinking table. Just as the atmosphere was properly built up, that girl directly threw out a deadly question. She smiled and asked, "Who do you think is the prettiest person in this room?" Noelle completely failed to react. This kind of question was simply stirring up trouble. With her command, the real battlefield was about to arrive. The countdown had already begun. 1, 2, 3. Now the atmosphere was stretched to the limit. Gio was waiting for the final verdict. Hanriel, however, looked completely calm, while Noelle clearly had not prepared himself mentally. With the final command, everyone had to show their cards. 1, 2. His gaze simply could not move away. After all, Gio was beautiful. That was a fact no one could deny. If he did not point at her, that would seem unnatural instead. As the third count ended, everyone pointed at their target at the same time. Hanriel received 3 votes, but Noelle regretted it so much that his stomach practically turned green. If he had known things would turn out like this, he should have chosen Gio directly just now. At a time like this, who was pretty was no longer important. This awkward atmosphere was what was truly deadly. The people beside them teased that Gio had the most votes with 4, so she should accept the loss and drink a glass. Unexpectedly, Gio did not say another word and directly grabbed the bottle. Was Gio's personality really like this? She poured 2 bottles of alcohol straight into 1 large cup. Junkie was stunned watching from the side and hurriedly advised her that there was no need to drink at all. But the people around them were still egging her on, saying that since everyone thought she was the prettiest, she definitely had to finish this glass. Gio said nothing and picked up the cup, starting to down it. The whole room wildly shouted her name. After that huge cup of alcohol went down, even Noelle could not react. This girl usually looked so quiet, yet when she drank, she went this hard. But this was not over yet. The next round of the game was about to begin. The drinking party finally ended. The group of people who had been making noise earlier were now all lying on the floor, talking in their sleep and still shouting that they wanted to play another round. Was Noelle participating in a party? This was practically manual labor. He had to drag the dead drunk Hyunsu out of the living room bit by bit. Just then, a cat's meow suddenly came from the corner. Noelle froze. Where had a cat come from in this house? He turned and looked. Gio was curled up alone in the corner, watching him. Judging from her eyes, she had probably completely blacked out. Noelle sighed helplessly. Having a good alcohol tolerance was a sin too. Every time, the last sober person was him, and he still had to clean up after this bunch. But who could have expected that the usually quiet Gio would transform after drinking too much? Gio held the can out in front of him and said softly, "Help me open it." Noelle took it and casually asked, "Weren't you trying to open it earlier?" Gio now had nothing to say. After holding it in for a long time, she finally asked, "Since you saw it, why didn't you help me open it just now?" Noelle's answer was simply the peak of straight man logic. He said, "Because you said you were fine." That sentence directly made Gio explode with anger. She hit him while scolding him for being a block of wood. How can you ask about that kind of thing? You should just grab it and say, "Give it to me." That's the standard answer. Gio was so angry she stomped her feet, her little fists falling on his chest like raindrops. How could he ask something like that out loud? He really was a hopeless block of wood. Noelle could only obediently open the can while taking the beating. Gio suddenly tugged at the hem of her skirt and moved closer, asking quietly, "Is this outfit pretty?" Noelle did not react for a moment, and only gave a perfunctory Gio was clearly dissatisfied with this answer. She stared into Noelle's eyes and demanded, "You can't just say you have to say it's really pretty." Who could withstand such a direct attack? Noelle quickly turned his head aside and deliberately said he did not want to compliment her. Gio angrily acted spoiled there, asking why he would not compliment her. Seeing her like this, Noelle knew very well in his heart that this girl had definitely completely blacked out. By the time the sun rose tomorrow, she would probably forget everything that happened tonight. But just then, Gio suddenly asked in a low voice, "Since you think I'm pretty, why didn't you choose me earlier?" That sentence left Noelle completely speechless. Gio kept asking him why he had not chosen her earlier. Each question made Noelle unable to answer. In truth, he knew very well in his heart that this stretch of time right now was like something stolen. Once the sun rose tomorrow, everything tonight would disappear. Gio was still complaining in grievance, saying Noelle had chosen Hanriel in the end, and even wanted to wake the others to ask them clearly. Noelle did nothing. He only quietly looked at her. In this unreal moment, he wanted to sit with her a little longer. Libby like this. When she finished making a fuss, when she fell completely asleep, this memory would disappear along with it. Borrowing courage from the alcohol, Gio's nerve grew too. She said she did not need anyone else, only Noelle. Right now, she only wanted to know what Noelle truly thought. Noelle was silent for a long time. In fact, he had a question in his own heart too. Since so many people usually compliment you and call you pretty, why do you insist on caring about what I think? Gio seemed to have been struck right where it hurt. She shouted loudly that she did not care at all, but anyone could see from that reaction that she was being stubborn. Noelle looked at the girl in front of him, and in his heart, he also asked himself what kind of answer he was expecting. Noelle was still teasing her, saying, "Didn't you say you don't care about looks? Why are you worrying about this now?" Unexpectedly, Gio immediately broke down, shouting that it really was not important while looking like she was about to make a scene. Now Noelle was truly out of ideas. The thing he feared most was a girl getting emotional in front of him. But Gio had no intention of letting him go. She directly pounced on him and grabbed Noelle's shoulders, forcing him to give her a clear answer right now. He had to say everything he truly felt. Gio stared at him tightly and asked the most fatal question. Who's prettier, me or Hanriel? The air went completely silent at this moment. Noelle looked at the girl in front of him. In the end, he still said softly. When Gio woke up, she was completely dazed. She had no idea where she was. Only after seeing Hanriel beside her did she realize they were on a trip. But immediately afterward, the memories from last night's blackout began attacking her wildly. She remembered that after getting drunk, she had actually clung to Noelle and refused to let go, constantly acting drunk. At the time, relying on the alcohol, she had kept pressing Noelle, asking why he had not chosen her if he thought she was pretty. The most fatal part was that in the end, she had even asked the one question she absolutely should not have asked. She had asked Noelle whether she or Hanriel was prettier. Now Gio truly wanted to die from embarrassment. She wished she could find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. All those humiliating scenes from last night were replaying in her mind like a movie. She remembered that, relying on her drunkenness. She had actually clung to Noelle without letting go and kept forcing him to say whether she was pretty or not. The biggest slap in the face was that before, she had clearly established a persona in front of Noelle as someone who did not care about appearance. But her behavior last night was simply that of a face-obsessed maniac. Looking at Noelle's helpless expression, Gio completely collapsed. How was she supposed to face him in the future? Right now, she only wanted to disappear on the spot and erase last night's crazy version of herself from everyone's memories. Gio now regretted it so much she wanted to slam her head into a wall. She could not understand, no matter what, why. After getting drunk last night, she had insisted on forcing herself not to sleep and insisted on creating this dark history for herself. She even remembered that at the time, she had actually thought she was rather cute like that. Thinking about it now, she must have been insane. But amid this chaotic mess of memories, one voice suddenly became incomparably clear. She remembered it distinctly. At that time, Noelle had looked into her eyes and personally said those two words, "You." Those words exploded in Gio's mind like a time bomb. She confirmed it over and over again, certain that she had absolutely not misheard. But the problem was, when Noelle said those words at the time, had he truly meant them? The more Gio thought about it, the more wrong it felt. Noelle must have been humoring her then. After all, she had been crying and making a scene, insisting on forcing him to admit that she was prettier than Hanriel. Under those circumstances, anyone would have gone along with her, right? Who would take a drunk person's words seriously? But just then, that moment from last night surfaced in her mind again. Noelle's eyes and tone at the time had really been too serious. That feeling was as if he had finally said something he had kept hidden in his heart for a very long time. Could it have only been her illusion? Was it because she wanted to hear that answer too much? So, she had created a mistaken impression? Just as Gio was struggling desperately, a knock suddenly came from the door. A shout suddenly came from outside, saying that the ramen was ready. As soon as the foodie Mealy heard that, she immediately sat up. Noelle stood at the door holding a bowl and even specially asked, "Is Gio asleep?" In the end, Mealy's mouth was too quick and she directly sold Gio out. Now Gio completely froze. She even considered whether to keep pretending to sleep. But then she thought about it. She could avoid it now, but she could not avoid it forever. Sooner or later, they would have to meet. Her heart was a mess now. What she was most worried about was Noelle's reaction. If he could act like usual and openly make a few jokes, then this matter would pass. But if he became especially shocked, that would be truly fatal. Seeing Noelle's calm appearance, Gio felt a little relieved. Since the other party acted as if nothing had happened, she could only follow along and play dumb. This major acting test officially began now. She deliberately rubbed her temples and walked over, muttering that her head hurt. To make her performance more realistic, she even deliberately moved close to the table and sighed. The ramen smells so good. She behaved exactly like an ordinary person with a hangover. Gio sat in her seat, still grating herself in her heart, and feeling that this round of pretending to know nothing was very successful. As long as she was not embarrassed, then the embarrassed ones would be everyone else. But at that moment, Noelle suddenly reached out and handed over a bottle. It was hangover medicine he had prepared in advance. This action directly stunned Gio. Was he simply being considerate, or had he seen through everything long ago? Gio held the hangover medicine and was still muttering inwardly. Then as soon as Junkie opened his mouth, he directly exposed all her embarrassing deeds from last night. He said she had hugged an olive can and refused to let go, insisting on opening it herself. The result, of course, was that she completely humiliated herself. Hyunsu kept adding insult to injury, asking whether she had opened it in the end. Gio now only wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. Last night's version of herself was simply a lunatic. She secretly glanced at Noelle beside her. This guy kept his head down eating noodles and did not say a single word. But the more he acted like this, the more uneasy Gio felt. With Noelle's quiet, bottled-up personality, even if he had been wronged, he probably would not make a sound. But that instead made her feel even guiltier. No, she had to find a chance when no one was around to apologize to him. By evening, Gio finally caught Noelle by the car. Seeing him carrying his bag and preparing to leave, Gio took a deep breath and went over. Whether this greeting could resolve last night's awkwardness would depend on what came next. Gio moved beside Noelle and quietly said, "I'm sorry. I really drank a bit too much last night and completely blacked out." Noelle was quite generous and even joked, "Your alcohol tolerance is way too bad." This sentence finally eased the awkward atmosphere quite a lot. Looking at his back as he got into the car, the heavy stone in Gio's heart finally fell. As long as he did not mind, then this matter could be considered over. The two of them sat side by side in the car. Although neither of them spoke, this feeling was not unpleasant. It was even a little subtle. Gio secretly glanced at the man beside her. What exactly was he thinking? Did he really not care at all, or was he deliberately pretending to be calm? In that instant, a thought suddenly appeared in Gio's mind. It was a thought that even shocked herself. Could it be that she really had fallen for Noelle? Once this thought appeared, she could no longer suppress it. The bus traveled along the mountain road, carrying this whole car full of people's secrets, and also carrying Gio's heart, which had completely lost its sense of order. That one you was practically like a spell. Gio sat by the bed, her mind already in chaos, completely unable to calm down. Had he really meant what he said just now? Gio was now completely helpless. As soon as she closed her eyes, her mind was unexpectedly full of Noelle's face. If she had not truly fallen for him, how could she keep being so absent-minded? Noelle really was someone hard to criticize. When she could not see him, she would miss him. When she saw him close to someone else, she would even get jealous. But Gio's heart was still uncertain. Couldn't this kind of feeling exist between good friends too? Was it really possible to be sure it was love based only on these things? Gio kept finding excuses for herself in her heart, feeling that her feelings for Noelle had not reached that point yet. She had not missed him to the point of madness, nor had she been heartbroken over him. But in that instant, she suddenly stopped. Had this familiar sort of hesitation appear before? It had not been like this before. Back then, when Gio looked at Noelle, there had not been so many twists and turns in her heart at all. But now, everything had become completely different. She had to calm down first. If she admitted she liked him now, the situation would become completely uncontrollable. Gio told herself again and again that it was absolutely impossible for her to like Noelle. But as soon as she said it, even she herself felt guilty. What exactly was the reason? Gio sat by the bed, completely unwilling to admit that answer. But the more she avoided it, the clearer Noelle's image became. Only 4 minutes after sending the message, Gio could no longer sit still at all. Since he was not replying, she would take the initiative. She casually found an excuse and directly called him. Noelle answered the phone and asked, "What is it?" Gio pretended to be completely casual and said that because she had not waited for his reply, she wanted to chat about the competition. Noelle clearly did not intend to talk much and was preparing to hang up. At that very second, Gio blurted out his name. Noelle. In the end, Gio still could not hold back and asked over the phone the question that made her most suspicious. "Why did you say I'm prettier than Hanriel?" She felt it must have only been a lie to coax her, an excuse he had casually made up so she would hurry up and sleep. After all, who would take such words seriously? But just then, Noelle gave an answer she had never expected at all. He said he had actually meant those words seriously. Hearing that sincere answer, Gio's brain instantly crashed completely. She desperately tried to find something to say in response, but her mind was blank and she could not squeeze out a single word. Noelle on the other end of the phone waited, but got no response. In the end, he threw out, "I'm really hanging up now." With a beep, the call directly disconnected. Gio still had not reacted. She could only stare blankly at the now dark screen. Recently, Hanriel had always felt inexplicably irritated inside. Was it because of Noelle and Gio's relationship? Noelle was clearly her good friend. Logically, she should be happy for him from the bottom of her heart. She had even thought before that it would be nice if the two of them got together. But now, as long as she saw Noelle caring about Gio, she could not suppress that nameless anger inside her no matter what. This feeling was truly terrible. Was it because she felt her good friend had been stolen away? In the past, she had always thought getting jealous over friendship was the most childish thing in the world. But when she thought of Gio slowly replacing her and becoming the person closest to Noelle, her heart could not calm down at all. Could it be that she actually wanted to keep Noelle all to herself? In fact, Hanriel had not been asleep at all that day. She lay beside them and heard everything clearly. She heard Gio ask Noelle, "Am I prettier?" or "Is Hanriel prettier?" And Noelle's answer had only been 2 words, "You." Those 2 words were like needles, piercing her until she could barely breathe. Why did her heart hurt so much? In fact, Hanriel knew very well that Gio was indeed prettier than her. But it was clearly something she had known long ago. Why was she still so angry now? While she was drinking alone to drown her frustration, Noelle actually came looking for her. He looked at Hanriel in front of him and slowly opened his mouth. Meanwhile, Gio stared at her phone screen, completely unable to calm down. What exactly did that sentence mean? Could he really have meant it? It was clearly supposed to be a good thing, but now her heart was in chaos, and she had no idea what she should do. Calm down. Right now, she had to stay rational. Gio was now completely thrown into confusion and kept warning herself not to get ahead of herself. Were Noelle's words just now really only stating a fact? If it had only been a joke, he could have brushed it off casually. But he had specifically emphasized that it was sincere. Wasn't that practically an obvious confession? The more she thought about it, the more absurd it became, and the less she could control herself. Now she was really going to lose sleep completely. He likes me. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But what if? What if he really had fallen for her now? The more Gio thought, the more confused she became. So she simply started rolling around on the floor. What exactly was going on? Her mother opened the door and came in, saying, "Gio, come out and eat. Why are you lying on the floor instead of on the perfectly good bed?" She quickly scrambled for something to say and asked, "Mom, do you think I should start working out?" Her mother's intuition was way too accurate. As soon as she opened her mouth, she asked if Gio was dating. After all, in the past, even when they begged her to exercise, she would not go. Now she had actually changed. Gio hurriedly smiled and denied it, while also wanting to take the chance to ask for some money to sign up for a class. In the end, her mother ignored her completely and turned around to leave. The room suddenly became quiet. Looking at the message sent on her phone, there was still no reply from Noelle. She had just been struggling over whether the other party had confessed, but now it seemed she might really have been overthinking it. Hanriel looked at Noelle sitting opposite her and kept feeling that something was a little off with him today. She casually asked whether he had been too tired at school lately. Although Noelle said he was fine, his whole person looked listless. Faced with Hanriel's questioning, he actually started talking about global warming and polar bears. His ability to spout nonsense was even more ridiculous than usual. Hanriel knew very well that he was hiding something again. Every time his mood was terrible, he would keep making these cold jokes, as if as long as he kept saying useless things, he could avoid the things that made him uncomfortable. Hanriel decided to put aside her own feelings for now. Today, she only wanted to hear what he truly felt. Although pretending nothing was wrong, and drinking and chatting might be the best choice right now, she still wanted to try to break this silence. She looked at Noelle opposite her and asked, "What exactly is wrong with you?" Noelle paused, stammering but unable to say anything clearly. Back in his room, lying on the bed, Noelle only felt exhausted in both body and mind. This trip had clearly only just begun. How had he already become this tired? In fact, he knew very well in his heart that this fatigue was entirely self-inflicted. Ever since childhood, the people around him had always liked asking him the same question. Looking at Gio and Hanriel on his phone, this deadly question of who was prettier had already troubled him for far too many years. This kind of question was impossible to answer. It was practically like forcing him to make a public statement, making him feel both awkward and embarrassed. At that time, Gio had come close just like that, stared into his eyes, and asked whether she was prettier or Hanriel was prettier. This kind of deadly, either a question might have only been a joke in Gio's eyes. But to Noelle, it was no different from those people who teased others for fun. Did she think that someone like him did not need to be respected? Was that why she dared to test him so recklessly? Even though he had finally given the answer she wanted to hear, all that remained in Noelle's heart was exhaustion. Now, every time Noelle saw Gio, he could not help trying to guess what she was thinking. That feeling made him exhausted. He even started becoming timid and fearful, as if he had gone back to that uneasy childhood of his. He suddenly realized that Gio was actually no different from those people. She also made him feel pressured and afraid. If that was the case, was it time to turn the page on this relationship? At the restaurant, Noelle drank while telling Hanriel that he was used to secretly liking someone alone. Then, after enough time passed, that feeling would naturally disappear. He tried to act carefree, as if that could hide the mess inside him. But Hanriel's next words struck him right where it hurt. Hanriel stared at him and asked, "So, do you not like Gio anymore?" Noel laughed it off, trying to gloss over the awkward topic. He said things were already like this anyway, and told Hanriel not to worry about it for nothing. Hanriel said nothing. She only lowered her head and kept pouring drinks. She stared at the phone on the table. The message that popped up on the screen was practically a bomb suddenly going off. Gio had actually sent her a message asking whether Noel liked her. Looking at Noel, who was still trying hard to liven up the mood, Hanriel knew the situation was completely about to spin out of control. Hanriel froze completely. She stared at the phone screen for a long time, not daring to look up. "Do you like me?" That one question from Gio left Hanriel stuck. It seemed that no matter how deeply Noel had hidden it, he had still given himself away. On her end of the phone, Hanriel listened as Gio kept probing from the other side. Gio said she had heard someone mention it in passing, so she could not help coming to confirm. Hanriel seemed fairly calm on the surface, but inside, her heart was pounding. Who exactly had pierced through this thin layer of paper? Gio then said that she had already denied it for Hanriel. But how much did this mysterious informed person actually know? The line, "We're just friends," temporarily smoothed things over. But as Hanriel sat on the swing, she did not feel at ease at all. Was doing this really good for everyone? Gio stammered on the other end of the phone, feeling that Hanriel definitely knew something. But Hanriel did not dare tell the truth. She was afraid that once everything came to light, Gio would no longer be able to face the current situation. How exactly should she say it? Hanriel knew very well that Gio did not have the courage to ask Noel directly. All the pressure was now on her, the shield in the middle. Hanriel knew very clearly that the initiative was in her hands now. As long as she opened her mouth, Gio's view of Noel would become completely different. Should she casually deny it? Or should she simply reveal the truth and tell Gio that Noel had actually liked her for a very long time? Having that power to decide instead placed enormous pressure on Hanriel, because every word she said could directly rewrite the future of those two people. After a long silence, she ultimately chose the safest answer. With one sentence, "I'm not too sure either," she buried all the secrets again. Gio sounded a little disappointed after hearing it. So even Hanriel did not know. Hanriel forced herself to go along with it. But in truth, she was reminding herself that it was better not to get too involved in other people's private feelings. Gio still would not give up. She asked again whether Noel had ever mentioned her. Hanriel could only continue giving vague answers, saying it was just the kind of casual chat her friend had. This kind of thing still had to be resolved by the two of them. But after saying that much, Hanriel suddenly wanted to see Gio's reaction. She directly threw out a bomb. "If Noel really does like you, what would you do?" This time, Hanriel had no intention of beating around the bush. She asked Gio straight through the phone whether she planned to date Noel or not. Gio was clearly stunned by the question. She stammered for a long time, and in the end, she actually replied that she had never thought about it. Hearing that answer, Hanriel fell completely silent. Noel had given so much on his end, yet in the end, Gio brushed it off with one line. She had never thought about it. In Hanriel's eyes, that attitude was simply irresponsible to the extreme. Now the relationship between the two of them had completely stiffened. Hanriel knew very clearly that seeing through someone's true feelings and knowing ordinary information were two entirely different things. It was enough to completely change a relationship. She coldly reminded Gio over the phone that if she was only curious, it was best not to ask around about someone else's feelings. Because once you knew something like that, there was no going back. Gio clearly had not realized the seriousness of the problem and was still pressing her on the phone. That left Hanriel completely disappointed. Compared to Noel's heavy, conflicted feelings, Gio's current attitude was far too frivolous. She did not understand at all what that sincerity really meant. Hanriel knew very clearly that this kind of airy, careless attitude would only end up hurting Noel even more deeply. She coldly left one sentence over the phone. "You should go back and figure out your own feelings first." The call ended. Gio sat alone by the empty seaside, looking at the waves before her. She finally realized that some decisions had already reached the point where they had to be made. Gio stared at her phone and began reflecting on whether she had gotten the order wrong. She had originally planned to test Noelle's feelings first, then decide what she should do. But what if Noelle did not like her? If that was really the case, then at worst, they could maintain the status quo and continue getting along the way they had before. But could this desire to retreat and scathe really solve the problem? What if Noelle really did like me? The moment that thought appeared, the situation changed completely. That hug now made their originally vague relationship impossible to avoid. The choices in front of her were simple. Either start dating or simply reject him. But the core issue was that Gio realized she could not even see her own heart clearly. Right now, Gio's mind was an absolute mess. She could not even sort out whether she wanted to date Noelle or not. The most absurd part was that this heart clearly belonged to her, yet now it felt as if it were hidden behind a thick fog, impossible to see no matter how she looked. This feeling of having completely lost control of herself filled her with unprecedented frustration. At this moment, she was truly on the verge of breaking down. In all her life, Gio had never encountered a problem this difficult. Since she could not sort out her feelings for Noelle, then she might as well stop thinking about it. After all, on the surface, everyone was still friends. It had not reached the point where they absolutely had to make things clear. As long as they pretended nothing had happened and continued getting along as before, would all their worries disappear? Recently, Noelle had been endlessly asking Hanriel out for drinks. In truth, he himself knew it was because he always felt as if a piece of his heart was missing. It felt hollow. That feeling was most likely because of Gio. The person who had once occupied most of his heart now seemed to be moving out of it little by little. A look at the chat list on his phone made it obvious. He replied to Hanriel's messages instantly, but the greeting Gio had sent yesterday was something he still had no desire to open. The current Noelle indeed had no trouble in his life, but that also meant that nothing good enough to make him happy was happening either. His world seemed to have been completely reset to zero. Although this calm was what he had always wanted, now that it had really arrived, his heart felt empty. He could not even sleep peacefully. What exactly did he want? Even he himself could not give an answer. Just then, someone beside him suddenly called out, "Noelle." As long as Noelle was the one asking her out for drinks, Hanriel almost never refused. Perhaps it was because she could tell that Noelle's condition recently really was terrible, so she had continued staying by his side like this. Noelle knew very well that Hanriel was picky by nature. If someone did not suit her taste, she would not even sit down with them. For her to accompany him again and again while he drank himself senseless was truly rare. Just then, quiet whispers came from beside them. Is the man sitting across from him his boyfriend? Noelle heard all those idle comments beside him clearly. What he was most worried about now was Hanriel hearing them too. If she felt awkward and distanced herself from him, they might not even be able to remain friends in the future. Just as he did not know how to respond, Hanriel acted as if nothing had happened. She simply flipped through the menu calmly and asked what he wanted to eat later. Seeing how completely unconcerned she looked, Noelle could not help laughing. Was this unspoken understanding what people called getting along well? As soon as Hyunsu came in, he loudly greeted everyone. He asked how everyone had been doing lately. Noelle looked up at him and teased that he must have gone wild having fun over the summer break. Hyunsu gestured proudly and said he had gone surfing in Yangyang, and the experience had been absolutely incredible. Hanriel could not help making a comment from the side, saying he had been talking about the ocean nonstop before, and this time he had finally gotten his wish. Hyunsu leaned toward Hanriel and insisted that he had seen her secretly smiling just now. Noelle, sitting to the side, had his mind completely off the computer. He kept feeling that the new semester had only just begun, yet his heart was already a mess. Hanriel naturally refused to admit it. The two of them began teasing each other as if no one else were around. Watching their intimate interaction, Noelle realized that ever since their last trip to West Valley, Hanriel and Hyunsu's relationship had improved by leaps and bounds. Although they usually would not report every trivial matter clearly the way they did with him, this unspoken atmosphere instead made him even more concerned. Noelle looked at the two people before him and felt that Hyunsu's cheerful personality really did match Hanriel well. He might even suit her better than Noelle did. Seeing that Hyunsu had become more masculine from surfing, he subconsciously touched his own arm and began regretting not going to the gym over the summer break. This sense of contrast made him feel somewhat defeated. In his eyes, Hyun-soo was handsome, had a good temper, and had the kind of humor that made it hard to look away. This all-around comparison instantly raised the sense of crisis in Noel's heart to the maximum. Noel stared at himself on the screen and felt that Hyun-soo was far too shallow. There was no way he could truly talk on the same wavelength as Hanriel. In terms of common language, Noel was definitely superior. But then he thought about it again. This inexplicable anxiety was exactly what he hated most about himself. As soon as someone got even a little closer to Hanriel, he would frantically compare and weigh in his head who was more qualified to remain by her side. Just like now, once this dark desire to win began, it simply could not stop. Noel had not yet recovered from his earlier turmoil when Hanriel suddenly stood up and interrupted him, saying they had to go now. Hyun-soo instinctively asked where they were going. Hanriel casually replied, "We're going to the liberal arts building." But the word "we" sounded completely different in Noel's ears. Now, the unease in his heart was completely confirmed. Hanriel called out, "Let's go." Noel quickly followed. Although he only gave a simple response, he was actually quite pleased inside. This feeling was indeed childish, but he really enjoyed it, especially when Hanriel so naturally said "we," directly drawing the two of them into the same circle. Seeing Hyun-soo calling goodbye from behind, Noel felt that this moment was simply the best counterattack. He wanted Hyun-soo to see clearly who exactly was closer to Hanriel. Honestly, Noel had never met someone so compatible with him in his whole life. He muttered in his heart that Hanriel probably thought the same too, right? As long as they could maintain this relationship, even if it was only as good friends, he would be completely satisfied. Just then, Hanriel suddenly stopped and turned back to look at him. That glance made him feel even more assured. This time, he was determined to secure the position of closest friend. Noel was still happily calculating in his heart, feeling that wanting to become that most special person should not count as excessive greed. But before he could finish sighing over it, Hanriel suddenly realized she had left her phone behind. The two of them could only hurry back. As soon as they entered the room, Gio walked toward them and warmly greeted them. Noel also smiled in response and asked how she had been recently. Judging from this situation, what was originally time alone for the two of them was now going to become lively again. Gio felt that living like this was also fine. There was nothing to worry about. As long as they could continue being friends, she felt relieved. Nothing had changed. She casually asked Noel whether he had just come back from West Valley. Noel answered, then asked her in return. Gio was just about to speak, but before she could get the words out, she was interrupted by a voice saying that someone had come in. Now it seemed there would be no chance to chat quietly for a while. Gio looked around and found that the classroom was full of familiar faces. She smiled and greeted them, asking whether everyone had also come to join the fun. A few younger female students nodded and said they had heard this elective was quite interesting. As everyone was chatting, one of the girls suddenly looked toward Noel. She said, "Senior Noel, don't you still owe me a meal?" Noel was completely stunned and did not react at all. The girl smiled and reminded him that at last semester's group gathering, when they were playing games, he had personally promised that if he lost, he would treat everyone. Judging from Noel's expression, he had clearly forgotten all about it. The girl laughed while casually patting Noel's arm, complaining that he was being too distant with his words. Gio, who was beside them, saw this whole scene. She stared at the girl's movements and felt a little uneasy inside. When had the two of them become so close? Noel rubbed his arm and explained that what he had just said was obviously the truth. As a result, the girl beside them wearing a hat also joined in teasing him, saying Senior Noel really did not understand romance at all. Judging from this situation, the relationship between these girls and Noel really was not ordinary. Hearing that affectionate Senior made Gio feel uncomfortable all over. She stared at Noel and asked when he had become so close with these girls. Noel looked relaxed and was still joking that even if he got a 0 on the exam, it would not matter. The girl beside him immediately exposed him, saying that a top student like him was clearly just humble bragging. Watching Noel be surrounded by everyone, Gio lowered her head and looked at her notebook. It seemed that her earlier idea of maintaining the so-called status quo would not work at all. Watching them laugh and talk together, Gio felt as if flames were about to burst out of her heart. Were they already speaking so casually now? The more she looked, the more wrong it felt. Had this group progressed too quickly, or were they just deliberately pretending to be close? Gio turned to look at Noelle, feeling sour inside. Back then, in order to become close to Noelle, she had spent several whole months. But now, things were different. Other people had achieved it effortlessly. This enormous gap made it impossible for her to stay calm. Could it be that in the current situation, she was the only one who felt furious? Looking at Hanriel beside her, who acted as if nothing was happening and calmly played with her phone, this oppressive and awkward atmosphere nearly suffocated Gio. The three of them were clearly sitting side by side, with Noelle in the middle, but Gio felt restless and uneasy. She could no longer suppress her anger. Yet that younger female student just had to be so tactless, pestering Noelle and insisting that he treat her. And Noelle, of all things, actually agreed without even thinking. Now, the situation was probably going to get out of control. She was even touching him. Now Gio completely could not sit still. She stared at Noelle and asked, "You two seem pretty close." Noelle still tried to explain lightly, saying they had only worked on a project together once. But with that level of intimacy, who would believe it? Noelle was still brushing it off, saying everyone just got along rather casually. Gio was speechless when she heard that. Was that not the same thing? She simply made it clear. Don't you hate people who act overly familiar? But Noelle, of all things, thought that kind of cheerful personality was pretty nice. Now Gio had completely nothing to say. Was this guy really stupid, or just pretending to be stupid? Noelle acted as if nothing had happened, but Gio was already muttering inwardly. This guy looked so proper on the surface. Could he actually be secretly pleased inside? The more she thought about it, the more wrong it felt. She had originally wanted to act a little magnanimous. She told herself that this had nothing to do with her. But why did she feel so uncomfortable inside? Then her phone suddenly rang. It was actually a message from that younger female student. Now things became even more interesting. Gio had just been worrying that the textbook was too expensive, and coincidentally, the younger student had come to ask to borrow a book. Was this not a ready-made opportunity to gather information? She went along with it and agreed, then pretended to ask casually, "When did you all become so close with Noelle?" The other person's reply nearly choked her to death. She said that they had already become best friends the last time they drank together. Now Gio's heart was completely thrown off balance. Even she had never dared to call Noelle that. Gio still could not hold back. Using the topic as an excuse, she probed into the relationship between the two of them, asking how Yansu had gotten so close to Noelle. The other person replied that after drinking together, they had become best friends. Gio felt even more sour inside. She simply laid her cards on the table and asked why she kept touching him. Who would have thought Yansu would actually say that Noelle was like an older brother to her and that absolutely no one would misunderstand? What did that mean? In other people's eyes, was Noelle completely isolated from romance? Gio hurriedly pressed her, asking exactly why no one would misunderstand. But the other person only spoke in riddles and told her to figure out herself. The answer was simply too painful. The younger student actually said that this was exactly why everyone could relax and freely play around with Noelle. Before Gio could react, the other person immediately added another blow. She said that anyway, no one would think the two of them were dating. The reason was even more ridiculous, because in other people's eyes, with Noelle's face, no one would like him at all. Once those words came out, Gio was completely unable to respond. So, in everyone's mind, this was actually how they evaluated him. They had acted so intimate just now. Who could have imagined that the younger student actually saw Noelle that way inside? She thought everyone was willing to hang out with Noelle only because he was not handsome enough, and that getting along with him that way would never be misunderstood. But they had really misjudged him. The reason Gio and Hanriel stayed by his side was never because of that face. It was because Noelle himself was truly better than anyone else. Gio really could not sit still now. She directly replied in the chat box, "That's your prejudice. Hanriel and I don't hang out with Noelle because of that." She also added a warning, telling her not to talk nonsense outside when she had not even figured things out. In the end, the other person actually only replied, "Sorry." That perfunctory attitude was simply speechless. Gio was still staring at her phone, sulking. Just then, the situation suddenly went out of control. Hyunsu shouted from the front. He asked whether she planned to play on her phone all day. Noelle took the initiative to lower his head and admit his mistake, quietly saying sorry. Gio only kept her head lowered for a long time without replying. As the sun set, this entire exhausting day was finally coming to an end. Noelle sat by the roadside and sighed that the first day of school had passed just like that. Hanriel handed over a glass while sighing that time passed too quickly. Noelle thanked her. The current weather was just right for sitting outdoors. The drinking stalls near campus had long since been filled with groups of college students out for gatherings. Looking at the lively atmosphere around him, Noelle suddenly realized that the number of times he attended this kind of gathering seemed to be getting fewer and fewer than before. Hanriel suddenly spoke, breaking the quiet of the night. She said that she had finally become familiar with the people in her department and had made a few real friends she could open her heart to. But who would have thought that back in freshman year? No one had paid any attention to her. In order to fit in, she could only act like a clown, desperately trying to please everyone at drinking gatherings. She looked at Noelle and asked whether he remembered a question she had once asked him. If she were not good-looking, would he still be friends with her? Noelle nodded and said he remembered. Hanriel then asked, "Then do you remember how you answered back then?" Noelle stared at the glass in his hand and quietly said he remembered. If time could really go back, would he still make the same choice? Hanriel immediately pressed him, asking, "Do you still think that way now?" Noelle was silent for a moment, then gave a negative answer. Hanriel was clearly a little surprised. After all, back then, Noelle had personally said that the two of them simply could not be friends. Had he really changed his mind? Noelle looked at her and seriously explained that that had been before they became friends. Now it was completely different. Noelle sighed and said that, anyway, they were already friends now. Back when they did not know each other, he had always felt that appearance was the first impression. But now that he thought about it carefully, even if Hanriel really became ugly, her score in his heart absolutely would not drop. Although he could not say why, that was indeed what he felt inside. Hanriel froze for a moment, then quietly asked why. In truth, in Noelle's heart, the idea of judging by appearances had never changed. But now, he began to suspect whether he was deceiving himself. Why was it Hanriel in particular? Even if she were not good-looking, he still seemed to feel that she was great. This contradiction made him feel hypocritical. Noelle lowered his head and opened a can of beer, quietly saying, "I can't really explain it either." In any case, his intuition told him that even if her face changed, the result would be the same. Gio looked at the messages on her phone and became angrier the more she thought about it. These people did not understand him at all. Why did they have to talk nonsense behind his back? Noelle had just finished class and walked over. Before he could even greet her, he noticed that the atmosphere felt a little off. He cautiously asked, "Are you okay?" Gio quickly covered it up and stiffly changed the subject, asking what he wanted to eat for lunch. Her reaction made it obvious something was on her mind. Noelle was wondering about it when Mealy suddenly appeared from behind and asked what they were doing. Gio had just been about to ask Noelle to go eat lunch, but an unexpected interrupter appeared halfway through. Mealy directly put her arm around Noelle's shoulder. The movement was far too natural. Gio watched from the side, a little dazed. When had these two become so close? Noelle did not avoid suspicion at all. He even took the initiative to share the snacks in his hand with Mealy. The two of them did not feel anything was wrong at all. Gio's heart began pounding. Could Mealy also be like those people in the rumors, having some other thoughts about Noelle? Watching them laugh and talk, with Noelle even wanting to perform a magic trick for Mealy, Gio stood in place, feeling that she could not get a word in at all. Mealy had known Noelle for even longer, and she often praised him. Was all that malice directed at Noelle really only because he was not good-looking? Watching the two of them joking around in front of her, and Noelle even leaning closer to help Mealy check whether there was something on the corner of her mouth, Gio really could not stand watching anymore. She quickly spoke up to interrupt them and urged Noelle to hurry up and go eat. Although she successfully took him away, Gio's heart became even more chaotic. If even Mealy treated him so specially, then what exactly did Noelle count as in other people's eyes? Could Noelle also think that way in his heart? Did he feel that when he stayed with me, no one would ever misunderstand us as a couple? Once that thought emerged, waves of sourness filled Gio's heart. If that was really the case, then what had all that companionship from before counted as? They had clearly gone to class together and drunk together. Had he never worried that others would see them as a couple? But then she thought again. He seemed to treat everyone pretty well. Could it be that in his eyes, she was no different from his other female friends? Just then, Noel suddenly stopped walking. Was it really because he was not good-looking that he was destined for no one to like him, without even the right to have a relationship? Noel noticed that she had been distracted the entire time and leaned closer to ask whether something had happened. Gio hurriedly snapped back to herself and casually found an excuse to brush it off. In truth, it was not only those younger female students. It seemed as if the whole world had a prejudice against him. But Gio stared at Noel for a long time, muttering inwardly. Was he really that ugly? Honestly, did boys not all look about the same? Just as she was staring in a daze, a boy suddenly walked over from the side. The boy suddenly caught up to them and said he had already noticed Gio earlier in the law school lobby. He was very direct, saying Gio was completely his ideal type, and he even wanted her contact information. Gio did not react for a moment. Since he had seen her earlier, then he had definitely seen Noel beside her too. But this boy had actually completely failed to take Noel seriously. Did he think Noel did not look like her boyfriend at all? Or had he noticed but still planned to ignore him outright? He did not even look at Noel. Just then, Noel, who had not spoken the whole time, suddenly reached out and grabbed Gio. Noel was still muttering inwardly. In that guy's eyes, were the two of them really just ordinary friends? Before he could figure it out, Gio had already turned her head and coldly rejected the boy. Her next action was something no one had expected. Gio directly reached out and tightly held Noel's arm. In front of the boy, she announced word by word, "Sorry, I already have a boyfriend." Now it was the boy's turn to feel awkward. He could only hurry to apologize, then turn around and leave with his tail between his legs. Watching him walk away, Gio felt indescribably pleased. Since everyone thought they were impossible, then she was determined to try. If Noel really were her boyfriend, what exactly would be wrong with that? She even began wondering what Noel was feeling right now. Could he be even a little happy too? Gio was feeling pleased on her end, but Noel beside her had completely frozen in place, unable to say a word. After that little performance ended, the atmosphere suddenly became a little subtle. Noel lowered his head and asked why she had lied like that. Could she not have simply rejected him directly? Gio froze for a moment, then tentatively asked whether he was angry. Noel smiled and waved his hand, saying that the guy was definitely terribly depressed now. He mocked himself, saying the other person must be thinking that he had actually lost to someone like Noel. Although Noel was joking, Gio kept feeling that something was wrong. His smile and tone sounded very uncomfortable to hear. That feeling was as if he had already gotten used to placing himself in the lowest position. Gio could not listen anymore and directly retorted, asking why he should let that guy think that. Noel only scratched his head and said this matter could not really be explained clearly. He also reminded her not to make this kind of joke again next time. Gio froze in place. She suddenly realized that the reason that Pursuer was unfortunate was because, in other people's eyes, a girl like her could never be anything but ordinary friends with Noel. Noel acted as if nothing had happened and called for her to hurry up and eat. He even suggested going to eat the spiciest stir-fried rice cakes. Looking at Noel's back as he walked ahead, Gio's heart was a mess. Had that lie just now really only been to annoy that boy? Even she herself could not give an answer. The sentence, "I have a boyfriend," kept circling nonstop in Noel's mind. Although he knew it had been acting, he still could not understand why Gio had done that. There had clearly been better ways to refuse him, yet she had insisted on using him as a shield. Thinking of the look in that boy's eyes just now, Noel felt uneasy. That performance seemed to have gone a little too far. At the moment he was treated as her boyfriend, Noel had indeed felt a trace of happiness. But immediately after that came an indescribable awkwardness. To her, this might only have been a casual joke, because Gio was tired of rejecting others, and he just happened to be beside her. Perhaps she had no ill intentions and simply found it amusing. But in Noel's heart, this hurdle probably would not be that easy to get past. The most frightening thing was when one person was acting, but the other took it seriously. Honestly, Noel no longer wanted to try to understand Gio. He really could not keep pretending to tolerate this one-sidedly anymore. In the past, he had always forced himself to be magnanimous, thinking that if he endured it, it would pass. But those wounds that had never healed instead caused him to change completely. He knew his current thoughts were extreme, even somewhat twisted, but endless compromise had only brought worse treatment in return. When Gio did these things, had she considered other people's feelings, even for a single moment? One light, joking sentence could not offset real harm. Noel increasingly felt that he was like a toy in Gio's hands. It was not that he had never thought about simply leaving Gio completely. But as soon as that thought emerged, he realized he could not do it at all. If he did not have Gio, it seemed as if he would lose his place to belong. In this world, he could not find a place that belonged to him. He could not prove to anyone that he was someone who could fit in, much less prove that he was someone worth keeping by their side. As long as he stayed by Gio's side, Noelle felt as if nothing could stop him. It was as though, as long as he was treasured in her hands, the whole world would open its doors to him. Whether he was walking on the street or sitting in a classroom or cafe, as long as Gio was by his side, he felt an inexplicable confidence inside. He had to admit that he enjoyed this feeling, that sense of superiority that came from basking in her light. But thinking carefully, how hypocritical and dangerous was this confidence built on dependence? Gio treated Noelle as a toy, and Noelle was also using Gio. In essence, those two things were actually no different. So Noelle suddenly realized that he had no right to be angry at Gio, and even less right to disguise himself as the only victim in this relationship. Perhaps this was simply the way they got along. From the very beginning, they had been destined to never become the kind of simple friends others were. Gio had just reached the classroom door when she heard a burst of laughter from inside. The atmosphere was clearly off. Millie looked at her phone while complaining about Kong Byung-jun, saying that guy was really going to make people laugh to death. It seemed that something that should not have spread had now been passed around everywhere. Kong Byung-jun held his phone, pointed at Noelle's photo, and loudly mocked him, saying he was simply too ugly and that his features looked as if they were flying all over his face. Faced with this kind of public humiliation, Noelle could only humbly play along with him. While covering his face, he mocked himself, saying that being ugly was already very hard, so he begged everyone to let him go. This piece bought through self-deprecation sounded both heartbreaking and pathetic. Just as everyone was laughing the hardest, a voice suddenly came from the doorway. Gio pushed open the door, stared straight at Noelle, and said, "You are not ugly at all." The originally noisy classroom instantly became deathly silent. No one had expected Gio to stand up at this moment and speak up for this toy. Gio's one line of defense not only failed to help, but instead made the atmosphere completely stiff. Noelle knew very well that when words like that came from her mouth, no one would believe them. Seeing the mocking gazes around him, Noelle decided to destroy his own image to save the situation. He deliberately put on an injured look and shouted that even Gio was bullying him, then seized the chance to flee as fast as he could, wanting to escape this troublesome place. He felt that he must look ridiculously comical right now. As long as he could avoid those gazes, he did not care even if he had to act like a clown. But he had not gone far before Gio's voice came from behind him. She had actually chased after him directly, completely ignoring the rumors and gossip behind her. Now Noelle really did not know how to face her. Gio finally caught up with Noelle. Before she could speak, Noelle stopped first. Gio quietly suggested, "Today, let's just the two of us go for a drink." This sudden invitation made the originally awkward atmosphere become somewhat subtle at once. Gio suddenly asked Noelle whether he had been angry when she called him her boyfriend yesterday. Noelle was eating on the surface, but his heart jolted. He had thought she had not taken it to heart at all. He quickly laughed it off and said that it had only been a joke, so how could he possibly take it seriously? But Gio's next words completely changed the atmosphere. She said that, judging from Noelle's reaction at the time, she kept feeling that she had done something wrong. Now Noelle also could not tell for sure. She had specially asked him out for drinks and brought up this matter on purpose. Could Gio also have other thoughts in her heart? He could only continue pretending to be stupid, saying that such a small thing was nothing at all. But the more he emphasized that it was a joke, the stranger the taste of this drinking session became. Gio still could not let it go. She felt that what she had done yesterday had indeed offended Noelle, so she insisted on formally apologizing. Noelle was still stubbornly holding on, insisting that he was not angry. But Gio did not believe him at all. She stared at the glass in her hand, her tone becoming more and more serious. She hoped Noelle would tell her what he really felt. Now Noelle could not sit still at all. Had he acted that obvious? Looking at Gio's worried expression, the defensive wall he had finally built was about to collapse again. It seemed he had to find a way to smooth this scene over without disappointing Gio too much. Noelle finally spoke his true feelings. He felt that the guy yesterday must have cursed him thoroughly in his heart. He had originally planned to make fun of himself, to give Gio a way out, so the two of them could conveniently move past it. But Gio looked completely confused and did not understand at all why he would be cursed. Noelle was truly speechless now. Did she really not know how beautiful she was? He could only make it clear, saying that for an ordinary guy like him to be involved in a rumor with a great beauty like her, anyone who saw it would feel displeased. He admitted that this was all his inferiority complex at work and did not want Gio to feel burdened. But before he could finish speaking, Gio suddenly raised her head, her tone becoming extremely serious. She said, "You are not ugly at all." Now it was awkward. Noelle felt that Gio was acting, deliberately saying pleasant words to cheer him up. But Gio was extremely serious. She said this was not acting at all. He really was not ugly. Noelle quickly raised his glass and laughed it off, wanting to hurry and move past this topic. He even joked, saying, "Thanks, buddy." As a result, Gio's emotions completely burst. She felt that Noelle had not taken her words seriously at all, and she even shouted out in grievance. Again and again, she questioned him. Why was he so unwilling to believe her? Why was he so unwilling to listen to her? Seeing Gio's serious expression, Noelle was now completely at a loss for words. He had never expected that his inferiority complex would hurt the other person so deeply. Now he had really messed things up. Noelle looked at the situation before him and had no idea what to do. He had never expected Gio to react so strongly. He had originally thought it was only ordinary bickering, but in the end, he had hurt her completely. Seeing her like this now, Noelle's heart was full of regret. After returning home, he hid alone in his room and could not sleep no matter what. Only at this moment did he wake up and realize just how big a mistake he had made. He had never taken Gio's words seriously. He had always felt those compliments were only polite remarks. Yet he had forgotten that they were the other person's most sincere feelings. Now Noelle had completely lost sleep. In the past, he had always felt that Gio was talking nonsense, so he naturally treated all those words as lies meant to deceive him. But after seeing Gio cry like that, he realized how absurd he had been. For the sake of that pitiful defensive mentality, he had actually forcibly interpreted all of the other person's sincerity as hypocrisy. If Gio had been serious from beginning to end, then how many times had he misunderstood her during this period? This entire night, he was destined to spend in regret. Gio's words echoed in Noelle's mind again and again like needles. She had asked, "Am I really that terrible? Is every word I say really that untrustworthy in your eyes? Is this the reason you've always wanted to push me away?" Noelle completely broke down now. He had originally thought that rejection was a way to protect himself, but he had never expected that this distrust was the most hurtful weapon. Looking at the empty room, he realized for the first time that he might really be about to lose her. Noelle was now completely confused. He even began to doubt how many of the thoughts that emerged in his mind were actually true. The next day in the classroom, he tried to take the initiative to break the deadlock. But even he himself felt awkward about this kind of forced attempt at small talk. Noelle cautiously asked, "Is there homework today?" Gio was silent for a long time before coldly replying, "No." This polite yet distant sense of separation made Noelle feel that it was even more painful than arguing. Their relationship seemed to have dropped to freezing point. But just then, Mealy suddenly spoke up. "Gio, do you want to go on a blind date?" The words blind date were, to the current Noelle, even more explosive than being struck by lightning. Noelle completely could not sit still now. He had never expected that before he could even apologize, a rival would appear just like this. Millie held her phone and excitedly said to Gio, "I finally found a guy for you who's especially reliable in every way." As she showed the photo, she asked, "What do you think? Do you want to meet him?" Everyone's eyes were now on Gio. What exactly would she choose?